Section 1 of Stories from the Operas by Gladys Davidson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. AUBER, Fra Diavolo. One bright Easter Eve, early in the 19th century, a lively group of carabiners were gathered together in the inn of Terracina near Naples, drinking success to the enterprise they were engaged upon. For they were just about to attack a horde of brigands supposed to be in that neighborhood, and were expecting to meet with many exciting adventures. The captain of the outlaw band, Fra Diavolo, was the most celebrated bandit in Italy, and fully justified in his sinister name, for his daring raids and impudent roguery had made him a terror to the countryside, and the mere mention of his name caused peaceful travelers to tremble in their shoes. All previous attempts to capture the cunning outlaw had proved ineffectual. So when the last troop of carabiners were sent out from Naples to lie in wait for the whole band, joy was felt in every village round about, and the peasants hoped to be freed from their dreaded enemy at last. The soldiers had been awaiting news at the inn of Terracina, but on learning that Fra Diavolo and his rogues had been seen in the neighborhood, they at once received orders to start off in pursuit. In a merry haste, they drank the stirrup cups and poured out one for old Matteo, the innkeeper, and his pretty daughter, Zerlina, for a prize had been set upon the head of Fra Diavolo, and they were eager to win the reward. But the captain of this gay troop, a handsome young brigadier named Lorenzo, sat alone at a side table, full of gloom, and when the innkeeper presently invited all the company to attend the wedding of his daughter with a neighboring farmer on the morrow, the look of sadness on his face deepened still more. For Lorenzo, on arriving at the inn, had quickly fallen in love with the pretty Zerlina himself. And when he had declared his passion for her, the maiden gladly responded in an answering love as deep and tender as his own. But Matteo, the innkeeper, would not hear of his daughter wedding a poor brigadier who had naught but his wretched pay to live upon, and to settle the matter he hastily arranged a marriage for her with Francesco, a well-to-do farmer who came forward as a suitor just at this time. Negotiations were quickly made, and the ceremony fixed to take place on Easter morn. And now, on the evening before, Zerlina, compelled to obey her parents' will, was bidden to say farewell to her portionless lover. Whilst the two were whispering together in a sad undertone, a loud noise of excited voices was suddenly heard without, and the next moment a lady and gentleman rushed wildly into the inn, both dishevelled and showing signs of great alarm. They declared in agitated tones that they had just been set upon by the band of fierce brigands, who had robbed them of all their jewels and available property, and they added that it was only by leaving the robbers with undisputed possession of their travelling carriage that they had been able to escape with their lives. While Zerlina ran to attend the exhausted lady, the gentleman, who was extremely fussy in manner, introduced himself as Lord Allcash, an English peer of great wealth touring through Italy with his newly wedded wife, explaining that it was scarcely a mile away that his postillion had been stopped by the bandits. On hearing this, Lorenzo exclaimed that it must have been the very band of outlaws he had been sent to capture, that of the famous Fra Diavolo, and calling his men together, he bade them march forth into the hillside at once. Full of joy, the carabiners sprang to their feet and hurried from the inn, eager for their expected prey. And with a last farewell to the now weeping Zerlina, Lorenzo quickly followed. Lord Allcash immediately sat down to write down a notice, offering a reward for the recovery of his stolen property. And his wife, having noticed the tender parting between Zerlina and her lover, drew the girl aside and asked the cause for her trouble. Having learned that it was only a matter of dowry that kept the two loving hearts apart, the lady, being of sentimental disposition, persuaded her husband to make the reward 1,000 ducats, hoping that the prize would be gained by the handsome Lorenzo, who would thus become the eligible suitor for the innkeeper's daughter. The notice was then fastened to a prominent place, and Lord and Lady Allcash were just about to retire to the private apartments that had been hastily prepared for them, when a splendid carriage suddenly drew up at the inn door. A handsome man of gay, debonair appearance stepped lightly to the ground, and bowed gracefully to the English tourists, and Lady Allcash, to her delight, recognized a charming fellow traveller who had followed in their wake for several days past, and with whom she had more than once indulged in a pleasant flirtation. But her husband uttered an angry exclamation, for, being somewhat dull and stupid himself, he was already jealous of his coquettish wife's brilliant admirer, and seizing her by the hand, he led her into an inner chamber, very much against her will. The gay newcomer, who gave his name as the Marquis of San Carlo, entered the inn and ordered a repast, announcing that he meant to stay the night, and old Matteo bustled his servants about in high good humour, blessing the good fortune that had brought the two great lords to his hostelry on the same day. He informed the Marquis, with many humble apologies, that he himself would be absent from the inn until morning, since he intended to spend the night with his future son-in-law, Francesco, who was to be married to his daughter on the morrow. But he assured him that every possible attention would be accorded to him during his absence. So far from expressing annoyance at this announcement, the Marquis showed signs of pleasure, and as he sat down to the supper that had been quickly spread before him, he asked the landlord for the news of the neighbourhood. Matteo informed him that the talk of the countryside at the time was all of the daring bandit, Fra Diavolo, whose lawless band had only a few hours ago set upon and robbed the rich English lord and lady whom he had seen on entering the inn. And seeing that the Marquis was inclined to scoff off the notions of the brigands, he bade his daughter sing to the guest a ballad well known to the peasants round about, in which the wild deeds of the famous robber were set forth in glowing colours. Just as the song came to an end, two rough, swarthy men, wrapped in dark, ragged cloaks, entered the inn, and asked for shelter for the night. And when Matteo, suspicious of their rascally looks, declared that he did not harbour vagabonds, the Marquis good-naturedly begged him to grant their request, saying that he would gladly pay for their board and lodging. Matteo, though somewhat surprised at the great lord's generous offer, made no more objection, but ordered one of the servants to provide the tramps with food, and afterwards to lodge them in the barn. And then, bidding his noble guest farewell for the night, he set off to the farm of Francesco, calling to Zerlina to accompany him part of the way. No sooner had the innkeeper and his daughter departed than the two vagabonds, casting hasty glances around, approached the Marquis and began to talk familiarly with him. For, though old Matteo little imagined it, the dashing guest he had served so obsequiously was in reality none other than the famous Fra Diavolo himself, now engaged in one of his most desperate enterprises. Having heard that a rich English lord and his lady were travelling through Italy, the daring brigand had determined to relieve them of all their available belongings, and to this end, being of gentlemanly aspect and manners, he had provided himself with fashionable attire, and made their acquaintance under the name of the Marquis of San Carlo. The coquettish Lady Allcash had quickly fallen under the fascinating spell of the brilliant Marquis, who, regardless of the fussy husband's black looks, had flirted desperately with her from the beginning, and following in their wake from hotel to hotel, he had discovered under the pretense of friendly interest the exact amount of all the valuables the wealthy pair had brought with them from England. Having learned that Lord Allcash intended to bank the sum of 20,000 gold pieces at Leghorn, the disguised brigand had given orders to his band to waylay the travellers on their journey thither, and to possess themselves not only of the gold, but also the lady's handsome jewels. And he had also bidden two of the gang to follow him to the inn of Terracina to give him an account of their raid. These two rogues, whose names were Beppo and Giacomo, now told their daring leader that they had stopped the English travellers at the spot agreed upon, But though they had easily secured the diamonds and other jewels, they declared that they had been unable to find the gold. On hearing this, Fra Diavolo was disappointed and perplexed, but declaring that he would quickly discover the whereabouts of the money, he bade the bandits to retire to the barn to await his further orders. As the two rascals departed, Lady Allcash entered the parlor, announcing carelessly that her husband was resting, and, being somewhat dull, she had come to indulge in a little conversation with the charming Marquis. And the disguised bandit, determined to make the most of this fortunate circumstance, plunged at once into another amiable flirtation with the frivolous lady. They were, however, quickly interrupted by the angry husband, who had no intention of being supplanted by a mere stranger. But the pretended Marquis, with careless ease, refused to quarrel, and cleverly inveigled the duped one into friendly conversation. With great cunning he expressed sympathy with Lord Allcash in the loss of his valuables, inquiring casually if he had managed to save the large sum of gold he had been conveying to Leghorn. And with conceited pride the Englishman replied that his own wits had served him in this matter. Having heard that bandits were in the neighborhood, he had changed all the gold into bank bills, which he had caused to be sewn up in the coat he was wearing, and also in the large sleeves of the lady's gown, and by this simple ruse he had managed to cheat the robbers. Whilst they were talking together, and Fra Diavolo was inwardly rejoicing at the information he had gleaned, approaching footsteps were heard outside, and next moment Lorenzo and his carbineers hurried into the inn, exclaiming that they had gained a victory. Having cut off the brigands' retreat, they had caught the whole band in an ambush, and, attacking them unawares, had quickly killed 20 of their number, after which the remainder had fled away in a panic. Zerlina, who had also returned, quickly hastened to the side of her lover, rejoicing to see him again so soon. But Lorenzo declared that they must set off again immediately, for they had not yet captured the leader of the band, and could not rest until that deed was accomplished. He had, however, good news for Lord Allcash, whose lost valuables he had himself recovered from one of the bandits, and to the great delight of the travellers, he placed their jewels before them once more. Lady Allcash now announced that Lorenzo was entitled to the reward offered for the recovery of the jewels, and demanding her husband's pocketbook, which he had already replenished from his hidden store of bank bills, she took therefrom a note of 1,000 ducats and handed it to the young brigadier. Overjoyed at the good fortune that had so suddenly made him even richer than his rival Francesco, Lorenzo clasped Zerlina in his arms with delight, knowing now that there was nothing to keep them apart, and declaring that he should return on the morrow to wed her, in spite of the farmer. He hurried off with his men to search for the brigand chief. All this time, the disguised Fra Diavolo had been gnashing his teeth with rage, inwardly furious at the defeat of his band, and vowing vengeance for the death of his brave rogues, yet outwardly compelled to preserve the unconcerned demeanor of the gay Marquis. But as soon as an opportunity occurred, he slipped from the inn and made his way into the barn where Beppo and Giacomo had been lodged for the night. He quickly arranged a scheme for again robbing the English travellers for their jewels, and also for the bank bills hidden in their clothing. And having bidden the bandits to join him a short time later, he returned to the inn parlour to gather further information for the perfecting of his plans. It was now getting late into the night, and at last Zerlina led Lord and Lady Allcash to their sleeping chambers, which lay beyond her own, and in answer to the lady's request, she remained a little while to assist her in her disrobing. Whilst the maiden was thus absent, her own chamber was entered by a supposed marquis, who had discovered that this was the only means by which the English lord's apartment could be reached, and creeping on tiptoe to the window, he opened it to admit Beppo and Giacomo, who were now waiting outside, informing them in a whisper that they would have to wait until the girl had also retired to rest before they could accomplish their purpose. The bandit captain led them towards a large lumber cupboard with glass doors at one end of the room, and here the three concealed themselves just as Zerlina returned. Having already ascertained that all in the house had retired to rest, Zerlina at once prepared for bed. As she undressed, she sang softly to herself, for joy was in her heart. She knew that her father would no longer refuse her in marriage to her beloved Lorenzo, since the brigadier had now the fortune even larger than Francesco's, and she felt that the young farmer could soon be persuaded to resign a bride who would never have loved him. Catching a sight of her pretty figure in the mirror on the dressing table, she was suddenly struck by her own good looks, and with a thrill of innocent pleasure she uttered aloud a few words of admiration for the charming reflection before her, to the great amusement of the hidden bandits, who kept indulging in sly peeps through the glass door of the cupboard, and could hear every word uttered in the room beyond. Several times they nearly betrayed their presence, but Zerlina was too much occupied with her own pleasant thoughts to think of any lurking danger. She was soon ready for rest, and having uttered a prayer for protection during the night, she put out the light and retired to bed. Having waited until the maiden's regular breathing assured them that she was asleep, Fra Diavolo and his two rascals crept forth from their hiding place and made their way towards the door of Lord Allcash's apartment. But on passing the bed, Beppo suggested in a whisper that they ran a great risk in leaving Zerlina free to rouse the household, should she be awakened by any noise they might make. Fra Diavolo replied that if he had any such fear, he had better silence the maiden once and for all, and seizing his dagger, Beppo crept to the bedside. But just as he raised his arm to strike, Zerlina murmured softly in her sleep, repeating the sweet childish words of her simple prayer. And the brigand, conscience-stricken, let his arm fall limply to his side again. At that moment a loud knocking was heard outside the inn door, and the voice of Lorenzo shouted eagerly for admission. And finding that their enterprise must now be delayed a little longer, Fra Diavolo and his companions quickly withdrew to the cupboard once more, just as Zerlina, awakened by the noise, sprang out of bed. Hastily dressing herself, the girl ran to open the window, and discovering to her joy that Lorenzo and his carbineers were waiting below, she threw a key down to her lover, and bidding him let the men into the kitchen. She then finished dressing, and was just about to go below, when Lorenzo, impatient to meet her, entered the room. And almost at the same time, Lord Allcash issued forth in hasty attire from the chamber beyond, indignantly demanding the cause of the disturbance. Lorenzo explained that he and his men had hopes of soon securing Fra Diavolo, for after pursuing him in a wrong direction on the hillside for some time, they had casually learned from a peasant that their quarry had been seen on the Terracina road. They had consequently retraced their steps, but deeming it necessary for the men to have a few hours' rest, having been long on the march, he had called in at Matteo's hostelry for that purpose. Zerlina quickly ran off to provide the carbineers with food, but Lord Allcash detained the brigadier for a few minutes longer to listen to a pompous tirade against a country where peaceful travellers were set upon by brigands in the daytime and roused thus rudely from the slumbers in night. Suddenly they were startled by a loud noise within the cupboard, for Beppo, by an awkward movement, had accidentally overturned some heavy object he had not noticed in the darkness. Fra Diavolo, however, was instantly ready with a subtle scheme to save the situation, and as Lorenzo and Lord Allcash crossed the cupboard to discover the cause of the noise, he stepped forth, coolly smiling and bowing with the easy grace of the brilliant Marquis. In answer to the indignant questions poured upon him, he blandly declared that he had concealed himself in the cupboard to keep a tender assignation, and by the aid of his clever wit, he had led the Englishman to suppose that his intended meeting was to have been with Lady Allcash, while Lorenzo imagined that Zerlina was the expected fair one. The young brigadier, filled with grief at this seeming proof of Zerlina's defection, instantly challenged the man he supposed to be her lover to a mortal duel, a challenge which was gaily accepted by the pretended Marquis, who arranged to meet him at 7 o'clock next morning in the rocky pass nearby. Lady Allcash, attracted by the angry voices, now appeared on the scene, only to be met by indignant upbraidings from her outraged husband. And when Zerlina presently returned to announce that food was ready below, Lorenzo turned coldly aside and refused to even speak to her. All was now confusion and dismay, and in the midst of the general disturbance, Fra Diavolo and his companions managed to escape unobserved from the inn. bidding Beppo and Giacomo return to the barn and there await his further instructions, which he would convey to them next morning in a note concealed in a hollow tree near the inn. The bandit captain hastened to his familiar haunts on the mountainside, and there, with the remnant of his scattered band, he arranged a third plot for the capture of the English traveller's wealth. It was decided that when Lorenzo came to keep his appointment for the duel in the rocky pass, he should be instantly surrounded and killed by a few ambushed rascals, and that when all the party from the inn had departed to the village church for Zerlina's wedding, and the carbineers had started their march, the captain and remainder of the band should make a quiet raid on the hostelry and possess themselves of the treasure they had so long desired. Having completed his plans, Fra Diavolo wrote them down on a note for Beppo and Giacomo, bidding them to give him notice directly the inn was deserted by ringing the bell of the little hermitage on the hillside, and this message he slipped into the hollow tree agreed upon. Just before 7 o'clock next morning, Matteo arrived at the inn with the young farmer, Francesco, and the rest of the wedding party, and poor Zerlina, who had vainly tried to learn the cause of Lorenzo's sudden coldness to her, was filled with despair. Seeing that the young brigadier was just about to depart with his carabiners in search of the brigand chief, and was making no attempt to prevent her marriage with Francesco, she ran to him once again, imploring him to say in what way she had offended him. And Lorenzo, still believing her to be false, at last decided in tones of suppressed anger that she had betrayed him by concealing another lover in her chamber the night before. He then hastened away to place himself at the head of the troop, remembering his appointment with the Marquis at 7 o'clock, and his distracted sweetheart was left more mystified than ever. At the moment, however, her attention was attracted by the two vagabonds, Beppo and Giacomo, who were drinking together at a little side table close beside her. For having secured the captain's note, they were now awaiting the opportunity to carry out his instructions. Seeing Zerlina approach, Beppo nudged his companion, reminding him that this was the same pretty maid they had watched at her toilet the previous evening, and carried away by the amusing recollection. He repeated in a loud whisper the words of admiration she had uttered when standing before the mirror. Every word of this careless whisper was heard by Zerlina, who was filled with amazement, and feeling sure that some mysterious plot was on foot. She called aloud to the carbineers to seize the two tramps, declaring that they had just repeated certain words she remembered to have uttered when she believed herself alone in her chamber the night before. Instantly the two rogues were seized, in spite of their struggles to escape, and as the carbineers searched them for proof of guilt, they found the note containing the whole of Fra Diavolo's cunning plot. Lorenzo, determined that the famous robber should not escape his hands this time, quickly decided to catch him in his own trap, and bidding the wedding guests retire within the inn, he ordered the carbineers to conceal themselves on the hillside down which Fra Diavolo intended to come. He next dispatched Beppo to toll the hermitage bell, with 2 soldiers hidden close by, covering him with their carbineers, and then, concealing himself behind some bushes with Zerlina and Lord and Lady Allcash, he waited to see the result of his ruse. The wretched Beppo, not daring to disobey the command given to him, began to toll the hermitage bell, and almost immediately afterwards Fra Diavolo appeared on the hilltop. Although now attired in the gorgeous garb of a brigand chief, the hidden watchers instantly recognized him as the gay Marquis who had successfully deceived them all. And, amazed by the discovery, Lorenzo's contrite eyes sought Zerlina's in a silent appeal for forgiveness, whilst Lord and Lady Allcash joined hands in token of renewed good fellowship. Seeing that Beppo still tolled the bell undisturbed, Fra Diavolo concluded that all was well, and gaily descended the hillside with confidence. But at a sign from Lorenzo, the carbineers sprang suddenly from their ambush, and seized him ere he had time to realize his danger. In another moment his hands were tightly bound and shackled, and as he was led away between 2 files of carbineers, a loud cry of triumph arose from the spectators now assembled below, who all rejoiced together at the capture of the dreaded bandit. A few hours later, Zerlina's wedding was celebrated in the little village church, and the happy bridegroom who joined hands with her that day was not Francesco the farmer, but Lorenzo, the proud vanquisher of the famous Fra Diavolo. End of section 1.
Section 2 of Stories from the Operas by Gladys Davidson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Russell Newton. Section 2. BALFE, the Bohemian Girl. One bright summer day, towards the end of the 18th century, high revels were being held in the little city of Pressburg on the Danube, for a merry troop of Austrian soldiers had just returned from the wars, flushed with success, and elated by their victorious invasion of the fair but unhappy land of Poland. The gayest scene of all took place in the beautiful grounds before the castle of Count Arnheim, their leader, for here preparations were being made for a great hunt, and the retainers and peasants on the estate were merrymaking in honor of their lord's return. Count Arnheim, accompanied by a number of neighboring nobles whom he had invited to join in the chase, presently came forth from the castle, and as soon as he appeared, a loud shout of welcome arose from the whole party of holiday-makers. Amongst these brilliant newcomers was the Count's nephew, Florestan, a conceited, foppish young man, whose gorgeous appearance was only surpassed by his foolish conversation. And in and out amongst the guests tripped little Arline, the heiress of Arnhem, a lovely child, who was the joy of her widowed father's heart. The Count gravely acknowledged the hearty welcome accorded to him with a sad smile, for since the death of his beautiful young wife a deep melancholy had settled upon him, and the only joy he now knew was his love for his only child Arline, who alone could comfort him. He did not care to join in the chase, but having seen that his noble guests had all they needed for their sport, he tenderly caressed his beloved child once more, and returned to the castle. The huntsmen now sounded their lively bugle calls, and when all were ready, the brilliant cavalcade moved off, climbing the hillsides and disappearing behind the rocks and trees. The little Arline, after much coaxing, at length persuaded her attendant maid, Buda, to allow her to follow the hunters a short distance. And since all the retainers and peasants had also rushed off to watch the sport, the castle grounds were left quite deserted for a time. Presently, a handsome young stranger, dressed in the garb of a Polish officer, ran into the gardens in a breathless and exhausted state, seeking a hiding place. For a band of Austrian soldiers, whose vigilance the proscribed exile could no longer exude, were now close upon his track, and every moment he expected them to come in sight. Poor Thaddeus of Poland, a scion of a noble family, he had bravely fought and bled for the freedom of his country as a true patriot, but now, defeated and pursued, he wandered forth homeless, without friends or fortune, and his only hope to find some place of present shelter. A statue of the Austrian emperor before the entrance to the castle warned the unhappy exile that he was on the very threshold of his enemies, and that this was no safe haven for him. And, full of despair, he was just about to make his escape, when a band of wild-looking gipsies suddenly swarmed into the grounds from the wooded glade, and quickly surrounded him. The sight of these merry gipsies brought a sudden hope of safety to the wretched Thaddeus, and turning to their leader, a light-hearted, clever rogue rejoicing in the name of Devil's Hoof, he cried out eagerly, "Let me join your ranks. I am a homeless wanderer, without country, friends, or fortune, but I have youth, strength, and courage, which I'll expend in your service, if you will save me from mine enemies, who are even now upon me." Devil's Hoof and his gipsy companions were so pleased with the boldness of this happy young stranger that they were glad enough to let him join their ranks, and as his pursuers could already be seen approaching, they quickly stripped off his soldier's garb and dressed him in gay gipsy clothes. Whilst this quick change was being made, a roll of parchment with a seal attached fell to the ground, and Thaddeus, as he hastily snatched it up and hid it within his bosom, explained that it was his commission, from which he would never be parted, since it was the sole proof of his noble birth. He had only just time to mingle with the other gipsies when the Austrian soldiers, who had pursued him so long, entered the grounds and demanded news of the fugitive. But upon the wily Devil's Hoof carelessly announcing that a young Polish officer had passed up the hillside only a few minutes ago, they dashed off in that direction at once. As they vanished out of sight, the triumphant Devil's Hoof seized the hand of Thaddeus in token of comradeship, swearing to befriend him all his life, and then he gaily led him off to watch the chase, followed by the rest of the gipsy band. Meanwhile, the great hunt was going forward with much spirit, lively bugle calls sounding in every direction. But suddenly loud cries of alarm came from the woods, and a crowd of peasants rushed into the grounds, all talking at once, and seemingly full of distress. Upon the heels of this crowd came Thaddeus in his gypsy dress, and seeing that the people seemed distraught, he demanded what was wrong. Learning from their excited cries that the little child Arline, whom he had already seen and admired in the woods, had been set upon by an infuriated stag, he was filled with dismay, and snatching up a rifle that lay on a seat near by, he hurried off to her aid. He quickly reached the spot and killed the maddened animal, and then he returned to the grounds with the rescued child and her terrified attendant. The wild cries of the peasants quickly brought Count Arnhem upon the scene, and on learning of the danger his precious child had been in, he clasped her in his arms with great relief. Seeing, however, that her arm had been wounded by the stag's horns, he bade the nurse carry her within doors and attend to her hurts, and then, turning to Thaddeus, he seized his hand and poured forth words of gratitude upon him for saving the life of his beloved child, who was the one joy of his lonely heart. On being next invited by the Count to partake of refreshment and join in the festivities, Thaddeus at first proudly refused, remembering that these were the enemies of his country. But the merry guests would not accept his refusal, and good-naturedly dragged him off to the refreshment tables that had been laid out near the castle steps. Here the company seated themselves, whilst a troop of dancers went through a mazy figure before them, and presently the little Arline, with her wounded arm now bound up, appeared at an upper window with her nurse to watch the revels. When the wine-glasses had all been filled, the Count rose from his seat and invited his guests to drink the health of their emperor, but, though everyone else rose to do honour to the pledge, Thaddeus remained seated, and did not touch his glass. The young fop, Florestan, soon noticed his attitude and pointed it out to his uncle, and Count Arnhem immediately filled up another goblet and handed it to Thaddeus, challenging him to drink loyally to the health of the emperor. But the heart of Thaddeus was full of rage against the invader of his beloved Poland, and in answer to the Count's challenge, he seized the glass and dashed it to pieces at the foot of the emperor's statue. Instantly there arose a chorus of indignation, and the guests leaped upon Thaddeus with drawn swords. And at the same moment Devilshoof, the gypsy leader who had been watching the scene for some time, sprang forward to protect his new comrade. The enraged guests instantly attacked Thaddeus and Devilshoof, with intent to kill them both, but at a word from Count Arnhem, the huntsmen and retainers dragged the two gypsies apart, and marched them off in different directions. Thaddeus was led away toward the woods, where, however, he soon broke from his captors, and escaped to his gypsy friends. But Devilshoof was taken into the castle, and locked in an upper room. After this, the guests settled down to their festivities once more, and the dancing and games continued with great merriment. The waiting maid, Buda, left her little charge for a short time, and went out into the grounds to assure the Count that his child was now recovering from her fright. And whilst he was away, the gypsy, Devilshoof, took his revenge for capture. Having escaped from his prison chamber during the absence of the guards, and reached the castle roof, he gently lowered himself down to the open window of Arline's room, and stepping on to the sill, he entered, and shut the window behind him. He then snatched up the little child and hurried from the room with her, and making his way along the deserted passages, escaped through a side door with his prize. None of the revellers had noticed the gypsy's daring climb from the roof, and when Buda presently returned to Arline's chamber and found it empty, she was filled with amazement. Wildly she searched in every room, and then, uttering loud cries of alarm, she rushed outside, declaring that the child had been stolen. Quickly the nobles rushed into the castle, and finding that the captive gypsy had also vanished, they knew well enough that he had carried off the child in revenge. When the Count heard the terrible news, he uttered a cry of despair, and at that moment Devilshoof appeared on the hillside carrying Arline in his arms, and stifling her cries as he sprang from rock to rock. With a shout of rage, Count Arnhem and the nobles sprang after the spoiler, but Devilshoof ran to a deep gorge between two rocky cliffs, and having crossed over the tree trunk that served as a bridge, he kicked it down into the gulf below, so that none might follow him further. His baffled pursuers then took up their rifles, but the cunning gypsy held little Arline in front of him, and they dared not fire. Count Arnhem, in a frenzy of despair, was about to fling himself into the gorge, but his guests seized his arms, and whilst they carried him back senseless to the castle, Devilshoof, still holding the child as a shield, made his escape, and vanished into the depths of the forest. 12 years had passed away, and the gipsy tribe, after many wanderings, were again encamped in the city of Pressburg. On the open side of a quiet street the tent of the gipsy queen was pitched, and here, one moonlit summer night, Arline lay sleeping, whilst Thaddeus watched beside her. All was quiet and peaceful, for it was growing late, and only one inn kept its light burning. But presently a party of gipsies, wrapped in dark cloaks, entered the street, headed by the bold Devil's Hoof, who had brought them here to rob the late revellers as they left the inn. Quietly they crouched in the shadows and dark corners to await their prey, and in a short time their patience was rewarded, for a gorgeously clad figure soon issued from the inn and staggered down the street with uneven steps. This was Florestein, the foppish nephew of Count Arnheim, who, regarding himself as the heir of his wealthy uncle since the kidnapping of his little cousin Arline, squandered his own fortune recklessly, and spent all his time in feastings and revellings. Seeing in this foolish roisterer an easy and profitable victim, Devil's Hoof accosted him at once, calling his companions about him at the same time, and in a few minutes they had stripped him of every valuable he had carried, for Florestein, being a coward as well as a fop, was too terrified even to cry out. Having possessed himself of a rich jewelled medallion and chain, Devil's Hoof made his escape, leaving his companions to finish what he had begun. But whilst the exulting gipsies were eagerly dividing their spoils, another cloaked figure suddenly appeared in the midst. Full of surprise and dismay, they started back, for the cloaked figure was that of their own gipsy queen, and they could read anger in her mien. With a haughty gesture, she bade them instantly restore all they had stolen from their victim, and not daring to disobey her command, the gipsies sullenly handed back the rings, chains, and other jewels that they had been so eager to secure. "Is that all?" demanded the queen, and Florestein, in a voice trembling with fright, replied that he had yet lacked a handsome gold medallion set with diamonds, worth all the rest. The gipsies explained that Devil's Hoof had gone off with this jewel as his prize, and then the queen led Florestein away, saying she would protect him, to a place of safety, and beckoning to the gipsies to follow her. When the street was quiet once more, Arline, who had been awakened by the noise, arose and came forth from the tent into the moonlight, followed by Thaddeus. These two had grown to be lovers during the years that had passed, and they only awaited the gipsy queen's pleasure to join their hands in marriage. Arline had no knowledge of her noble birth, though she had always felt herself to be different from the careless gipsies with whom she lived, and tonight, as she stood in the moonlight, she told Thaddeus of a dream she had just awakened from, which seemed to bear a message for her. She had dreamt that she dwelt in marble halls, amidst great riches and splendour, bearing a high ancestral name, that countless suitors sought her hand, and yet, which charmed her most of all, that Thaddeus still loved her just the same. When her story came to an end, she begged her lover to tell her the secret of her birth, for she felt that he knew it, since he had already told her that a certain scar upon her arm had been caused by the charge of a wild stag, from which danger he had saved her years ago. But for answer, Thaddeus only showered kisses upon her, for he knew full well that if he disclosed her true birth, they must be parted. Whilst they were thus folded in each other's arms, the gipsy queen, who also loved Thaddeus, suddenly returned, and advancing towards Arline, angrily demanded how she thus dared to aspire to the love of one who was the chosen lover of her queen. But Arline was not afraid of her rival's anger, and standing aside, she said that Thaddeus should choose between them. Instantly, Thaddeus folded her in his arms again, and then Arline, with a triumphant smile, turned toward the other gipsies who had now gathered round, and declared that it was their desire to be wed. Then Devil's Hoof, whose delight it was to make mischief and stir up jealousy, reminded the queen that it was her duty and right as a ruler of the tribe to join the hands of those of her subjects who desired to be united, and the queen, afraid of losing her authority should she refuse, came slowly forward and haughtily placed the hand of Arline in that of Thaddeus, according to the gipsy custom of betrothal. But she was full of inward disappointment and rage, and when Arline and Thaddeus presently wandered off in the moonlight, she turned upon Devil's Hoof, and passionately accused him of having brought this evil hour upon her, declaring she would only pardon him on condition that he yielded up to her the jewelled medallion he had stolen that night. Devil's Hoof, though he feared naught else, dared not disobey the queen of his tribe, so he delivered up the medallion, but muttered vengeance as he strode away. The gipsy queen also thought of revenge, and as she hid the jewel in her dress, she laid a cunning plan for bringing trouble upon her rival by means of it. Next day a great fair was to be held in Pressburg, and all the gipsy tribe went to join in the revels. Arline and the other Bohemian maids took their tambourines and sang and danced for the amusement of the holiday makers, and many of the gay youths of the town sought to obtain favours from the pretty strangers. Amongst these revellers was the fop, Florestan, decked in all his bravest attire, who was greatly struck by the beauty and grace of Arline. And seeing her standing alone one time, he swaggered up and made flattering remarks to her. Finding that his foolish speeches were not listened to, he next tried to snatch a kiss, but to his surprise and dismay, Arline turned sharply round upon him and boxed his ears. As he turned away, angry and discomfited, the gipsy queen, who had been watching the scene, recognized him as the roisterer whom she had protected the night before, and running after Arline, she fastened the jewelled medallion round her neck, saying that it was a reward for her pretty conduct, but knowing full well that Florestan would soon see it, and accuse the girl of theft. Having thus carried out the evil plan she had laid, the queen left the fairground, and soon afterwards the rest of the tribe departed also. But just as Thaddeus and Arline were moving away, Florestan caught sight of his medallion hanging round the maiden's neck, and hurrying forward, he loudly accused her of having stolen it from him, rejoicing to thus bring trouble upon one who had repulsed his advances. Arline indignantly defended herself, but at the command of Florestan she was quickly surrounded by the city guards, who seized and bore her off in triumph to the Hall of Justice. Here Count Arnheim sat, waiting to do justice on those offenders who should be brought before him that day, for his high position had made him the chief judge of the district. The 12 years that had gone by had aged him very much, for all his efforts to trace his stolen daughter had been in vain, but never for a moment had he altogether given up hope, and never did he cease to think of the sweet little maid who had been the only comfort of his lonely heart. He was thinking of her now, as he sat in the Hall of Justice on the day of the fair, but presently his sad thoughts were rudely interrupted by the entrance of the city guards, with Arline in their midst, and Florestan bringing up the rear. With swaggering, self-satisfied demeanour, Florestan approached his uncle and in angry, excited tones accused Arline of having stolen his diamond medallion. But Count Arnheim, greatly struck by the beauty and innocent looks of the young girl, who reminded him strangely of his own lost child, begged her to defend herself. Then Arline explained in clear, sweet tones that the jewel had been but a short time ago bestowed upon her by the gipsy queen, who, she now saw, had intended to bring trouble upon her by this very gift. And she proudly declared that, rather than be accused of such baseness as common theft, she would take her own life. She drew a dagger as she spoke, but ere she had raised her arm, Count Arnheim, whose chords of memory had again been touched by the maiden's sweet voice, sprang forward and snatched the weapon from her hand. His action was so sudden that Arline's loose sleeve slipped back from her elbow, disclosing the rough scar upon her white arm, and as the Count's gaze fell upon this wound mark, he turned suddenly pale, and in trembling accents demanded how she came by it. Full of surprise at his tone, Arline repeated the story of the maddened stag that Thaddeus had told to her, and Count Arnheim, knowing now beyond a doubt that this beautiful Bohemian maiden was indeed his long-lost child, clasped her in his arms with frantic joy, declaring to all that she was his beloved daughter. And now Arline was quickly restored to the high position she had been born to, and as soon as the young girl had recovered from the strangeness of her new life, the proud and happy Count set out invitations for a magnificent fête and ball, that he might introduce his lovely daughter to his friends in fitting style. But on the night of the ball, Arline, dressed in richest garments, sat alone in one of the splendid salons of the castle, with a sad look upon her face, for she was thinking of her faithful lover Thaddeus, and felt that she could never enjoy her new prosperity unless he shared it with her. The Count and his foppish nephew had just left her, at her own request, and as they went off to receive the first guests, she knew that Florestan, whom she greatly despised, was already petitioning her hand in marriage. With a heavy sigh, her thoughts turned quickly to the free and happy past, and at that moment the low window of the salon was suddenly opened, and Devilshoof entered from the grounds beyond. He begged her not to be alarmed, since he had but brought a message from his tribe, asking her to return to her old friends, and as he spoke, the window was opened again, and Thaddeus entered the room. With a cry of joy, Arline rushed into her lover's arms, and when Thaddeus besought her to remember him sometimes, even amidst wealth and splendor, she declared that she cared naught for wealth and splendor unless he would love her still. As they stood there folded in each other's arms, Count Arnheim's voice was heard as he conducted his guest towards the room, and Arline, fully aware that this was not the time to present her gipsy lover to her father, hastily thrust Thaddeus into a curtained recess, whilst Devil's Hoof escaped through the window. In another moment Count Arnheim entered the salon with the early guests, and with a proud smile took Arline by the hand and introduced her to his noble friends. Now, whilst Arline and Thaddeus had been rejoicing together, the gipsy queen had watched them without the window with a bitter rage and jealousy in her heart, for she still loved Thaddeus, and followed him wherever he went. She saw Arline hide him within the recess, and as the gaily dressed guests afterwards trooped in, she quickly thought out a plan for revenging herself upon her rival. Opening the window, she softly entered the salon, making her way to Count Arnheim, threw off her cloak, and declared that she had a message for him. Greatly surprised at the appearance of this strange figure, the Count bade her speak on, and with a triumphant glance toward the now pale and trembling Arline, the gipsy queen cried, "The daughter you prize so fondly is deceiving you. She loves a gipsy of my tribe, and he is even now hidden in this room." She pointed to the recess as she spoke, and Count Arnheim, stepping forward, drew aside the curtain, and Thaddeus appeared before the eyes of the astonished guests. Full of indignation and disappointment, the proud Count poured forth bitter reproaches upon the daughter he now felt to be unworthy of his love, and drawing his sword, he passionately bade Thaddeus depart ere he took his life. The gipsy queen seized Thaddeus by the hand, and triumphantly tried to drag him away with her, but Arline ran to her lover's side, and turning towards the bewildered guests, begged them to leave her alone with her father. When the guests had all retired to the salon beyond, and only her father and lover remained, she fell on her knees, and implored the Count to consent to her marriage with Thaddeus, whom she loved so dearly, declaring that she would rather die than live without him. But the Count only exclaimed the more against the disgrace to his name should his daughter wed an outcast gipsy. On hearing this, the ancestral pride of Thaddeus could no longer be restrained, and caring naught for the danger it might bring, he haughtily declared that he was of equally pure and noble birth as the Count himself, even though he wore the garb of a gipsy. He then told the whole story of his exile from Poland, and his reason for joining the gipsy tribe, and drawing forth his commission, from which he had never departed, he handed it to the Count as the proof of what he said. Count Arnheim was greatly moved at the sad story told by the exile, and when he had glanced at the commission, and read there that Thaddeus was indeed of noble birth, he took him by the hand, saying that the feuds of their countries should be forgotten, and that they should be friends. He then placed Arline's hand in that of Thaddeus, and the lovers embraced with great joy. Meanwhile, the queen of the gipsies, who had left the salon when the guests retired, had gone in search of a young gipsy whom she knew to be devoted to her service, and bidding him bring his musket and follow her, she once more crept round to the open window of the salon. With gleaming eyes she watched the three figures within, and then, when she saw the lovers folded in each other's arms, she turned to the gipsy at her side, and, in a transport of jealous rage, bade him shoot Thaddeus instantly. But Devil's Hoof had also followed closely upon her track, suspecting her evil design, and just as the musket was raised, by a dexterous movement he diverted the young gipsy's aim, and turned the muzzle upon the queen. There was a loud report, and a shriek, and the queen of the gipsies fell to the ground, slain by the shot she had intended for her lover. End of section 2.
Section 3 of Stories from the Operas by Gladys Davidson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Diana Schmidt. Beethoven, Fidelio. One bright summer day, during the 17th century, in the courtyard of a certain prison castle in Spain, the jailer's daughter, a pretty girl, named Marcelina, stood ironing linen in the doorway of her father's lodge. And though not in reality pressed for time, it pleased her to make a great pretense of being very busy, in order to avoid the attentions of Jacquino, the porter of the prison, who was constantly passing to and fro and engaging in conversation with her. It was quite in vain, however, that the amorous porter tried to get the maiden interested in his pretty speeches, for pert Miss Marcellina would have none of him to-day, and was even cruel enough to hint that her thoughts were with some more favored suitor elsewhere, and Jacquino felt himself very badly used. For until lately he alone had been the favored swain of this rustic coquette. But since the recent advent of a new assistant, a handsome youth rejoicing in the name of Fidelio, the jailer's pretty daughter had looked coldly upon her old sweetheart, and bestowed all her most bewitching smiles upon the newcomer. It was of Fidelio she was thinking now, knowing that the youth would shortly be returning from an errand upon which he had been sent some hours before. And so, when a loud knock was presently heard at the outer gate, she was filled with joyful anticipation, and eagerly bade Jacquino unfasten the bolts at once, which the porter did very reluctantly, and with much grumbling at such untimely interruption to his own suit. He was somewhat grimly pleased, therefore, when, on opening the gate, he admitted Rocco, the jailer, instead of the new assistant. But even this small satisfaction was short-lived, for almost immediately afterwards his rival, Fidelio, appeared, and so laden with packages and baskets that Marcellina ran to relieve him of them at once, commiserating tenderly with him on being thus heavily laden on so hot a day. Now, in reality, though none suspected it, Fidelio was not the person he represented himself to be, but instead a lady of high degree, who had thus taken on the disguise of a youth from a very noble motive. Within this prison castle there were a number of political prisoners, who, though innocent, were the victims of despotic power, and pined in captivity, because some private enemy refused to speak the word that would have set them at liberty. Amongst these prisoners was a certain Don Florestan, a nobleman, who, having had the misfortune to offend Don Pizarro, the governor of the fortress, had been by him accused of some slight political misdemeanor, and thrust into a deep dungeon of the prison. Having thus got his hated enemy into his power, the crafty governor gave out clearly afterwards that he had died, so that he should not be released when his short time of imprisonment was over. And thus, by keeping him closely chained in the deepest dungeon, and slowly starving him, he hoped that the wretched man would really die, and his own private vengeance be thus satisfied without resort to actual violence. However, his plans were to be frustrated from quite an unexpected source, for Don Florestan had a beautiful young wife, the Lady Leonora, who loved her husband so devotedly that, refusing to believe the report of his death, she determined to learn the truth at all costs, and, if he still lived, to rescue him from the hands of his unscrupulous enemy, Pizarro, who she knew would not hesitate to murder him so soon as he could do so without fear of discovery. Being of a brave and heroic disposition, Leonora was not afraid to risk her life for the sake of the man she loved, and so, having donned masculine attire, she boldly made her way to the fortress where her husband pined in captivity, and, giving her name as Fidelio, humbly requested the jailer to engage her as his assistant, hoping that in this way she would at last discover how Don Florestan was faring, and perhaps be able to plan some means of escape for him. Rocco, the jailer, being greatly struck with the pleasant looks and manners of the supposed youth, very willingly took her into his service, and since the new assistant was neat-handed, useful, and obliging, he quickly became a favorite with all within the castle, to the great chagrin of Jacquino, who, being clumsy and somewhat dull, now found himself quite out of favor. Poor Jacquino felt more aggrieved still when saucy Mistress Marcellina also showed preference for the newcomer, whose handsome face and air of melancholy attracted her fancy and caused her to treat her old sweetheart with disdain. And when discovering in addition that his master, Rocco, favored his daughter's new choice, he felt justly jealous of the unknown stranger who had so coolly supplanted him. So today, as Marcellina and her father ran to relieve the supposed Fidelio of his burdens, Jacquino kept sulkily in the background, and presently he departed to perform some duties within the castle, determined to press his own suit at some more favorable time. Rocco now began to praise his new assistant for the clever manner in which he had carried out his instructions that day, and to show his approval of this and of his conduct in general, he announced that he was quite willing to welcome such a likely youth as a son-in-law, since Marcellina seemed to regard him also with evident favor, and he even hinted at a very early date for the wedding day. Marcellina was delighted to hear this, and to know that her father favored her fancy for her dear Fidelio. But Leonora was greatly embarrassed, not knowing how she could get safely out of this new difficulty, for though she had tried to ingratiate herself with the jailer's daughter for her own purposes, she did not wish to pain the maiden in any way. However, she succeeded in hiding her embarrassment for the time being, and presently managed to direct the conversation into a safer channel by begging Rocco to allow her to accompany him in his daily visits to the prisoners in the lower dungeons, and to assist him with his work, which the jailer had hitherto performed alone. For in this way she knew she would be able to discover if her beloved husband still lived, since she had not seen him amongst the more favored prisoners, whom she was permitted to wait upon. At first Rocco refused this plea, declaring that Fidelio was too young to witness such dreadful sights as these wretched chained captives, and to emphasize his refusal, described the miserable state of one of these, who was nearly at the point of death through close confinement and starvation. But when Leonora, on hearing this, redoubled her entreaties, feeling sure from the description that this unhappy prisoner must be her own dear husband, he at length consented, feeling better pleased than ever with the youth's evident desire to assist him even in such disagreeable duties as visiting the dungeon captives. At this moment Don Pizarro, the cruel governor of the prison, entered the courtyard with some of the guard, and after giving orders to the captain, he proceeded to read the dispatches brought from the town by Fidelio, and now handed to him by Rocco. Amongst these dispatches Pizarro found a missive warning him that the prime minister intended to pay a surprise visit to the prison that evening, having been informed that certain victims of despotic power were still unjustly held captives there, and, suddenly filled with fear at the thought of how he should account for the presence of Don Florestan, so long believed to be dead, he began to form a plan to avoid this new danger to himself, and soon decided to kill his hated enemy within the next few hours. However, he did not mean to do this dreadful deed himself, if possible, and so, when the guard had presently gone on duty, he detained Rocco, intending to make him his instrument of vengeance. Carelessly handing the jailer a purse of gold, he hinted darkly that he desired the death of this wretched prisoner in the lowest dungeon. But Rocco, recoiling from the thought of such cold-blooded murder, refused to do the deed, although being afraid of offending his unscrupulous superior, he tremblingly agreed to dig the victim's grave, if Pizarro himself would strike the fatal blow. With this the governor was fain to be content, and the two departed separate ways, having first laid their plans and arranged that the grave should be dug beneath an old ruined cistern at the side of the dungeon. Now it happened that Leonora, having suspected from the dark looks of Pizarro that he intended ill to someone, had crept back to the courtyard, where she had remained hidden in such a position that she could overhear the conversation between the governor and Rocco, and filled with horror at the thought of the violent death now destined for the unhappy prisoner, whom she felt sure was her own beloved husband, she determined to rescue him that evening if possible, and hurried after Rocco, in order to be with him wherever he should go, and so learn all his plans. Later on, she returned with the jailer to the courtyard, where she discovered Marcellina and Jacquino engaged in a lively dispute, and, finding that the squabble was about herself as the supposed Fidelio, whom Jacquino regarded as a rival and Marcellina desired as a new sweetheart, she hastily changed this embarrassing subject by entreating Rocco to allow the more privileged prisoners to walk for a short time in the courtyard to enjoy a breath of fresh air, a request he had several times promised to grant when a suitable opportunity should occur. As Marcellina also added her entreaties to this kindly request, hoping to please her dear Fidelio by doing so, Rocco agreed, promising to keep Pizarro engaged for a short time on business at the other end of the fortress. And so, when he had departed, Jacquino and Leonora unlocked the cells, and invited the wretched inmates to walk outside for a while. Full of gratitude for this unexpected pleasure, the prisoners poured forth into the courtyard, walking about with slow, painful steps, but uttering cries of delight at the sight of the brilliant sunshine, and inhaling the fresh summer air with deep thankfulness. Presently Rocco returned, and informed the new assistant that Pizarro had consented to his helping him in the duties of attending upon the dungeon captives, and that he should begin that day by helping to dig the grave for the victim who was to die so soon as it was ready. And Leonora was filled with conflicting emotions, joyful at the thought of meeting her beloved one again, should the captive indeed prove to be her husband, but terrified by the prospect of her dreadful task. Whilst they were still talking together, Pizarro unexpectedly appeared on the scene, and, enraged at the sight of the captives walking in the courtyard, he poured forth angry abuse upon Rocco for daring to permit such a thing. The jailer, however, stopped this outburst by reminding Pizarro of the dark deed he was presently to assist him with, and, anxious to keep on good terms with the one who knew his wicked plans, the governor ceased to bluster, but gave orders for the prisoners to be once more locked up. When the wretched captives had returned reluctantly to their cells, uttering deep sighs of regret as they quitted the bright sunshine for the gloomy darkness of the prison, Rocco called the supposed Fidelio to one side, and, laden with spades and pickaxes, they made their way to the deepest dungeon to commence their gruesome task. Little dreaming that the one person in all the world he most longed to see, his beloved wife, was even now approaching, Don Florestan lay suffering upon the floor of his horrible cell, with despair in his heart, for he had now been so long without food, and was so terribly exhausted, that he knew death could not be far off. All hope of escape had long since deserted him, and he had quite resigned himself to his fate, looking forward to death as the end of his sufferings. But even now the image of his beautiful Leonora shone brightly in his heart, and every now and again he would breathe her name tenderly, and stretch forth his arms with a loving gesture, as though about to embrace her visionary form, or call a passionate greeting to her, thinking in his wandering delirium that she indeed stood before him. Just as he sank back exhausted after one of these flights of feverish fancy, Rocco the jailer entered the dungeon, followed by the trembling Leonora, who shivered as she felt the chill, damp air of the subterranean cell, and glanced apprehensively at the huddled form on the ground, fearing yet hoping that it would prove to be her husband. Rocco at once proceeded to the ruined cistern situated at the side of the dungeon, and, taking his spade and pickaxe, began to dig the grave, calling to his assistant to do likewise, speaking in gruff but not unkindly tones, thinking that the youth's evident reluctance to commence the horrid task was due to the softness natural to his tender years, rather than to any deeper feeling. At length, however, Leonora, in order to keep up her disguise, took her spade and began to assist in the work. But every now and again she turned her eyes upon the crouching form of the poor prisoner, who appeared to be sleeping. Presently, however, Don Florestan raised his head and addressed the jailer, and Leonora, seeing now that he was indeed her own beloved husband, was so overcome that she sank back in a swoon. Rocco, not noticing the agitation of his assistant, approached the prisoner, who demanded, as he had already done many times before, the name of the tyrant whose cruelty thus doomed him to a living death. Rocco, knowing that the poor man was to die within the next hour, felt that there could now be no harm in granting this request. So he told Florestan that his enemy was Don Pizarro, the governor of the prison. The name of Pizarro recalled Leonora's wandering senses, and still keeping her face hidden from Florestan, she tried to persuade Rocco to permit her to give the captive some bread she had brought with her for this purpose. Though the jailer at first refused, his own pity for the wretched prisoner at length got the better of him, and he gave his consent, even making him drink a little wine from a small flagon he had himself brought. No sooner had Florestan eagerly partaken of the welcome food, which quickly brought back some little strength to his weary frame, than the dreaded Pizarro entered the dungeon, his first words being to bid Rocco send his youthful assistant away. Leonora, however, though she pretended to obey, only retired into the shadows of the dungeon, and then Pizarro, flinging open his cloak, and drawing his dagger, strode towards the prisoner, and in cruel, triumphant tones bade him prepare to die, hoping to see him fall on his knees and beg for mercy. But Florestan, who had now risen to his feet, bravely drew himself up to his full height with quiet dignity, and his look of calm contempt so exasperated the wicked Pizarro that he sprang forward immediately, intending to stab him to the heart. Ere he could strike, however, Leonora flung herself upon him, and bade him desist, and as Pizarro, taken by surprise, drew back, she now boldly declared herself to be the wife of his intended victim. Florestan, seeing the face of the supposed youth for the first time, was amazed to recognize his beloved Leonora, and, full of joy, even in this awful moment of danger, the long-separated husband and wife embraced tenderly. Pizarro, enraged at this untimely interruption of his evil plans, and knowing that he had little time to lose, since his superior officer would arrive very shortly, sprang forward again, intending to stab them both. But Leonora, in a flash, drew forth a loaded pistol she had concealed in her garments, and, covering him with it, declared she would fire if he moved a step further. Chagrined, and completely nonplussed at this sudden turning of the tables upon him, Pizarro stood helpless, glaring furiously upon the brave Leonora. And as they stood thus, the sound of a trumpet was heard, and Jacquino, accompanied by several officers of the castle, appeared in the doorway, announcing that Don Fernando, the minister, had just arrived, and demanded an immediate interview with the governor of the prison. Pizarro, balked of his prey, and feeling that disaster was about to fall on him, yet not daring to disobey the command of his superior, turned angrily on his heel and left the cell. When their enemy had departed, Florestan and Leonora again fell into each other's arms and rejoiced together, full of gladness at meeting once more, and hopeful that their troubles would now shortly come to an end. And then, as soon as the exhausted Count had sufficiently recovered, Rocco escorted them both to the large court of the castle, where the minister, Don Fernando, surrounded by soldiers and officers, was receiving the thanks of the grateful captives, whom he had just ordered to be set free, knowing that they had unjustly been kept in bonds. The jailer, eager to bring his cruel master into disgrace, led Florestan and Leonora forward at once, and appealed to the minister for justice. And Don Fernando, astonished at thus beholding the young count, whom all had been believed to be dead, received him with great kindness, and gave him a hearty welcome. Then, when he was told the whole story of Pizarro's infamous plot, and how it was frustrated by the intended victim's brave wife, he declared that Florestan was free from that moment, and that Leonora herself should have the joy of removing the chains that had been put so unjustly upon him. When this pleasant task had been performed by the now happy Leonora, the whole assemblage were free to rejoice together, for all were glad at the downfall of the tyrant Pizarro. The released captives were glad because they were at liberty once more. Jacquino was glad because the dangerous Fidelio could no longer be a rival to his claim upon the pretty Marcelina, who was even now ready to smile on him again. And Florestan and his faithful Leonora were the most joyful of all, since they were restored to each other and a life of perfect peace and happiness. End of section 3.
Section 4 of Stories from the Operas by Gladys Davidson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Russell Newton. Section 4. Bellini, La Sonnambula. In a certain pretty village in Italy, the light-hearted peasants were gathered together one summer evening on the shady green, talking in groups as they waited to witness the betrothal of Elvino, a prosperous young farmer, and his fair sweetheart Amina, whose nuptials were to be celebrated on the morrow. The wreaths and garlands of flowers for the wedding decorations were being merrily set up by willing hands, and the village already wore a gala air, for all were looking forward eagerly to the coming festivities, with the exception of one person, who alone refused to be joyful. This was Lisa, the pretty young hostess of the village inn, who, having once received attentions herself from the handsome Elvino, had felt slighted when he fixed his affections upon Amina, whose beauty and sweet winning ways had made her the belle of the village. And now, as she mingled with the merry throng on the green, she was filled with envy for the happy fate of the bride-elect, and could do nothing but make spiteful remarks about her rival, declaring her to be a mere nobody, and not worthy of so great a piece of fortune. For Amina was but a poor orphan, who had been brought up by Dame Teresa of the Mill, a worthy woman who had loved and cared for her as though she were her own child. But in spite of her unknown birth and dependent position, Amina was beloved by all the villagers, whose hearts she had won by her many deeds of kindness. But Lisa's jealousy would not allow her to see any perfection in the gentle Amina, and so full of envy and disappointment did she feel just now, that to all the remarks made to her by her devoted admirer, Alessio, she only returned snappish replies, which, however, disconcerted her swain but little. For Alessio was a merry, lively fellow, full of fun, and not easily discouraged, and having conceived a great admiration for the pretty but sharp-tongued Lisa, he was forever coaxing her to marry him, and in spite of her many snubs, still felt confident of success in the end. As they walked about the green this evening, he said again, "Come, Lisa, let us sign our marriage contract whilst the notary is here, and save him the trouble of coming again." But to this cool suggestion, however, Mistress Lisa merely tossed her head and turned impatiently away, and Alessio, nothing daunted, began to join heartily in the merry wedding song he had himself composed in honour of the day, which the villagers had just raised as the pretty Amina appeared on the green, accompanied by Dame Teresa. When the song came to an end, Amina thanked her friends in a gentle voice for their kindly wishes, and then, turning to Alessio and Lisa, she mischievously suggested that they should follow her example, and plight their troth with her that night. "'Tis just what I have been saying," cried the irrepressible Alessio gleefully. "Come, Lisa, say that you will, for I feel I must get married today, and if you won't have me, I'll have to marry Dame Teresa." All laughed merrily at this, but Lisa sulkily refused to join in the fun, for Elvino had now arrived, and the sight of his devoted attentions to Amina caused her jealousy and disappointment to smart afresh. The notary having also now arrived with the marriage contract, the guests gathered around a table which had been placed beneath the trees outside Dame Teresa's house, and Elvino and Amina, having signed their names to the paper, their betrothal was thus formally concluded. Just as the happy pair were receiving the congratulations of their friends, a strange cavalier, whose gay attire, aristocratic bearing, and deferential attendance proclaimed him to be a person of rank, approached the inn, and inquired of the bystanders if the landlord's chateau was near at hand, and on being informed that it was some little distance away, he announced his intention of passing the night at the inn. On hearing this, Lisa, mindful of her duties as hostess, hurried forward officiously, and offered her best accommodation to the stranger, and then, having received some gallant compliments from her guest, who had an appreciative eye for a pretty face, she hastened within doors to make all ready, beaming with pleasure. The stranger was, however, more greatly struck with the beauty of Amina, to whom he next addressed himself, declaring that she reminded him of someone who he had long since loved and lost; and so intense was his gaze, that after he had departed within the inn, Elvino, seized with a sudden pang of jealousy, reproached the maiden for having thus spoken with the newcomer; but Amina tenderly reassured her anxious lover, declaring that she loved but him alone, and the little cloud that had threatened to gather now quickly vanished. As they moved away happily together, Alessio presently came running out to announce that he had discovered the stranger to be none other than the Count Rodolfo, their own lord of the soil, whose chateau overlooked the village, and who had not visited his native place since he was a child. And upon hearing this interesting news, the villagers were all filled with great excitement, and, as they trooped away to their homes, arranged to proceed to the inn at break of day to sing a song of welcome to their signor, and to show their joy at his arrival. Some hours later, Count Rodolfo was conducted to the finest chamber which the old-fashioned inn afforded, and which, though it had the reputation of being haunted, he had laughingly insisted upon occupying, finding it quaint and comfortable. And before retiring for the night, though it was already late, Lisa appeared at the door to ask if all his wishes had been attended to, and also to offer her respects to him as her signor. The Count, being a gay cavalier, and accustomed to making conquests wherever he went, invited her to enter, thinking that a flirtation with his pretty hostess would pass the time pleasantly. And Lisa, nothing loath, but delighted at the impression she had imagined she had made on her guest, was willing enough to accept his attentions. The Count's pretty speeches pleased her very well, nor did she object when he snatched a kiss or two; but, not daring to remain longer, since the night was advancing, she was just about to depart, when a strange interruption came. Just at that moment, a slight female figure, clad in a long white robe, softly entered the room, and walked slowly across the floor, speaking aloud, as though holding a conversation with some unseen person. And, to the great amazement of the Count and Lisa, they saw that their mysterious nocturnal visitor was Amina, who, although her eyes were wide open, saw them not, since she was walking in her sleep. For, though unknown to anyone, and still less to herself, Amina was a somnambulist, and had quite unconsciously walked from her own home and entered through the unfastened door of the inn. And as Count Rodolfo now gazed in astonishment upon the maiden, whose lovely face had so interested him earlier in the evening, he was filled with a strange, deep emotion, and listened eagerly to the words she said, from which he gathered that she imagined herself speaking to Elvino, since she spoke reproachfully of his having for a moment doubted her faithful heart. But Lisa, though at first alarmed, quickly saw in this unforeseen circumstance a means for satisfying her petty spite against the orphan she despised, and, quickly making her escape from the room, she determined to seek out Elvino, and prove to him that his betrothed was base and unfaithful to him, since she had found her in the chamber of the Count Rodolfo. Meanwhile, Amina continued to speak in tender accents of her love for Elvino, and, unconsciously taking the Count's hand in hers, she softly caressed it, repeatedly avowing her passion. Count Rodolpho watched the sleeping maiden with increasing emotion, feeling the charm of her ethereal beauty creeping over him like a spell; and at last, fearful of awakening her, and not daring to trust himself longer in her sweet presence, since, though her helplessness appealed to his chivalry, he felt drawn towards her by a strange attraction, he hastily left the room, and, leaving the inn at once, made his way to his own château. After he had gone, Amina ceased to speak, and, presently sinking upon a couch, remained there in peaceful slumber. It was now daybreak, and the peasants, in accordance with the arrangement of the evening before, assembled in the inn, and, making their way to the Count's chamber, began to sing a joyous song of welcome, which they hoped would presently arouse him from his slumbers. Soon afterwards, Lisa entered the room with Elvino, whom she had brought to behold for himself his betrothed slumbering in the chamber of the stranger, cruelly and unjustly keeping from him the fact that Amina had walked there in her sleep. Elvino, who had indignantly refused to believe her story, now uttered an exclamation of grief and despair on beholding what appeared to him the proof of Lisa's statement; and at that moment Amina, awakened by the singing, opened her eyes, and was quickly filled with amazement on beholding her unaccustomed surroundings. As she rose from the Count's bewilderment, Elvino burst forth into angry reproaches, declaring her to be faithless and base, and in spite of poor Amina's piteous assurances of innocence, since she could not explain how she came to be found in such a compromising situation, he spurned her with scorn, and, thrusting aside her clinging arms, departed in anger. Amina, overcome with grief and despair, sank sobbing into the arms of Dame Teresa, who, though not understanding the mystery, yet believed her to be innocent, and led her away with great tenderness. And the peasants then sadly dispersed, loath to think ill of the pretty maiden they loved so well, yet compelled to admit the evidence of their own eyes. But they were not satisfied, and later on in the day they set off to seek out Count Rodolpho in his château, and to learn what he knew of this strange matter, and if he had indeed enticed the poor girl to her ruin. Meanwhile, Lisa was triumphant, and, having thus succeeded in bringing disgrace and ignominy upon her rival, she sought out Elvino, who had wandered into the woods near the château, and tenderly offered words of comfort to him, and by encouraging his rage against Amina, led him artfully to think of renewing his vows to herself; and then wisely refraining from becoming too importunate, she left him to his own reflections again, and wandered alone down another glade. Here she was joined by the lively Alessio, who, after first bewailing the sad fate of Amina, made the brilliant suggestion that Lisa should marry him at once, so that the wedding decorations should not be wasted, a suggestion, however, which was again disdainfully flouted by the captious Lisa, who informed him that she already felt assured of eventually securing the more prosperous Elvino as her husband. Alessio, well used to such rebuffs, and not the least disconcerted by this surprising announcement, still pressed his own claims, and then seeing that the peasants were approaching from the château, the wrangling pair set off to join them. Meanwhile, Amina, accompanied by the sympathetic Dame Teresa, had also sought solace for her woe in the woods, and presently coming face to face with the unhappy Elvino, she once more besought him to believe in her innocence. Elvino, though filled with emotion at beholding the maiden whom he believed had wronged him, still refused, however, to listen to her pleadings, and again turning from her with scorn and anger, hurried quickly away. And as Dame Teresa vainly endeavoured to comfort the now heartbroken girl, the peasants came in sight, headed by Count Rodolpho, who, having heard from them of Amina's sad plight, had now come to prove her innocence. Full of compassion, he approached the half-fainting girl, and seeing that she was utterly exhausted by the strain that had been put upon her, he bade Dame Teresa to take her into a neighbouring mill, and make her rest for a while, promising that in the meantime he would seek out Elvino, and try to convince him of the innocence of his betrothed. When Dame Teresa had led the weary Amina into the mill, the peasants went to seek Elvino, and when they had at length found and persuaded him to return with them, the Count bade him be of good comfort and cease to mourn, since Amina was still worthy of his love. He then described to him that the maiden had entered his room the night before in her sleep, explaining that she was a somnambulist, and, as such, utterly unconscious of her actions at the time, But Elvino and the simple peasants, never before having heard of this strange phenomenon, were scarcely yet convinced, finding it difficult to realize such a curious circumstance, which had not come within their experience before. But whilst they were still wondering at the story they had been told to them, they saw Amina softly approaching from the mill, passing them with wide open, unseeing eyes, and uttering Elvino's name in loving accents. And, seeing that the maiden was again walking in her sleep, the Count explained this fact to the peasants, and bade them remain quiet until she should awaken. Elvino, overjoyed at this final proof of his beloved one's innocence, could scarcely restrain his happy feelings, watching the lovely maiden's movements with eager interest. And when she presently awakened to full consciousness, he clasped her in his arms with joy, beseeching her to forgive him for doubting her faith. Amina, full of happiness at thus learning that Elvino still loved her, and no longer believed her to be false, was soon restored to her accustomed gaiety, and so the reunited pair were wedded that same day ere the sun went down, amidst the great rejoicing of the villagers, who were filled with delight that the fair maiden they loved so well was now cleared from all reproach. End of section 4. Recording by Russell Newton. Section 5 of Stories from the Operas by Gladys Davidson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Russell Newton, Atlanta, Georgia. Bellini, E. Puritani. During the Great Civil War between the royal house of Stuart and the Parliament, at the time when Charles II was a fugitive, the fortress of Plymouth was held by the Parliamentary army, and here the commander of the fortress, Lord Walton, a Puritan sternly devoted to the side he had espoused, had brought his lovely young daughter Elvira, that she might be safe from the many dangers of that troublous time. The sweetness and grace of Elvira quickly gained her many admirers, for even the sombre Puritans were not proof against the enthralling charms of youth and beauty. Amongst these admirers was Sir Richard Forth, a colonel in the parliamentary forces, and being of good family and excellent repute amongst the Puritans, he met with a very favourable reception when he brought his suit to Lord Walton, who readily accepted him as his future son-in-law. Elvira, however, had already, unknown to her father, given her heart to a Cavalier officer, Lord Arthur Talbot, who held a high position in the Royalist army, and when she was told that the Puritan officer had been accepted as her suitor, she was filled with dismay, knowing such a loveless marriage could bring nothing but misery, yet believing that her father would never consent to her union with her Cavalier lover. In this dilemma, she confided her troubles to her uncle, Lord George Walton, who, though a retired Puritan officer, yet remained in the fortress to assist his brother in the command, and this gentleman, who loved Elvira as his own child, was so deeply moved by her passionate appeal for his aid, that he promised to use every endeavour in his power to bring about her union with the man she loved. At first, Lord George was not successful in his interview with his brother on Elvira's behalf, for the stern Puritan officer had no desire to connect himself with the Cavalier family, and declared that he had already promised his daughter to Sir Richard Forth, who was in every way a suitable husband for her. When, however, his brother, who cared less for political and religious distinctions, declared that Elvira's highly strung system and loving nature could never bear the tragedy of a loveless marriage, and that it would certainly break her heart should it be forced upon her, Lord Walton was no longer proof against such an appeal as this, for he was a devoted father, and loved his daughter with very tender affection. He therefore agreed that the undesired betrothal with Sir Richard Forth should be set aside at once, and he also signified his consent to Elvira's marriage with Lord Arthur Talbot, giving instructions for the young Cavalier to be admitted into the fortress on the morrow, that the nuptials might be celebrated there without further delay. Elvira was filled with the utmost joy when her uncle brought her these glad tidings, and preparations for the wedding ceremony were commenced forthwith, so that a merry bustle was quickly set up in the sombre castle. The young Cavalier was also overjoyed at this happy turn of events, and he needed no second bidding to prepare for his wedding with the beautiful maiden he loved so well. On his arrival at the fortress next morning, Lord Arthur received a joyous welcome from all, for his many deeds of bravery and chivalry had won him universal renown, so that even the Puritan followers of Lord Walton had words of praise and admiration for this young noble cavalier, who was to be wedded to their leader's daughter that day. A glad meeting took place between Elvira and her lover, and then, whilst the happy maiden retired to don her bridal robes, Arthur remained in the courtyard of the castle, where his tender thoughts were unexpectedly diverted into another channel. As he waited there, a captive lady, closely guarded, was brought out from the fortress into the courtyard, where she was informed by Lord Walton that she was about to be escorted to the parliamentary tribunal, there to receive her sentence. The despairing looks of the captive lady moved Arthur to deep pity, and on learning from Lord George that she had been in prison several months in the fortress as one strongly suspected of favouring the Stuart cause, and of having acted as their spy, and that she would certainly be condemned to the scaffold, the young cavalier, as a fellow adherent of the Royalists, determined to seek speech with her. Therefore, whilst the attention of the officers and guards was turned in another direction for a short time, he managed to get sufficiently near the lady to enter into a low-toned conversation with her, and then, to his utter horror and dismay, he discovered that the captive was none other than the widow of the unfortunate Charles I, Queen Henrietta, who, whilst engaged in disguise on a secret enterprise on behalf of her fugitive son, had been captured by her enemies and thrust by them into Plymouth Fortress, where, though still preserving her incognito, she knew herself to be in the utmost danger. Arthur, ever faithful to the Stuart cause, now felt it to be his sacred duty to rescue the unfortunate queen from her desperate situation, and he told the unhappy Henrietta that he would do all in his power to save her. At this moment the bride and her maidens returned to the courtyard, and Elvira, whose tender heart could not bear that another should be in trouble when she herself was so full of joy, at once approached the captive lady, for whose sad fate she had many times grieved, and tried to cheer her with words of comfort. She even playfully removed her long bridal veil, and drooped it over Henrietta's dark locks, clapping her hands merrily at the effect, and declaring she would make a beautiful bride. And the queen, forgetting her sadness for the moment, was so charmed with the young, graceful, and sweet innocence of Elvira, that she indulgently suffered her artless playfulness. The time for the ceremony was now almost due, and Elvira was hurried away by her uncle to the chapel so quickly that she had not time to don her veil again, but gaily called to Henrietta to follow her with it, forgetting in her eager excitement that the poor lady was a captive. As the bridal party trooped into the chapel, Arthur slipped back to the courtyard, blessing the happy chance which had left Henrietta in possession of the bridal veil, and bidding the queen to wrap it closely about her face and form, he hurried her to the gates of the courtyard, hoping that she might now be mistaken for Elvira, and thus be permitted to pass through. In spite of his anguish at being compelled to leave his beloved Elvira at the very moment of their union, Arthur was too loyal a royalist to forsake his queen in her extremity, and crushing down the strong temptation to return to his waiting bride, he steadfastly conducted his royal charge to the fortress gates. Here, to his dismay, he found Sir Richard Forth on guard, and the Puritan officer, severely smarting from the sudden cancellation of his betrothal with Elvira, and believing the veiled lady to be the bride, refused to let them pass, and challenged his successful rival to mortal combat. When, however, Henrietta lifted her veil, and in terrified accents bade the pair sheathe their swords, the Puritan saw that he had made a mistake, and he at once gave his permission for them to pass through the gates, hoping that by reporting the secret departure of Arthur with the captive lady, he would prove to Elvira the faithlessness of her cavalier lover, and thus further his own suit once more. Arthur and the queen thus escaped safely from the fortress, and as soon as the news became known, the greatest consternation prevailed. A number of parliamentary soldiers were quickly sent out to search for the fugitives, but Lord Arthur cleverly succeeded in eluding them, until he had placed the queen on board a ship, in which she was safely conveyed to France. Meanwhile, Elvira had received a terrible shock on learning of the desertion of her lover at the very moment of their marriage, and being led by the story of Sir Richard Forth to believe him faithless, her grief was so frantic that she completely lost her reason. The poor girl would wander out alone into the woods every day, now prattling childishly of happy days gone by, and anon imagining herself in the company of her beloved Arthur; and all the inmates of the fortress were filled with sorrow at the terrible change which had taken place in her. Lord Arthur Talbot was now proscribed and condemned to death by the parliamentary government for having effected the escape of a political prisoner; but Sir Richard Forth, who had special influence with his party, was at length persuaded by Elvira's uncle to plead for the young Cavalier's life to be spared should he be captured, for the kindly old Puritan hoped that if his distraught niece could be brought face to face with her lover once more, her reason might be restored. At last, Arthur, having succeeded in eluding his enemies for several months, managed to return to Plymouth, intending to enter the fortress once more, in spite of danger, and to claim his bride. And as he hurried cautiously through the neighbouring wood, he happened to meet Elvira herself, who was aimlessly wandering there as usual, singing wild and plaintive ditties with the unmistakable air of one bereft of reason. Terribly grieved and shocked at beholding his beloved one in such a condition, Arthur approached, and gently folded her in his arms, uttering tender words of greeting. As Lord George had foretold, the reappearance of Arthur did indeed restore Elvira's mental balance, and with great delight she returned his embraces, and listened gladly to the story of his adventures, and his explanation as to the true identity of the captive lady whom he had thought it his duty to save from the scaffold. Even as the restored lovers thus talked happily together, the Puritan search party arrived on the scene, having learnt of Arthur's return to the neighbourhood, and now tracked him to the wood, and dragging the young Cavalier from the arms of Elvira, they bade him prepare for instant death. At this distressing moment, however, another party, headed by Lords George Walton and Sir Richard Forth, came galloping up, and ordered the immediate release of the prisoner; and as the search party drew back in surprise, they were triumphantly informed that news had just arrived that the parliamentary forces had finally conquered the Royalists, and that in celebration of the event all political prisoners were pardoned. All was now peace and rejoicing, and Elvira, the Puritan maiden, completely restored to reason once more by the return of her lover, was united to the young Cavalier without further delay. End of Section 5. Recording by Russell Newton, Atlanta, Georgia.
Section 6 of Stories from the Operas by Gladys Davidson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathleen. Benedict, the Lily of Killarney. One summer evening, a gay company of merrymakers were gathered together in the brilliantly lighted hall at Torcregan, an ancient Irish mansion beautifully situated in the romantic district of Killarney. For Hardress Cregan, the handsome young owner of the estates, was entertaining his friends with all the generous prodigality and light-hearted carelessness of his race. The old hall rang with laughter and the sound of boisterous songs, and the merry guests now rejoiced with their host for his bachelor state and freedom from care, and anon rated him for not taking on himself the sweet bonds of matrimony. All were bent on enjoyment and ready for any mad frolic, and when a moonlight steeplechase was suggested in order to try the disputed merits of two of the guests' steeds, it was hailed with zest, and the whole party trooped out into the open air to watch the sport. But Mrs. Cregan, the widowed mother of Hardress, remained behind in the deserted hall, and upon a servant, a few moments later, announcing a newcomer, Mr. Corrigan, her gaiety quickly vanished, and a careworn, hunted look came into her eyes, for Corrigan was an agent, or middleman, a low-bred, officious fellow who held a mortgage on the Cregan estates, and being ambitious and eager to make a position for himself and Carrie, he did not hesitate to dictate insolent terms to the aristocratic family he thus had in his power. Knowing that the Cregans were considerably embarrassed for money, and feeling that his chance for early payment was small,
He had requested Mrs. Cregan to persuade her son to seek marriage with Miss Anne Chute, the richest heiress in Kerry, with whose wealth the matter of the mortgage could be comfortably settled, and it was his practice to intrude occasionally to learn how Hardress's suit was progressing. To-night, however, he had a new suggestion to make, for being impressed by the still youthful looks and charms of Mrs. Cregan, he had the assurance to remark that, should Hardress not succeed in securing the heiress, he would himself be willing to accept the hand of the handsome widow in lieu of payment. To this suggestion Mrs. Cregan, who loathed and despised the man, gave a proud refusal, but her indignant demeanour was quickly changed to dismay when Corrigan, angered by her scorn, declared that if she intended Hardress to settle the debt by marrying the heiress, she must keep a strict watch upon him, since he was indulging in a secret amour with an unknown peasant girl, whom he kept hidden in a cottage on the opposite shore of the neighbouring lake. Mrs. Cregan incredulously repudiated his statement, but her angry speech was interrupted by the sound of a song sung by a lake boatman, whom Corrigan triumphantly declared to be Danny Mann, the devoted, though humble, follower of Hardress, for whom he was evidently now waiting, in order to convey him to his mysterious sweetheart on the opposite shore. To convince Mrs. Cregan of the truth of his statement, Corrigan drew her behind a curtain, from whence, unseen, she could watch the result of the boatman's signal. A few moments later, Hardress, having made his escape from his friends on hearing the boatman's song, entered the room, and spoke with Danny Mann through the open window, and then, taking up a lighted candle, he exposed it and shaded it 3 times, finally extinguishing it altogether, upon which a similar light in a cottage window on the opposite shore of the lake likewise flashed and vanished. After this unmistakable signal had been made, Hardress hurried down to the water, and was rowed across the lake in Danny Mann's boat, and Mrs. Cregan, now only too well convinced of her son's intrigue, was filled with dismay. But Corrigan left the house in triumph, knowing that the startled widow would now hurry forward her son's suit with the heiress, since her pride of birth would not suffer her to contemplate the young man's present love affair with serenity, and he chuckled as he thought how remorselessly he would insist upon the second mode of paying the debt, should the first one fail. Meanwhile, in the cottage on the other side of the lake, Eily O'Connor, the Lily of Killarney, a lovely young Irish girl, whose silky raven locks had won for her the name of the Colleen Bawn, eagerly awaited the arrival of Hardress Cregan, who was indeed not only her lover, but her lawful husband also, for Hardress had fallen so passionately in love with this beautiful peasant maiden that, fearful lest he might lose her through the opposition of his own people, he had persuaded her to enter into a secret marriage with him. He had, however, bound her by a solemn promise not to reveal their true relation to each other, knowing that the thought of his probable union with Miss Anne Chute was the only safe means he had of keeping Corrigan from pressing for immediate settlement of his debt, and Eily, who loved her aristocratic admirer with the whole-hearted devotion of a true and trusting nature, readily consented, and at his bidding kept herself hidden in the little cottage on the shore of the lake. Here she was watched over and guarded by a good priest, known as Father Tom, and here also she was frequently visited by a peasant lover, a smuggler outlaw named Miles Nacopeline, who, though knowing her to be the wife of Hardress Cregan, still showed his devotion to her by keeping close at hand, in order to serve her should the occasion arise. To-night, as he was conveying a keg of smuggled whiskey to his friend, Father Tom, to whom, as a good Catholic, he always gave 1/10 of his possessions, Miles had met with the agent, Corrigan, who, knowing him to be in the confidence of Hardress Cregan, had endeavoured to draw information from him as to the identity of the mysterious hidden maiden in the lake shore cottage, but his fair words and promised bribes made little headway with the staunch Miles, whose lively Irish wit made him more than a match for the prying agent. When Corrigan had departed, Miles made his way to the Colleen Bawn's cottage, where he found the inmates somewhat upset, for Father Tom, jealous of the good name of the pretty maiden over whom he exercised guardianship, had been pressing Eily to persuade Hardress Cregan to acknowledge their marriage, declaring it to be unjust to her that he should continue to visit her by stealth. Nor was the good father satisfied when Eily declared that Hardress doubtless felt ashamed to introduce a peasant wife to his fine relations, and that he might even leave her altogether should he be pressed to do so. But when he again sternly insisted upon her securing her rights, she agreed to do so. On the entrance of Miles, however, gaiety once more reigned in the cottage, for the merry outlaw insisted on brewing a big bowl of punch, to the accompaniment of a lively Irish song. As the song came to an end, Hardress Cregan appeared, and Eily soon noticed that he was anxious and upset, since her strong Irish brogue irritated him more than usual, so that he scolded her for mispronouncing her words. Presently she learnt from him of the difficulty he was in with regard to the mortgage on his estate, and he eagerly desired her to give up her marriage certificate, that he might be free to make the union his mother desired, declaring that otherwise he would visit her no more. Eily's love for Hardress was so great that she was even willing to make the monstrous sacrifice he required, in order to save him from ruin. But Miles na Copaleen indignantly interposed to prevent such a selfish design from being carried out, whilst Father Tom sternly compelled Hardress to give into his own keeping the certificate which the trusting Eily had yielded up. Young Cregan, angry at being thus foiled, and equally ashamed of the base part he had felt compelled to play for the sake of his mother's welfare, left the cottage in a passion, declaring that he would never visit it again, and bidding the Colleen Bawn farewell for ever. And poor Eily, overcome by this distressing scene, fell senseless to the floor, heedless of the words of comfort uttered by her two faithful friends. Hardress, though soon filled with deep remorse for his recent heartless conduct, now began to pay his addresses to Anne Chute with such earnestness and success that their engagement and early marriage was presently announced. But the young man's thoughts constantly reverted to the deserted Eily, whom he still loved dearly, and whose gentle image he could not drive from his mind. Soon his troubled thoughts and embarrassing situation became known to Danny Mann, and the wily boatman, whose devotion and love for young Cregan was intense, suggested a desperate means for securing his freedom. He hinted that he would himself willingly resort to violence in order to remove the Colleen Bawn from his master's path, and even when Hardress refused with horror and indignation to consider such a scheme, he still declared that he was ready to do the deed at any time, if Cregan would send him his glove as a token that he desired Eily O'Connor to vanish. Shortly after this, Mrs. Cregan received another visit from Corrigan, the agent, who, still doubting whether Hardress would ever marry the heiress, began to press his hateful alternative upon her. But his undesired attempts at love-making were summarily stopped by the entrance of young Cregan, who, grasping the situation at a glance, forcibly ejected the agent, pouring fiery words of indignation upon him, to which Corrigan replied with sulky threats of an early triumph. It happened that Danny Mann, the boatman, who was waiting without, overheard the whole of this conversation, and after cautiously watching Corrigan and Hardress to a safe distance, he came forward to speak with Mrs. Cregan, declaring that the only way to make a break between her son and his sweetheart, the Colleen Bawn, was to pack the girl off to America, slyly undertaking to arrange the matter himself with Eily, who he knew would consent, if he could show to her Hardress's glove as a token that it was his desire that she should go. Mrs. Cregan, unaware that the pair were married, and equally unsuspicious that Danny had any darker scheme in his mind, went at once in search of the required symbol, feeling that if only Eily could be got away from the district, Hardress would think no more about her, and thus his marriage with Anne Chute could be hurried forward. And soon she returned with one of Hardress's gloves, which was joyfully seized by the boatman, who eagerly set about carrying out his base design, by which he intended to force the Colleen Bawn, by threats of murder, to give up her marriage certificate, knowing that if once this could be destroyed, she had no legal claim on Hardress Cregan, since the priest who had wedded them, and all other witnesses of the marriage, were dead. With stealthy haste, Danny Mann got out his boat, and making his way to the cottage of the Colleen Bawn, he informed her that Hardress had sent him to fetch her away at once. The unsuspicious Eily was filled with joy on hearing this, for she had seen and heard nothing of Hardress since the night he had left her in anger, and she eagerly stepped into Danny Mann's boat, believing that her beloved one had forgiven her, and was about to acknowledge her as his wife. The fact that Danny appeared to have been drinking somewhat heavily did not cause her any alarm for her safety, for it never entered into her trusting heart that the old boatman, who had always loved her, could ever do her harm, much less that he had deliberately bolstered his courage with drink for this very purpose. Too soon, however, her fears were awakened, for Danny Mann, instead of taking her to the opposite shore as she had expected, hastily rowed her to a dark and lonely water cave, where he roughly bade her step out on a rock. Then he commanded her to either deliver up to him the marriage certificate, which he knew she now always carried in her bosom, or to be thrown by him into the lake to drown. And poor Eily, at last full of fear, implored him to have pity upon her, since she had sworn to the priest, Father Tom, that she would never part with her marriage lines. But Danny Mann was too devoted to Hardress Cregan to be kept from his resolve by even the tearful entreaties of the fair Lily of Killarney, and still believing that he was acting in the real interests of his beloved young master, he fiercely demanded the marriage certificate, and upon Eily again firmly refusing to part with it, he pushed her remorselessly into the water. At this moment a shot was fired, and Danny Mann, mortally wounded by his unseen assailant, fell also into the water. The person who had fired this shot was none other than Miles Nacopoline, the Colleen Bawn's peasant lover, who used this solitary water cave as a hiding place for the kegs of whiskey and other contraband goods which he smuggled from time to time, and swinging himself by means of a long rope into his secret domain at the moment of Eily's fall into the water, and seeing a moving form on the rock, he mistook it in the darkness for an otter, took aim, and fired. He was just chuckling over the excellent shot he had made, when he noticed something white floating in the water, and soon, to his horror, recognizing this as the form of his beloved Eily, he instantly dived in to her rescue. After some little difficulty, he reappeared with the now unconscious girl in his arms, and placing her tenderly in his boat, he hastily rowed her away from the cave, and conveyed her to his own cabin. Here, with great tenderness, he restored her to consciousness once more, but on learning from her that it was Danny Mann who had thrust her into the water, and whom he had himself shot in the cave in mistake for an otter, he suspected foul play, and determined to keep the girl hidden for the present, believing the old boatman to be dead. But Danny Mann, although mortally wounded, did not die immediately, and after a long and painful effort, he managed to crawl from the cave and reach a place of safety, where aid was forthcoming. He begged his rescuers to send for Father Tom, that he might confess to him before he died, and on the arrival of the priest he told him of the whole plot, and that he had drowned Eily O'Connor in the hope of being of service to Hardress Cregan. The unaccountable disappearance of the Colleen bond confirmed his story, which quickly spread, and this information coming to the ears of Corrigan, the agent, he at once went before the magistrates, and accused Hardress Cregan of complicity in the crime. An order was accordingly made out for the arrest of Hardress, and Corrigan set off with the officers of justice and soldiers for this purpose, maliciously triumphing in the revenge he could now take upon the Cregans for their contempt of him. He led his men to the mansion of Anne Chute, where a gay company of guests had already assembled for the wedding festivities, which were even now being held. But even as the soldiers surrounded the house, Hardress Cregan, unable to keep up the deception any longer, drew the heiress away from her guests, and confessed all to her, telling her of his secret marriage with the Colleen Bawn, for whom he now deeply mourned. Believing her to be dead, Anne Chute possessed a gentle and kindly nature, and instead of spurning him, as he had expected, she had only sympathy for his sorrow, and willingly expressed her forgiveness for his conduct to herself. It was at this moment that Corrigan entered with the officers of justice to arrest the now despairing young man for his supposed complicity in the murder of Eily O'Connor, and a scene of the wildest consternation followed. Anne Chute and all her guests declared stoutly that Hardress could not be guilty of such a horrible crime, but Corrigan triumphantly produced the glove which Danny Mann had obtained, declaring this to be the token agreed upon between the old boatman and his master that the unfortunate girl should disappear. Hardress indignantly denied that he had ever sent such a token, declaring that though Danny Mann had indeed made the dark suggestion to him, he had instantly repelled it with horror, and Mrs. Cregan, who had been half dazed by the shock of her son's danger, now rushed forward, and related how the old boatman had enticed her to give him the glove, thus proving beyond doubt that Hardress was entirely innocent in the matter. Then, to the utter surprise and relief of all, there came a sudden and welcome interruption to this distressing scene, for Eily O'Connor herself entered the room, accompanied by Miles Nacopaleen, who, hearing of the dangerous position of Hardress Cregan, had judged this to be the right moment in which to produce the girl whose life he had saved. With deep joy and thankfulness, Hardress clasped his beloved Eily in his arms, and introduced her to the astonished company as his lawful wife. And seeing the turn affairs had taken, Corrigan, the agent, slunk quietly out of the room. Nor had he again the power to annoy or persecute the Cregans, for, with splendid generosity, Anne Chute insisted upon settling the matter of the mortgage as her wedding gift to Hardress and his lovely Colleen Bawn. End of section 6.
Section 7 of Stories from the Operas by Gladys Davidson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tom Denham. Bizet's Carmen. One noontide, during the early years of the 19th century, a group of light-hearted soldiers were standing together outside the guardhouse in the great public square of Seville, waiting for the change of guard. And as they stood there, idly watching the ever-moving crowd, they whiled away the time by making merry remarks on the passers-by. It was a bright and lively scene, for at this time of the day the square was filled with youths and maidens just freed from morning work, who, seeking relaxation, were glad enough to sing and dance, and indulged in gay badinage one with another. One of the soldiers without the guardhouse, a brigadier named Morales, found endless amusement in watching the living panorama before him, and presently he noticed a pretty young girl who, by her timid glances and innocent, hesitating manner, he guessed at once to be a stranger from the country. The newcomer was indeed a humble peasant maid, by name Michaela, who had journeyed from her village home some miles distant in search of her foster brother, Don José, a young brigadier in the regiment now quartered at Seville, to whom she bore a message from his mother. But having made her way into the busy square, she was so much bewildered by the noisy crowd that she hardly dared to venture further. Seeing her hesitancy, the dashing Morales swaggered forward and asked her in easy tones whom she sought. And learning from the trembling maiden that she wished to speak with Don José, he told her that the young brigadier would presently appear with the change of guard, and suggested that in the meantime she should accept the company of himself and his friends. But the bold, admiring glances of the gay soldiers alarmed the shy Michaela, and with a startled cry she broke from the persuading arms of Morales and ran off to await her foster brother's appearance in a quieter spot. A few minutes later the guard was changed, and with the relieving party came the brigadier Don José, a handsome youth who had some months ago left his quiet country home for the excitement and stir of a soldier's life. On being told by Morales that a pretty peasant maiden had been asking for him, Don José guessed at once that it was Michaela, and rejoiced, for having grown up together, he regarded her with much affection, and even intended to marry her, knowing this to be his mother's cherished desire. Just as the guard was changed, the bell of a large cigarette factory at one end of the square clanged forth its noonday chimes, and a few minutes later a noisy troop of girls employed as cigarette makers came pouring forth from the building, laughing and chattering gaily as they mingled with the idlers in the square. Amongst this merry throng of newcomers was a beautiful young girl of gypsy birth named Carmen, whose dark flashing eyes and scornful lips spoke of passionate emotions and reckless daring, and whose saucy sparkling glances proclaimed the born coquette. And no sooner did she appear than a court of admiring youths instantly crowded around her, clamouring for her smiles and favours. But the capricious beauty would have none of them this day, for her roving eyes had fallen upon the handsome form of the young brigadier Don José, and being greatly struck with his manly appearance, she presently went boldly forward and made acquaintance with him, declaring plainly that she liked his looks, and inviting him to meet her when he next came off duty. Now Don José had been warned of the dangerous attractions of the lovely cigarette girl, and so received her advances somewhat coldly. But when the saucy Carmen flung him the rose she had been wearing as she laughingly tripped away, he picked it up eagerly, enthralled by her dazzling glances in spite of himself. At this moment Michaela appeared in the square once more, and Don José, hurrying forward, greeted her with much affection and eagerness, longing for news of his country home. The gentle peasant maiden placed in his hands a letter from his mother, and also a gift of money, and faithful to her charge, she delivered the lonely widow's loving message, even bestowing upon him the kiss she had sent at parting. Having thus fulfilled her quest, Michaela, still afraid of the staring crowd, departed, saying she would return again shortly. And Don José, his heart filled with tender memories of home, began to read his mother's letter. The widow besought her son not to forget his old home, but to return shortly and wed the gentle Michaela, who loved him so well and faithfully. And the young brigadier was so engrossed by the sweet visions of peaceful joy thus suggested to him, that he stood for a time lost in pleasant thought, and utterly regardless of the merry throng around him. Presently, however, he was aroused from his reverie by loud cries and angry expostulations from amongst the cigarette girls, and seeing that a squabble was taking place, he hurried forward with the captain of the guard to restore order. The reckless Carmen, ever ripe for mischief, had picked a quarrel with one of the other cigarette makers, and her hot blood being roused by the taunts of her companion, she had quickly drawn a stiletto and aimed a blow at her. Seeing that the girl was wounded, the captain of the guard instantly ordered the fiery Carmen to be arrested, though one of her admirers himself, and then, leaving Don José in charge of the captive, he hurried into the guardhouse to obtain the order for her imprisonment. Now Carmen had no intention of going to prison, and knowing well enough that she had already attracted the handsome young brigadier, for whom a sudden passion had also grown up within her own fickle heart, she quickly determined to fascinate him still further, so that he should connive at her escape. So that when Don José tried to secure her hands with a cord, she laughingly besought him to bind her with his own arms instead, declaring saucily that she knew he loved her, because he still wore the rose she had thrown to him, and since he loved her, he was now in her power, and must do exactly as she commanded. Don José, though greatly enthralled and a victim to her passionate glances, made a feeble denial of his love, but Carmen laughed derisively, declaring again that he was hers, and inviting him to meet her later at a certain inn on the borders of Seville, where they would dance and sing together as happy lovers. The young brigadier was now completely bewitched by the enticing words of the beautiful coquette, who thus tempted him to forget his duty, and full of the intoxication of sudden love, he whispered passionately that he would help her to escape, and meet her at the border inn if she would promise to love him in return. Full of exultation at thus gaining her freedom and a new lover into the bargain, Carmen gave the promise, and then the two quickly arranged a plan of escape. When the captain of the guard returned with the prison order, the young brigadier led the captive off at once. But ere they had gone far, Carmen gave Don José a sudden push so that he fell to the ground, and in the confusion that followed, she managed to make her escape through the crowd. It was easily seen by the captain and soldiers standing about that Don José had allowed himself to be thrown to the ground, and he was quickly captured and borne off to jail. Here he was compelled to serve a term of imprisonment, but all through his lonely hours he thought constantly of the fascinating young beauty whom he now loved so passionately, and determined to keep his appointment with her directly he gained his freedom. Meanwhile, Carmen had made her way to the border inn, the landlord of which was one of a successful band of smugglers, and here, falling into gypsy ways once more, she gave her assistance to the illicit traffic, the dangers and risks of which strongly appealed to her daring spirit and love of adventure. This border inn was the favourite resort of certain officers and soldiers in the town, who, knowing nothing of the smuggling tendencies of the landlord, went to dance and amuse themselves with the pretty gypsy girls who frequented the place. Amongst these officers was Zuniga, the captain of the guard, who was so fascinated by the tantalizing charms of Carmen that he made no attempt at her recapture, preferring to make love to her instead. But the careless coquette would have nothing to say to him, until he came one evening with the news that Don José had been set at liberty and allowed to return to his regimental duties. Then she condescended to smile on the captain, for she was delighted to hear of her self-sacrificing lover's freedom, knowing well that he would certainly seek her out at once, and the foolish Zuniga went away happy, imagining that he had made a conquest. That same evening, a grand torchlight procession, in honour of the most popular toreador in Seville, a gay, handsome youth named Escamillo, took place, and on passing the border inn, the toreador and his friends stepped within. Being greatly struck with the enticing beauty of Carmen, the gay Escamillo made advances to her, seeking her good favour. But the pretty gypsy, though pleased with his handsome looks, would neither accept nor refuse his admiration, all her thoughts for the present being centred on Don José, who she knew would visit her that night. When the toreador, soldiers, and other customers had departed, the landlord brought in his smuggler friends to talk over a new enterprise, with which they desired the gypsy girls to help. To their astonishment, Carmen flatly refused to join them that night, declaring that she meant to wait within the inn for her lover, and in spite of her companion's expostulations and entreaties, she still clung to this resolution. Then the smugglers, knowing that threats were in vain with the fearless gypsy, suggested that she should persuade her lover also to join their expedition, and Carmen gladly agreed to this, bidding them wait for her in an adjoining room. No sooner had the smugglers retired than she heard Don José's voice outside, and opening the door quietly, she was next moment clasped in her lover's arms. Then, whilst the young brigadier refreshed himself with the food and wine she placed before him, Carmen sang and danced in her most enchanting manner, and Don José, more in love than ever, applauded her with great delight. But suddenly he heard the bugle call outside, sounding the recall, and knowing that this was the signal for all soldiers to return to the barracks, he rose to bid his sweetheart farewell for the night. Then Carmen was offended, saying he could not care for her, or he would not be so anxious to leave her side, and in spite of Don José's explanation that his soldier's duty alone compelled him to go, she scornfully refused to listen to him, declaring that if he truly loved her, he would be willing to remain, and to follow her wherever she might lead. Employing her most practised arts of coquetry, she tempted him to give up all and fly with her and her smuggler friends to the mountains, to live the rover's life of excitement and danger, declaring that otherwise she would never see him again, and the poor young brigadier was nearly distracted, for, though enthralled by love, yet he could not bear to think of deserting his regiment. Just then there came a knock at the door, and Zuniga, captain of the guard, entered, having come for another farewell greeting from Carmen before returning to the town. But on encountering Don José, he haughtily ordered the youth to instantly rejoin the departing soldiers, who were again sounding the bugle call. But Don José, angry at the interruption, passionately refused to go, and next moment their swords were clashing together. Carmen, triumphant at the victory she had gained, knowing that Don José at last was hers, called aloud for help, and when the smugglers rushed into the room, she made them seize and bind the unfortunate captain, so that he should not interfere with their plans. Don José, now completely under the spell of Carmen's fascination, was next invited by the smugglers to join their enterprise, and upon his agreeing to do so, the whole party set off to their rocky retreat in the mountains. Here, amidst a wild, picturesque country, the smugglers plied their illicit trade with success for some time, and Don José, though often filled with remorse for his lost position, and tortured by the thoughts of his lonely mother, who still believed in his honesty, found relief in the frequent danger he was exposed to, and delight in the constant society of Carmen. In spite of the fact that she had caused him to desert his regiment and become a smuggler, ruining his character forever, he still passionately loved the beautiful gipsy girl. But Carmen's fickle affection grew cooler each day, and having lost the excitement of pursuit by conquest, she already wished for a new lover, and began to think tenderly of the handsome toreador who had besought her favour at the inn. But as Carmen's love grew colder, the more passionately did Don José long to keep it, and in spite of her taunts and slights, he declared that she should not cast him off, since he would never leave her side. However, he was at last compelled to do so, and the faithless gipsy rejoiced at the chance circumstance that took away from her the lover she had grown weary of. One day Don José was set to guard the entrance to the smuggler's haunt, and seeing a stranger climbing up the mountainside, he raised his gun and fired. The stranger, however, leaped aside and avoided the shot, and next moment he sprang to the ledge beside his assailant and announced himself as Escamillo the Toreador. This well-known name dispersed Don José's hostility at once, and greeting the newcomer with respect, he desired to know his business in the gipsy camp. Escamillo replied that he had come to see the beautiful young gipsy girl Carmen, with whom he had fallen desperately in love, and whose favour he now hoped to gain, since he expected she had by this time discarded her last lover, a deserter from the army. On hearing this, Don José was filled with anger and jealousy, and drawing his dagger, challenged the toreador to fight. And Escamillo, seeing that he had unwittingly fallen upon a rival, drew his own dagger in defence. But before either could aim a stroke, Carmen, who had heard the shot fired, appeared on the scene with the smugglers, who quickly separated the pair. Escamillo rushed instantly to the side of Carmen, greeting her with rapture, and rejoicing to find that his advances were now received with answering pleasure, and then, as the smugglers refused to allow him to remain in their midst, he bade them farewell, but invited them all, ere he departed, to attend the great bullfight to be held that week in Seville, at which he expected to achieve another triumph. When he had gone, Don José, who had seen the passionate glances Carmen had bestowed upon her new admirer, began to upbraid her, and to warn her not to torture him too much, lest he did her harm. But the reckless Carmen cared naught for his threats, even though that very day, when reading her fortune by cards, they had foretold her an early death, for the beautiful gipsy was a true fatalist, and regardless of the future, was willing to accept evil, if evil was in store for her. Before Don José could expostulate further with Carmen, some of the smugglers came up to him with a struggling girl whom they had just found making her way into their camp, and to his utter astonishment and dismay, the young brigadier beheld his foster sister Michaela. The poor peasant girl had journeyed to Seville a second time, bearing another sad message to the man she loved, and on being told of Don José's desertion, and of the evil ways into which he had fallen, she had still determined to find him, that she might deliver her message, and, if possible, draw him away from the woman who had enticed him to such wrongdoing. Having learnt that he was in the gipsy smugglers' camp, she had fearlessly made her way there, and now, on coming face to face with the object of her search, she implored him to return with her to his old home, where his lonely mother was still weeping and waiting for him. Carmen, hoping thus to be rid of her inconvenient lover, also added to this entreaty, saying that he would do well to go away, since a smuggler's life would never suit him. But Don José, stung by her scornful taunt, declared that he would never leave her side, since she only desired his absence that she might pursue her new toreador lover. Then Michaela, with tears in her eyes, told the wretched youth that his mother was dying, and that unless he returned with her at once, he would be too late to receive her forgiveness and last blessing. And on hearing this, Don José was distracted with grief, and his filial love overcoming all other feelings for the moment. He bade a hasty farewell to Carmen, declaring that he would be with her again in a few days. He then went off with Michaela, and the fickle Carmen, now thinking only of Escamillo, whom she already loved, returned next day to Seville with her gipsy friends, who had by this time finished their enterprise and were eager to attend the bullfight to which they had been invited. The gay toreador soon found himself an accepted lover, and Carmen, now loving at last with the whole of her passionate nature, was radiantly happy with Escamillo. On the day of the bullfight, she accompanied him to the arena, and when he had departed for the fight, she was just about to enter the enclosure in order to watch his triumph, when she saw Don José approaching. Her gipsy companions begged her to turn aside, fearing from his dark, gloomy looks that he meant to do her harm. But Carmen was brave and reckless of danger. She went forward to meet her discarded lover with a cool and dauntless air. Don José, chastened by grief and suffering, gently took the beautiful girl's hand in his, and besought her to return with him to his country home, that they might live there a new and better life together, adding that he loved her so dearly that he longed to save her from her evil ways. But Carmen angrily freed herself from his grasp, saying that all was now at an end between them, since she could never love him again, and flinging at his feet the ring he had given her, she declared passionately that she loved Escamillo the toreador with her whole heart, and would love him only until her last breath. Stung to madness by her repudiation of him, Don José's pent-up rage and jealousy now broke forth in all its fury, and in a sudden frenzy of passion he drew his stiletto and stabbed her to the heart. As the beautiful Carmen sank lifeless to the ground, loud shouts of applause arose from the arena, announcing the popular toreador's victory, and next moment, accompanied by a cheering crowd of admirers, Escamillo came forth from the enclosure, glowing with triumph, and eager for the praises and greetings of the woman he loved. But those praises and greetings were never spoken, for the woman he loved lay dead at his feet. End of section 7. Recording by Tom Denham.
Section 8 of Stories from the Operas by Gladys Davidson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Donizetti, Lucrezia Borgia. One summer day, at the beginning of the 16th century, a splendid fête was being held in the gardens of the Barbarigo Palace in Venice, and amongst the gay company of guests thronging the fairy-like grounds were many bearers of the proudest and most ancient names in Italy. One of the chief guests was the brilliant young Duke Orsini, around whom there quickly gathered a group of lively friends, all of whom, with one exception, could boast of noble birth. Nor, strange to say, was this one guest of unknown ancestry despised by his companions, but, on the other hand, he was feted and admired above all others present. For young Gennaro, who knew nothing of his parentage, and was not ashamed to reveal the fact that his early years had been spent under the guardianship of an old fisherman, had, on entering the Venetian army, quickly made a name for himself by his remarkable prowess in the recent warfare, and his heroic deeds, coupled with his handsome looks and charming disposition, had won for him great popularity and many friends, amongst whom even the aristocratic Orsini was proud to be numbered. The principal subject of conversation amongst the guests was, as usual, the most recent atrocity committed by some member of the mighty Borgia family, who at that time held the chief power in Italy, and were universally feared and detested for their unscrupulous conduct and deeds of cold-blooded cruelty. And as the Orsini were amongst their most hated enemies, the young Duke did not hesitate to represent them in the worst possible light to his companions. To-day he dwelt on the many heartlessly cruel achievements of the Lady Lucrezia Borgia, who, although one of the most lovely and fascinating women of her time, had inherited her family's pride and love of power, and, like her brother Caesar, did not scruple to use violent means to satisfy her passions or ambitions. A thrust in the dark, or a poisoned draught, rewarded those who presumed to interfere with the schemes of the powerful Borgias, and their victims were of all ranks, from the lowest to the highest. The young Gennaro, fresh from deeds of honour and chivalry, soon sickened at the recital of deeds of treachery, and being overcome by the excessive heat, he presently stretched himself on the ground in a shady spot near the water, and fell asleep. When he had thus left the group, Orsini, proud of his young friend, began to relate to his companions the stirring story of Gennaro's heroic conduct in the recent battle of Rimini, and shortly afterwards they wandered away to another part of the grounds. Presently a gondola glided silently past the festive grounds, and a lady who sat within, noticing the sleeping form of Gennaro on the bank near the water's edge, and being greatly struck with his exceeding beauty, landed and stepped lightly to his side. This lady was none other than the notorious Lucrezia Borgia herself, who, though come on a secret mission to Venice, did not hesitate to enter boldly into the midst of her enemies, merely for the sake of gratifying an impulse of the moment. As she silently bent over the handsome sleeping youth, a feeling of great tenderness for him suddenly welled up within Lucrezia's heart, for she now recognised him as her own son, the child born of a secret amour of her first early youth. And trembling with the excitement of her newly awakened maternal love, and her delight in the beauty of her offspring, she raised his hand and kissed it softly. At her salute the young man awakened, greatly confused at finding himself thus alone with such a dazzling stranger, for Lucrezia was still young and beautiful, and her wonderful fascination was quickly felt by Gennaro, who made friends with her at once, and was soon engaged in pleasant conversation with her. He told her his story with all the trusting confidence of early youth, describing to her how he had been left as an infant with the old fisherman who had brought him up, and how, after joining the Venetian army, he had seemed to lead a charmed existence, modestly refraining from dwelling upon his more recent exploits. So delighted was the youth with the sympathy and kindness of the lady, that he begged her to reveal her name to him, but this Lucrezia refused to do, for she did not wish to destroy his evident respect for her by disclosing her identity, nor did she dare to acknowledge her true relationship to him, having kept his birth a secret all these years. But as she turned to leave him, Orsini and his companions returned to seek their friend, and instantly recognising the lady, whose face was well known to all of them, they denounced her to Gennaro as the detested Lucrezia Borgia, whose hateful deeds they had so recently described to him. But, though Gennaro was shocked at this announcement, he had already so completely fallen under the fascination of Lucrezia that he took every opportunity of seeing her that arose, and his friendship with her was strengthened by frequent meetings. Their evident affection for each other was ere long noticed by Lucrezia's husband, the Duke Alfonso of Ferrara, in whose breast jealousy was quickly roused to such a pitch that he vowed vengeance upon the pair, and eagerly watched for an opportunity of satisfying his wrath. The young Duke Orsini and his companions were also greatly disturbed by their young friend's infatuation for one of the hated Borgia family, and they did all in their power, by means of scoldings and taunts, to draw him away from Lucrezia's wiles, knowing only too well that such an intimacy would certainly end disastrously for the young man. But Gennaro, who felt himself attracted by some mighty force towards the beautiful woman who showed such tender affection for him, although unable to define the feeling he had for her, continued his new intimacy in spite of the warnings of his friends. Yet at times their taunts stung him bitterly, for he knew well the evil character which Lucrezia had earned for herself, and he would then despise himself for allowing her to exercise such a strange fascination over him. On one such occasion as this, having met with his friends in the public square in front of the Borgia Palace at Ferrara, and being taunted by them more bitterly than usual, he gave vent to a passionate outburst of anger against Lucrezia, and, heedless of consequences, he dashed up to the palace door and recklessly struck off the first letter of her name with the short dagger he wore. This rash deed was observed by the Duke of Ferrara himself, who at once ordered his attendants to make the young man a prisoner and hold him in the palace. He then caused the defacing of the family name to be made known to Lucrezia, who, unaware that the deed had been committed by Gennaro, and only feeling rage at the insult, demanded that the culprit should be seized and put to death. And the Duke, gloating over the chance that he had at last put his supposed rival in his power, declared that her wish should be immediately carried out, and ordered the prisoner to be brought into the room for sentence. Then, when Lucrezia saw that it was her own beloved son whom she had thus so carelessly condemned to death, she was filled with dismay and horror, and at once began to plead with her husband for his life. But the Duke remained obdurate, and furiously denounced Gennaro as her lover, who should now die in her presence, and, in spite of the frantic woman's entreaties and passionate tirades, the most he would grant was that she should choose the mode of his death. Lucrezia was for the moment filled with despair, not daring to vindicate herself by revealing her true relationship to Gennaro, but suddenly, her quick wit devising a way out of the difficulty, she declared that she was willing for the prisoner to die by drinking a draught of the famous poisoned wine of the Borgias. The Duke, well pleased that his own strong will should have, as he supposed, conquered the proud spirit of his wife, triumphantly produced a cup of poisoned wine, which he handed to the unfortunate Gennaro, compelling him to drain it to the last drop, and then, with a mocking laugh, he left the pair to take a last farewell of each other. But he had forgotten for the moment that the Borgias had the power to cure as well as to kill with the subtle poisons they used, and when he had departed, Lucrezia hastily produced an antidote to the fatal draught which Gennaro had just taken, so that the young man, by swallowing this, was thus saved from an untimely end. Having seen that the antidote was taking good effect, Lucrezia hurried the still half-dazed Gennaro out of the palace through an unfrequented passage, and bidding him betake himself to Venice, she hoped he was safe from further harm. Being no longer occupied with the engrossing pleasure of her newly found son's society, and freed from the softening influence which he had exercised over her, Lucrezia became once more involved in her political schemes and personal intrigues, and having vowed vengeance upon the young Duke Orsini and his 4 companions for their denunciation of her to Gennaro, she proceeded to take her revenge upon them at a splendid banquet, to be held at the palace of the Princess Negroni, a lady whose entertainments were always attended by the victims she had marked out. When the night of the banquet arrived, the cunning Borgia managed to poison a flagon of rich wine, which she caused to be served out to the 5 nobles whose deaths she desired, and then she concealed herself, to wait the consummation of her plan. As the revels waxed more boisterous, Orsini, exhilarated by the rare wine he had been served with, entertained the company by singing a gay drinking song, and amidst the applause which followed his performance Lucrezia made her appearance, and revealing herself to Orsini and his companions, announced with cruel triumph that they had all partaken of poisoned wine, and that, in a few minutes, they would be dead. At her command, the attendants showed the 5 victims the coffins in which they would shortly lie. But at this moment, when her vengeance was just consummated, she was suddenly prostrated with horror. For Gennaro, who, neglectful of her bidding, had remained in Ferrara, now suddenly appeared before her, and, announcing that he also, as a guest at the banquet, had partaken of the poisoned wine, sternly desired her to provide a 6th coffin for his remains, when he should presently breathe his last. The revellers, overcome by this tragic interruption to their mirth, left the banqueting hall one by one, with pale faces and trembling steps, and the mother and son were left alone. Lucrezia was filled with the utmost horror on thus discovering that she had once again caused her beloved son to be poisoned, and quickly producing the antidote, with tears and entreaties she begged him to swallow it instantly, her anxiety at his extreme danger being so great that, unable to control her feelings, she now revealed herself to him as his mother. But Gennaro refused to accept the antidote, for he was stunned by the announcement that this terrible woman, whose cold-blooded murder of his friends repelled him with horror, was his mother. It was in vain that Lucrezia, seeing that the poison was already taking deadly effect upon her gasping son, entreated him passionately to take the antidote which she offered to him, and which alone could save his life, for Gennaro was determined not to live, since his friends were doomed to die. And, regardless of his mother's despair, he thrust the antidote aside, and a few moments later fell back in her arms, dead. At this moment the Duke Alfonso entered the room, and Lucrezia, in a paroxysm of grief and wild despair, revealed to him the true relationship in which she had stood to Gennaro. The Duke had scarcely time to grasp the meaning of her distracted words, when the wretched Lucrezia herself fell gasping to the floor, for the shock of having unwittingly murdered her own son was greater than she had strength to bear, and with a last despairing cry of woe and remorse, she fell dead beside the still form of her beloved Gennaro. End of section 8. Section 9 of Stories from the Operas by Gladys Davidson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Donizetti, Lucia di Lammermoor. During the turbulent times of the 17th century Revolution, many of the noble families of Scotland were plunged into poverty and ruin, and under the lax and uncertain rule of changing parties, many occasions arose for unjust oppression by the ambitious holders of powerful offices, and for the pursuit of private feuds and motives of revenge. Thus it came about that the Barons of Ravenswood, an ancient family who had dwelt for many centuries in the south-east of Scotland, amidst the wild hills of Lammermoor, became gradually poor, and lost the power they had enjoyed so long, and the young Edgar, the surviving master of Ravenswood, found himself forced to struggle against overwhelming difficulties. The young Edgar, enthusiastic and full of spirit, did not grudge the sharing of his country's troubles, but when most of his lands and possessions fell into the hands of the Ashtons, the long-hated foes of his race, and a less noble family than his own, his heart was indeed filled with bitterness. By ingratiating themselves with the most powerful party then in office, the Ashtons had gained considerable influence in the southern provinces, and they did not fail to use their power by taunting and annoying the family of Ravenswood, whose hatred they returned with equal zest. But while Edgar of Ravenswood still managed to dwell securely in his crumbling old castle, though shorn of his wealth, his foes, in their ambitious flights and grasping pride, eventually overreached themselves, and at last Sir Henry Ashton, on coming into the estates, found himself faced with ruin. He had become entangled in a government conspiracy, and suspicion having quickly fallen upon him, he knew himself to be in the utmost danger. In this desperate situation, one person alone could save him from the traitor's awful doom, his fair young sister Lucy. For Lucy Ashton's exquisite beauty and gentle nature had gained her the admiration of Sir Arthur Bucklaw, a gay young nobleman, who held high offices, and whose great influence was sufficient to remove the danger which threatened the involved Henry. This influence Sir Arthur was willing to exert if Lucy's hand were bestowed on him in marriage, and as Henry Ashton spoke of this matter one day with his henchman, Norman, and his chaplain, Bide the Bent, he anxiously sought to allay his fears thus. Bide the Bent, who had been Lucy's tutor and loved her dearly, knowing that she had no affection for Sir Arthur, begged his master not to harass the maiden, since she was still too young to think of such matters. But Norman, the henchman, laughed derisively on hearing this, and declared that, So far from being too young to think of love, Lucy already had a devoted lover, to whom she had granted secret interviews in the grounds. Henry, angry at hearing such news, demanded further information, and Norman declared that Lucy, when walking one day in the park, having been rescued from the furious attack of a wild bull by a handsome young stranger, had straightway fallen in love with him, and was now in the habit of meeting him frequently. "And what is the name of this bold stranger, who thus dares to woo my sister in secret?" cried Henry, pale with wrath, and Norman answered, "Edgar of Ravenswood." On hearing that Lucy's lover was none other than his own hated foe, Ravenswood, Henry Ashton became furious, and passionately vowed vengeance on the pair; and, full of angry, uneasy thoughts, he determined to hasten the alliance of his sister with Sir Arthur Bucklaw, after which he hoped to soon find means for vanquishing the disappointed lover. Meanwhile, knowing her brother to be engaged with his followers, Lucy, attended by her maid, Alice, had crept down to the secret trysting place in the park, to await the coming of her lover, whom she expected that day; for the henchman Norman had spoken the truth, and a deep love had indeed sprung up between Edgar of Ravenswood and the fair daughter of his enemies. As the young girl and her attendant drew near to an ancient fountain, around which a legend had grown up, to the effect that a dead and gone Ravenswood had there slain a maiden who loved him, and that her spirit still haunted the spot, Lucy declared that she had herself recently beheld this wraith, which had made strange signs, as though warning her against some unseen danger, and Alice begged her young mistress to no longer continue her secret love passages, since such a solemn warning evidently meant that trouble was in store for her. But Lucy heeded her not, and seeing Edgar approach, she ran to greet him with great joy. Soon, however, when the first happy moments were past, she noticed that her lover was anxious and somewhat preoccupied, and on asking the cause, she was quickly filled with sorrow, when Edgar announced that in a few hours he would be compelled to leave the country on a secret mission to France, a mission which had been entrusted to his care by the political party to which he belonged. The young man also declared that he would now boldly seek an interview with Sir Henry Ashton, in order to secure his consent to their union; but Lucy, fearing her brother's anger, and knowing well that he would never consent to bestow her upon one for whom he bore such intense hatred, begged him to keep their love a precious secret until his return, lest evil should fall upon her during his absence. Edgar's reply was a passionate tirade against the man who had so ruthlessly persecuted his race and brought ruin upon him; but quickly melted by the tears and entreaties of the gentle Lucy, he granted her request, and comforted her with great tenderness. The lovers now exchanged rings, as their solemn pledge of faithfulness to each other, and with many loving embraces, they at length bade each other farewell, and parted with heavy hearts. A sad and harassing time was now in store for Lucy, for Sir Henry Ashton, beset on all sides with dangers and difficulties, was determined to save himself from utter disaster by wedding his lovely sister to Sir Arthur Bucklaw, who alone had the necessary influence to extricate him from the compromising political sea of trouble in which he had become immersed. It was in vain that Lucy refused to agree to the marriage, even summoning courage to declare her plighted troth to Edgar of Ravenswood. Her brother absolutely declined to consider her wishes in the matter, and ruthlessly resolved to sacrifice her happiness to his own selfish ends. He therefore made all the arrangements for her marriage with Sir Arthur Bucklaw to be carried out, and he proceeded to invite all their relations and friends to attend the ceremony of signing the marriage contract and the wedding of the pair. Lucy, finding herself helpless in the matter, could only hope that her beloved Edgar would return in time to claim her as his plighted bride, and thus free her from her terrible position. But to her sorrow, she received no replies to the letters she sent to her lover, and was soon plunged in despair. The fact of the matter was, that Sir Henry's henchman, Norman, intercepted all the letters sent by the absent Edgar, and took them to his master, and between them they also concocted a forged letter, in which the master of Ravenswood was made to announce that his affection for Lucy had waned, and that he had taken another lady to be his wife. This letter Henry Ashton kept as his last argument, and on the day on which the bridal guests were expected, he had a final interview with his sister, bidding her to be of more cheerful demeanour, since she must sign her marriage contract with Sir Arthur Bucklaw that day. Again the unhappy girl begged for mercy, declaring that she could not marry Bucklaw since she had plighted herself to Edgar of Ravenswood, and refusing to heed her brother when he insisted that a vow made without the consent of her guardians was not binding upon her. And then, still finding her obdurate, Sir Henry produced the forged letter and bade her read it. The hapless Lucy, believing the writing to be that of her lover, whom she was thus compelled to acknowledge as faithless, was now plunged into the deepest grief, and her brother, taking advantage of her dazed and helpless condition, besought her eagerly to turn her thoughts from such an unworthy object, and to sign the contract of the brilliant marriage which had been arranged for her, declaring that he himself would certainly forfeit his life unless she would consent to wed Sir Arthur Bucklaw, who alone had the power to save him, and who was willing to do so on this one condition. Lucy, thus basely deceived, felt that life had no further joy for her, and feeling now that it was her duty to save her brother from ruin, she fell into a state of wretched apathy, and finally consented to the marriage, caring naught for what might befall her. The wedding guests now arrived, and Lucy, quite dull, and heedless of Sir Arthur Bucklaw's eager greeting, at the whispered stern bidding of her brother, signed the marriage contract with a trembling hand. No sooner had she done the deed than a cloaked stranger dashed into the room, and, to the surprise and consternation of all, the intruder proved to be none other than Edgar of Ravenswood himself, who, having just returned from France, had come to claim his plighted bride. For answer, Henry Ashton triumphantly showed him the signed marriage contract, and Edgar, thus seeing that Lucy had broken her troth, fell into a passion of rage and grief, and scorning all explanations from the distracted girl, snatched her ring from his finger and returned it to her, passionately demanding his own back again. Half dazed with the shock of his sudden appearance, the unhappy Lucy, as in a dream, slowly and almost unwittingly drew the ring from her finger, and Edgar, after passionately trampling the love pledge beneath his foot, rushed from the room, uttering wild curses on the family of Ashton. Hurrying to his crumbling and dismantled castle, the unhappy master of Ravenswood remained plunged in the deepest grief, and here he was some hours later visited by the triumphant Henry Ashton, who came to announce that his sister's marriage with Sir Arthur Bucklaw had duly taken place. Passionate words passed between the two men, who had been implacable foes from childhood, and after proudly agreeing to settle their differences by a duel next morning, Henry Ashton returned to his mansion to join in the wedding festivities. But woe was quickly to succeed to this forced merriment, for, shortly after the bride and bridegroom had been escorted to their chamber, wild shrieks were heard, and the chaplain, Bide the Bent, rushed into the presence of the alarmed guests with a fearful story on his lips. Lucy Ashton, tortured and racked with the anxiety and sorrow of the last few weeks, and utterly stunned and prostrated by the final shock of Edward's return and passionate reproaches, had lost her reason, and in a paroxysm of frenzy she had slain her newly made husband. Overwhelmed with horror, Henry Ashton and his guests hurried to the scene of this awful tragedy. But though they endeavoured to calm and restore the distraught girl, their efforts were in vain, and Lucy, worn out in body as well as in mind, died a few hours later. Bide the Bent and some other retainers of the family quickly brought the sad news to Edgar of Ravenswood, who, unable to rest, was passing the night in wretchedness amidst the tombs of his ancestors in a wild and craggy spot, and when the unhappy lover thus heard of his beloved one's tragic death, and understood that he had wronged her, since she had been cruelly deceived, his woe was so great that, determined not to live without her, he stabbed himself to the heart, and fell dead at the feet of the horrified attendants. End of section 9. Section 10 of Stories from the Operas by Gladys Davidson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Donizetti, the daughter of the regiment. La figlia del reggimento. During the occupation of the Swiss Tyrol by the French, the soldiers of the 11th Regiment of the Grand Army of Napoleon had many special opportunities for distinguishing themselves, and, having one day, after a short period of rest, once again received orders to march against the enemy, the news was hailed with joy, and the camp was soon full of the bustle of departure. But this particular day was destined to bring forth much trouble to the 11th Regiment, and to mark an event which caused deep disturbance in their happy camp life. And all this woe arose from their chance meeting with a party of travellers early in the morning. It happened that a rich lady, the Marchioness of Birkenfeld, was driving through the Tyrol on a return journey to her chateau, and on passing the camp of the 11th Regiment, she was filled with dismay when her carriage was suddenly stopped by the soldiers. Her fears, however, were soon set at rest by the sergeant in charge, an elderly man named Sulpizio, who, on learning her name and destination, politely declared that no harm was intended her, and on being invited to rest awhile in the camp, she very gladly alighted from her carriage and retired to the tent indicated. As the Marchioness retired, the soldiers raised a loud shout of welcome at the appearance of a pretty young girl, dressed in the garments of a vivandière, whom they all greeted eagerly as their beloved Marie, the daughter of the regiment, and as the maiden tripped merrily amidst the men, Sulpizio sighed deeply, for the unexpected coming of the Marchioness of Birkenfeld now reminded him of a certain duty in connection with this fair child. The story of Marie's life was a strange one. When quite an infant, she had been discovered by Sergeant Sulpizio on the battlefield, and since no one came to lay claim to her, the regiment had unanimously decided that she should be adopted by them and brought up in their camp. She was given the name of Marie, and as the years went on, she quickly won the hearts of all by her winning ways, so that she was tenderly cherished by her numerous adopted fathers, and entitled by them the daughter of the regiment. Marie had a loving and loyal heart, and returned the affection lavished on her with interest, and as she grew up to womanhood she determined to repay her friends' kindness by serving them in the capacity of a vivandière. Nor was there ever a merrier or more light-hearted maiden than Marie the vivandière, and she was toasted everywhere as the truest comrade, the gentlest nurse, and the tenderest of comforters in time of woe. When Marie had been first discovered on the battlefield by Sulpizio, he found pinned to her clothing a letter, evidently written by her father, and addressed to the Marchioness of Birkenfeld. But not having the means of delivering this letter at that time, the sergeant had carefully hidden it away amongst his own possessions. Now, however, as this same Marchioness had at last so strangely and unexpectedly come into his life, he felt it to be his duty to give the document into her hands. As this thought began to trouble him, he glanced tenderly towards the pretty Marie, and noticing that she looked somewhat sad, and remembering that she had appeared less lively of late, he questioned her as to the reason. Marie, who loved Sulpizio with the most filial affection, soon made a full confession to him, and the sergeant was astonished to learn that she had not only fallen in love, as he had rather suspected, but that the object of her affection was one whom she ought to have regarded as an enemy. The girl related that one day, quite recently, she had been saved from a great danger by a young Swiss named Tonio, to whom she had very quickly lost her heart, and that her love was as ardently returned was proved by the fact that this young man had followed the 11th Regiment in all its movements ever since, in spite of the risk he thus ran by haunting the neighbourhood of his country's enemies. Even as the fair vivandière spoke, there came the sound of a commotion, and a party of soldiers dragged into the camp a young man, whom they had just captured and apprehended as a spy, and, to her surprise and joy, Marie recognised in the prisoner her beloved Tonio. To the astonishment of all, she ran to embrace him, and when she had presently related the story of the service he had rendered her a short time ago, the men released him and welcomed him as a friend. Tonio now boldly declared his love for Marie, and asked her hand in marriage, and when the elders of the regiment saw that their beloved daughter's happiness was bound up in this youth, they gave their consent, declaring, however, that Tonio must join their ranks and serve Napoleon in the future. Tonio willingly agreed to this condition, and thus became a soldier of the Grand Army, but he was not yet destined to enjoy the happiness he thought he had secured. As he entered into sweet converse with his beloved sweetheart, the Marchioness of Birkenfeld came out from the tent where she had been resting, and Sulpizio, unable to stifle the calls of his conscience, now entered into conversation with her on the subject of Marie, and handed to her the letter which he had found pinned to the child's clothing. When the Marchioness had read this letter, she became much agitated, and hurrying forward she clasped Marie in her arms, declaring that the document proved the vivandière to be her own lost niece, and the daughter of her sister, who had contracted a secret marriage with a young French captain. As the soldiers listened to this declaration with dismay, the Marchioness next calmly announced that Marie must now return with her to her chateau, that she might be properly educated to fill the high position of her birth. And though the poor girl, horrified at the thought of leaving her beloved friends, entreated to be left with them, declaring that she had no desire to be a fine lady, her new relation was adamant in her resolve to remove her niece from such surroundings. The elders of the 11th Regiment were also compelled to admit that they had no right to keep the weeping girl from her own family, and, though they were heartbroken at being thus compelled to part with their darling, they gently persuaded her that she must leave them. The Marchioness, afraid that further opposition might arise with delay, declared it was necessary for her to continue her journey at once, and that she must certainly take her niece with her, and at last Marie, on the advice of her friends, agreed to go. So the weeping vivandière took a tender farewell of her lifelong friends, and kissed them all for the last time. When she came to Tonio, she embraced him passionately, declaring that in spite of her altered position, she should always remain faithful to him, and as the sorrowful young man watched his sweetheart drive away with her aristocratic relation, he vowed that he would do great deeds, and win for himself such an honourable name and position that he might be worthy to claim her yet. On reaching the Chateau Birkenfeld, the Marchioness engaged masters and teachers to instruct her niece in dancing, music, foreign languages, and all the accomplishments she considered necessary for the education of a young lady of high rank, and Marie, though finding such a life very cramping and irksome after the unrestrained freedom of the camp, endeavoured to please her aunt to the best of her ability. But the girl's heart was with her military friends, and every now and again she would break out into enthusiastic reminiscences of her childhood, and indulge in snatches of the merry regimental songs, to the horrified dismay of the decorous Marchioness, who was much shocked at such unladylike proceedings. At the end of a year, Marie was declared by her masters to be vastly improved in her social demeanour, and the Marchioness, eager to establish her niece more firmly in her aristocratic circle, now arranged a marriage for her with the son of a duchess. However, Marie could not forget her soldier sweetheart Tonio, whom she still loved as dearly as ever, but in spite of her declarations that she could never wed with another, the Marchioness still continued her negotiations with the ducal suitor, and even arranged the day on which the marriage contract was to be signed. It was about this time that Sergeant Sulpizio was wounded in an engagement not many miles distant from the Chateau Birkenfeld, and was sent to the Marchioness to crave her hospitality for a while, until he should be better. The Marchioness received the sergeant with much kindness, bestowing the utmost attention upon him, and when he had recovered somewhat from his wounds, she even permitted him free intercourse with Marie, and told him of her plans with regard to the grand marriage he had arranged for her. Sulpizio at first could scarcely recognise the merry little daughter of the regiment in the richly gowned and elegant young lady whom he was now bidden by his hostess to admire. But when Marie, forgetful of her recent lessons in deportment, rushed enthusiastically into his arms, and hugged him with the most unmistakable joy, he knew that her faithful heart had not changed amidst her new surroundings. The Marchioness was eager to show off her niece's accomplishments to the sergeant, and desired her to sing to him a sentimental French ballad she had just received from Paris. But she was greatly scandalized when Marie, halfway through the ballad, suddenly broke out into the old rollicking song she had always loved so well, and roguishly went through a number of military evolutions as accompaniment. But though Marie was cheered for a while by the arrival of the sergeant, she soon grew unhappy again, for she could not prevent her aunt from carrying out the scheme of the grand marriage. At last the day arrived upon which the marriage contract was to be signed, and Marie went out into the grounds of the chateau early in the morning, with despair in her heart, feeling that she would certainly be forced to carry out her aunt's wish. However, as she stood there with the sympathetic Sulpicio, she suddenly heard the sound of distant drums and fifes, and as the merry rataplan drew nearer, she recognized with joy that it was the marching tune of her brave soldier friends. It was indeed the 11th Regiment, on their way from the war, and as they had to pass the Chateau Birkenfeld, they made a halt there in order to greet their adopted daughter. Marie was delighted at this happy meeting with her old comrades, but her crowning joy was the moment when she was clasped in the strong arms of her beloved Tonio, who was now the commanding officer of the regiment, having been thus rapidly promoted for his gallantry on the battlefield. Tonio soon boldly announced that his military rank now rendered him a fit suitor for Marie, and he at once asked her hand in marriage of the Marchioness, a request in which he was loyally supported by the whole regiment, who were eager that their darling should wed the man she loved and not be forced into a marriage she detested. But the Marchioness haughtily refused to give her consent, being bent upon her niece wedding into an aristocratic family, and since the notary had already arrived, although the prospective bridegroom had been detained at court, she declared that Marie must sign the marriage contract without further delay. On hearing this cruel resolve, Tonio stoutly declared that, contract or no contract, he should certainly carry off his sweetheart by force, and then the Marchioness, in order to avoid such a scandal, revealed to Marie that she was not merely her niece, but actually her own daughter, the child of a marriage she had contracted with a poor Savoyard captain, at whose death she had concealed the whole affair, lest the knowledge of such a mésalliance should injure her in the good graces of her aristocratic relatives. She therefore now claimed parental authority over her daughter, and Marie, feeling that she could not refuse to obey her own mother, consented to sign the marriage contract, declaring, however, that it would break her heart to part from her beloved Tonio. The gentle submission of the despairing girl, however, at last overcame the hard resolve of her mother, and the sight of Marie's deep affection for her humbly born lover brought back to the proud Marchioness the remembrance of happy days when she herself had loved. With tear-dimmed eyes and softened heart, she now called the lovers to her side, and placing Marie's hand in that of Tonio, she gave her consent to their union. The contract with the son of the Duchess was thus promptly broken off, and whilst Marie and her lover rejoiced together, the delighted soldiers raised mighty cheers for the happiness of their beloved daughter of the regiment. End of section 10.
Section 11 of Stories from the Operas by Gladys Davidson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. Floto, Martha. The Lady Henrietta was dull. She sat one summer morning in the gilded boudoir of her fine house at Richmond, and heaved sigh upon sigh, for although maid of honour to Queen Anne, and the loveliest and most fascinating of all the court beauties, she found no satisfaction in life. She was wearied to death of balls and routs, of the ceaseless flatteries of her many admirers, and of the tiresome monotony of court life, and, satiated with pleasure, she had retired to her own home for a few days' respite, to indulge in vapours to her heart's content. Her merry little waiting maid, Nancy, sat watching her mistress with anxious eyes, not knowing what to make of this new mood, and at last she said, "Surely, my lady, you are to be envied, with your high position, your dazzling beauty, and social success. Why then mope, when such joys are still to be had?" "But I am weary of just those very joys, Nancy," answered the pleasure-sated court lady pettishly, "and unless I can find some new interest or excitement soon, I shall die of dullness." Just then a footman announced Lord Tristan Mickleford, and a stout middle-aged gentleman of foppish manners, dressed in the extreme of the fashion, entered the room. He was a cousin and would-be admirer of the handsome maid of honour, and bowing elaborately before her, he began to make courtly speeches in exaggerated language, putting himself at her service for the day, and offering to escort her to any amusement she wished to indulge in. But the spoilt beauty turned away impatiently, declaring heartlessly that his society only bored her, and then, hearing sounds of merriment coming from without, she ran to the open window to see what was going on. A group of gay country maidens and youths were passing by on their way to the statute fair at Richmond, where they would stand in ranks to be hired as servants for the ensuing year, according to a local custom, and the sight of these merry rustics suddenly suggested a daring frolic to the bored Henrietta, who sprang to her feet and exclaimed, "No more dulness to-day! We will dress ourselves in peasant garb, Nancy, and go to the fair as country wenches, seeking a master. 'Twill amuse us vastly, and perhaps someone will hire us as servants. Oh, what a frolic! And you shall come too, my good Tristan, as our protecting brother." The foppish Lord Tristan was shocked and dismayed at the scheme, protesting pompously that it was quite beneath his rank and dignity to mingle in the motley crew of a fair, but upon Henrietta declaring she would never speak to him again unless he obeyed her sovereign will in this matter, he gave a feeble consent, and grumblingly allowed himself to be garbed as a country bumpkin. By the time he was ready, his mischievous cousin joined him again with Nancy, both of them attired in homespun, with short bright skirts, neat bodices, and quaint headdresses, certainly the prettiest and smartest peasant maidens ever seen in those parts, and full of gaiety and eager excitement, the two girls dragged off their unwilling swain to the fair. When they arrived upon the scene, the business of the day was at its height, and quickly noting the long row of country wenches standing at one side, waiting to be hired as domestic servants, Henrietta determined to join their ranks. She adroitly invented an excuse for getting rid of the disgusted Lord Tristan for a short time, and then, bubbling over with mirth, the two saucy girls took up their stand amidst the serving maids. Among the busy crowd were two handsome, well-to-do young farmers, by name Plunkett and Lionel, who owned a joint farm, and being in need of domestic help, they had come to the statute fair in order to hire a couple of wenches. These two, though loving each other as such, were not brothers, but had lived together since early childhood. Neither could recollect much of their first acquaintance, knowing little beyond the fact that Plunkett's parents had rescued Lionel's father, a stranger and fugitive, from danger and destruction, and that the mysterious stranger, before dying, had bequeathed a ring to his orphan son, with the injunction that should he ever be in distress, to send it to the Queen, when his whole fate might be changed. Not being able to discover anything further about the birth or rank of the orphan left to their charge, the honest farmer and his wife brought him up with their own son, and when the farm at length came into the hands of the young Plunkett, he made Lionel share his inheritance with him. As the young farmers passed down the rows of country wenches, they presently caught sight of Lady Henrietta and Nancy, and being greatly struck with their good looks and smart appearance, they went up to the two girls at once, and began to bargain with them, offering considerably higher wages than they had ever paid before. Henrietta, enjoying the frolic more and more, and delighted to see that the handsome Lionel was struck with her beauty, threw him a roguish glance, and recklessly accepted his offer, giving her name as Martha. And the merry Nancy, willing enough to follow where her lively mistress led, gave her word also. The young farmers, pleased at having secured two such attractive serving maids, at once paid over the earnest money, by which they were bound to them for a whole year's service, and then, having no further business at the fair, they desired the girls to follow them to the farm, that they might begin their duties at once. Then Henrietta and Nancy, more amused than ever, broke out into peals of laughter, declaring that they had only given their word in a joking manner, and never intended to hire themselves out at all. But their merriment soon ended when the two young farmers, indignant at such conduct, calmly informed them that, having taken earnest money, they were bound by law to render service for a whole year, according to the custom of the district. The local sheriff who presided over the statute hiring ratified what they said, and ordered the girls to follow their new masters at once. And then Henrietta, seeing that she had carried her escapade too far, was in great distress, not daring to disclose her true name and rank, for fear of the scandal coming to the ears of the Queen. Lord Tristan returned at this juncture, and full of wrath at what had happened, tried to withdraw the frightened girls from the fair. But the country folk, indignant at the statute rule being broken, set upon him at once, and quickly dragged him to the other end of the field. Meanwhile, the two young farmers bore their newly hired servants off to the farm without more ado, for Henrietta now thought it best for the present to submit quietly to the indignity she had brought on herself, hoping to escape later on. On arriving at the farm, the triumphant masters soon discovered that they had made a very bad bargain as to the working capabilities of their new maids, for neither of the girls could do a stroke of domestic work, and were extremely indignant on being bidden to perform the smallest service. Nancy, indeed, went further still, being bent on mischief, for she soon developed a destructive tendency, and Plunkett, who had undertaken to instruct her in her duties, had his hands full in preventing her from breaking all his domestic goods and chattels. Whilst these two were squabbling in the kitchen, Henrietta condescended to receive a lesson in spinning from the handsome Lionel, whose gentle manners and naturally aristocratic bearing had impressed her pleasantly from the first. And Lionel, whose enthusiastic admiration for the supposed Martha was developing into love at a most alarming rate, found the task a very pleasant one. The touch of the soft white hand thrilled him as he guided it through the intricacies of the spinning wheel, and the beautiful girl made such a charming picture as she sat there, playing at work, that he was filled with delight. Elated at having made such an easy conquest of the young farmer, whose ardent glances soon betrayed the state of his susceptible heart, Henrietta quickly recovered her good spirits, and later on she was even persuaded to sing by the indulgent master, who was already recklessly encouraging his new handmaid in idleness. So the bewitching Martha sang "The Last Rose of Summer" in a voice so soft and sweet that Lionel was enthralled, and when the song came to an end, he flung himself impetuously at her feet, intoxicated with delight, declaring passionately that he loved her, and that, so far from being his servant, he now desired to make her his wife. Lady Henrietta, astonished and dismayed at the quick development of the passion she had so carelessly excited, took refuge in laughter, and poor Lionel, seeing his raptures thus treated with lightness, was plunged into wretchedness. Plunkett now returned with the saucy Nancy, whose outrageous behaviour had by this time nearly driven him frantic, though her tantalising charms had already won his heart. And ordering the two unsatisfactory servants to bed, he declared to Lionel he feared they had made a bad bargain. When Lady Henrietta and Nancy found themselves alone in their chamber, they had no intention of going to rest, and as soon as they made sure that the two young farmers had also retired for the night, they began to think of some way of escape. Just as they were laying their plans, they heard a voice calling to them from outside, and quickly throwing up the window, beheld with much relief the portly form of Lord Tristan Mickleford standing below. He hastily explained in a nervous whisper that he had a carriage waiting for them beyond the farmyard, and eagerly clambering down from the low window-sill, Henrietta soon made her way to the welcome vehicle. Nancy quickly followed, and the movements of the fugitives were so silent that it was not until the carriage was driving off that the defrauded masters were aroused. Then, when they found that their pretty maids had flown, the two young farmers were full of indignation, and next day they searched the whole countryside for news of the runaways. Their efforts were, however, in vain, for by this time Henrietta had returned gladly to her court life. But a strange sadness now frequently came over her spirits, for her heart had been more deeply touched by the honest affection of the manly Lionel than she was willing to admit, and she longed to see him again, even though she knew the difference in their rank forbade her to give him hope. Lionel was now filled with despair, the loss of his beautiful Martha only increasing his passion, and he still continued to make inquiries for her, accompanied in his search by the faithful Plunkett, who also desired to find Mistress Nancy, whose mischievous glances had bewitched him. Then, at last, the two lovers met their charmers once again. One day a grand royal hunt took place in Richmond Forest, and Lady Henrietta, as one of the maids of honour, joined the ranks of the huntresses, together with her maid Nancy. Soon after the hunt had commenced, however, Henrietta withdrew a little apart from the gay company, and wandering down a lonely glade, soon gave herself up to the melancholy thoughts that had lately taken possession of her. But Nancy, merry and lively as ever, went on with the rest of the party, and presently, to her surprise and utter consternation, she came suddenly face to face with the young farmer Plunkett, who happened to be strolling through Richmond Forest that day, on his way from the village. No sooner did Plunkett set eyes on Nancy than he recognised her instantly as his runaway maid, and accosting her without ceremony, he ordered her to return to his service at once. At first Nancy tried to put him off by laughing and pretending not to know him. But when Plunkett seized her arm gently but firmly, insisting that she should follow him, the girl was alarmed for her mistress's sake, and turning to the surprised ladies and gentlemen, she called on them to come to her rescue. Immediately the indignant party closed about Plunkett, buffeting and belabouring him with their hunting crops, and the unfortunate farmer was obliged to beat a retreat as best he could. Meanwhile Lionel, who was also walking in the forest not far away, had wandered unconsciously into the very same glade that Henrietta had selected for her lonely ramble, and presently, approaching a lady of quality garbed in the rich habit of a fashionable huntress, he recognised, to his utter astonishment, the beautiful features of his beloved Martha. In great delight he hurried forward with outstretched arms to greet her, and at first Henrietta, overjoyed in spite of herself, uttered an exclamation of pleasure. Then, recollecting that she would be disgraced should the knowledge of her escapade become known at court, and seeing that her companions in the chase were already approaching her, she suddenly turned cold, and haughtily denied the young farmer's acquaintance. But Lionel, his passion enhanced at again beholding the object of his affection, determined to assert his rights as a master, and commanded her eagerly to return to his employ. And then Henrietta, afraid of what might follow, called out to her companions for help, declaring that Lionel was a madman. Instantly the rest of the hunting party crowded around, and when Lionel heard Henrietta addressed on all sides as "my lady," he saw in a flash that a trick had been played upon him at the statute fair, and that this fine court beauty had only been amusing herself at his expense. Knowing now that his love could never hope to be requited, he was filled with disappointment and despair, and he began to pour forth such scornful, passionate reproaches that the huntsmen, thinking him mad indeed, closed around and attempted to drive him away. At this moment Plunkett appeared on the scene once more, and quickly joining in the fray, he at length managed to drag his friend away, and returned with him to the farm. Here poor Lionel, overcome by grief and refusing to be comforted, feeling that his beloved one was now lost to him for ever, quickly fell into a delirious state bordering on frenzy. And Plunket, fearing for his friend's life, at length sent a message to Lady Henrietta, whose true rank and name he had quickly discovered, entreating her to visit the farm at least once again. With this message he also sent the ring that had been bequeathed to Lionel by his mysterious father, requesting the maid of honour to place it in the hands of the Queen, for he felt that this was a fitting time for the token to be presented, since his poor friend could not well be in greater distress, nor in more urgent need of help. When Lady Henrietta received the message, she was conscience-stricken and filled with grief, for she had instantly regretted her cruel treatment of Lionel in the forest, and could no longer hide from herself the fact that she loved him with her whole heart. She determined to go to the farm at once, and humbly accept the love of this honest, faithful wooer. But before starting, she sought an interview with her royal mistress, into whose hands she delivered the ring that Plunket had sent. A wonderful surprise was now in store for all, for the carefully hoarded ring brought back a long-forgotten incident to the Queen, and proved to her that the young farmer Lionel was in reality the only son of the unfortunate Earl of Derby, who, wrongfully accused of treason, had been forced to flight, and had died in exile. The royal lady determined to heal the wrongs inflicted on the father by restoring the son to his rightful rank and possessions, and the joyful tidings of this happy change in his fortunes was carried to Lionel by the fair Henrietta herself. The young earl was duly reinstated to the proper rank, wealth, and court favour to which he was entitled, but, to the utter grief of Henrietta, the sufferings to which her thoughtless conduct had subjected him had unhinged her lover's mind, and rendered his memory of all the incidents connected with her a blank. Henrietta was in despair, for by this time Plunket and the merry Nancy had already made up their minds to marry, and she longed to follow their example. At length a gleam of hope came to her, for having read that when a sudden shock unhinges a person's reason, the mind can sometimes be restored to its proper balance by repeating the incidents that first caused the calamity, she determined to try the experiment with Lionel. Easily prevailing upon her friends to help her in the scheme, she caused an impromptu fair to be held in her own gardens, setting up stalls and booths in exact imitation of the Richmond statutes, with a rank of serving-maids waiting to be hired, and when all was ready, she dressed herself in peasant garb once more, and took up her stand with Nancy amongst the country girls. Then Plunket led Lionel through the show and down the ranks of pretty maids, as he had done on the actual day of the fair, and, as all had hoped, the light of memory gradually brought back the wandering reason of the young earl, and restored his mind to its normal state. The moment he beheld Henrietta in her dainty peasant dress, he recognised the beautiful Martha, whose charms had won his heart, and a clear recollection of all the events succeeding the statute fair coming suddenly upon him, he hurried forward and clasped her in his arms with great joy, knowing now that there was no further obstacle to their union. So the mock fair had served its purpose, and a short time afterwards the young Earl of Derby, restored to reason and happiness, was married to Lady Henrietta, whom he had learned to love so dearly as Martha the serving-maid. End of section 11.
Section 12 of Stories from the Operas by Gladys Davidson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Gounod, Faust. In a certain city of Germany during the early years of the 16th century, a lonely student sat in his laboratory late one night, musing on the vanity of all human knowledge, and railing at the powerlessness of man to unravel the secret mysteries of nature. He was an old man who had spent the whole of his life in the quest of learning, and not without considerable success. For Faust, the alchemist, the laborious student of magic and mystery, the seeker out of hidden wonders, had gained much repute amongst his fellows, and was even looked upon with awe. But the accumulation of knowledge had brought no satisfaction to his soul, for the magic powers he sought were still withheld from him. And now, as the old man sat in his silent chamber, lonely and unloved, he felt that his ceaseless toil had been in vain, since in the pursuit of learning he had let the joys and beauties of life pass him by, and nothing but disappointment remained. Of what use, he thought despairingly, was all his vaunted knowledge, when it could not bring back to him his lost youth, with its faith, its enthusiastic glow, its raptures, its ambitions, and its fond dreams of hope and happiness. Filled with a sudden rage at the impotency of the vain learning he had sacrificed his precious youth to attain, the old man seized a goblet containing a poisonous draught, and determined to live no longer. He was just about to drain its contents, when the song of a band of merry peasants on their way to the fields, for the day was now dawning, arrested him in the fatal act. Faust put down the goblet with a shaking hand, and listened to the fresh young voices of the peasants, which unconsciously brought back to him the desire to live. But finding that their song was all of love, hope, and prayer, he fell into another paroxysm of rage, and called wildly on the powers of evil to come to his aid. Instantly there was a flash of unearthly light, and a terrific crash of thunder, and the Prince of Evil himself stood before him. Affrighted at this sudden answer to his rash invocation, Faust shrank back in horror, but the demon, who, clad in brilliant red garments with a flashing sword at his side, had taken on the form of a gallant of the period, under the name of Mephistopheles, approached his intended victim, and demanded of him in mocking tones what he desired. Did he want gold, or glory, or a kingdom? The old man shook his head, for none of these things had any charm for him, and he still feared his awful visitor. But at last, tempted by the one fierce desire left to him, he could restrain himself no longer, and passionately implored the demon to bring back to him his lost youth, with all its entrancing delights and capacities for sweet enjoyment. Mephistopheles replied that he had power to grant his wish, and could instantly restore him to a glorious youth, but for one price only would he do this thing, the price of Faust's own soul. As he spoke, the demon drew forth a parchment, and requested the old man to sign it, that it might be an agreement between them. But Faust hastily drew back, hesitating to enter into such a dreadful compact. Then Mephistopheles, seeing that further temptation was needed before he could gain his ends, caused by his supernatural power a wonderful vision to appear, and it seemed to Faust that the walls of his chamber suddenly melted away, and that in their place he beheld, as in a picture, a beautiful village maiden who sat spinning beside a cottage door. The angelic looks of this lovely maiden filled the heart of Faust with a passionate desire to possess her, and upon the demon assuring him that this wish should also be gratified if he would agree to his terms, the old man seized his pen and recklessly signed the parchment. The vision slowly faded away, and then the demon, taking from the table the discarded poison goblet, the contents of which he hastily changed into a magic potion, bade his now secured prey to swallow the draught. Faust eagerly did so, and immediately he was transformed from an old man into a handsome youth of noble appearance, with quick young blood flowing through his veins, and a heart throbbing with impulsive feeling and enjoyment of life. He found himself splendidly clad in the rich garments of a noble, and plentiful supplied with gold, and determined to make the most of the pleasures now brought once again within his grasp, the rejuvenated Faust sallied forth with his evil companion. For Mephistopheles had no intention of leaving his victim until the time came to claim him for his own. And upon Faust impatiently desiring to make the acquaintance of the lovely maiden shown to him in the vision, the cunning demon, eager to lead him further astray in the paths of evil, took him at once to the picturesque old city of Nuremberg, where the fair object of his passion dwelt in innocence and peace. As the two strangers made their way into Nuremberg, they found that a fair was being held there, and in the fair ground at the entrance to the town a very lively scene was taking place. Gay students, pretty maidens, old men, and prim matrons, all clad in holiday attire, were laughing, chattering, and bargaining on every side, and a group of soldiers just about to depart for the wars were standing under the trees outside a quaint old inn, drinking a gay farewell to their citizen friends. Amongst these soldiers was a young man named Valentine, who alone appeared grave amongst the merry throng, and on being rallied by his careless companions for his dull spirits, he told them that his heart was heavy at the thought of leaving behind him his orphan sister Margarita, a beautiful and virtuous young maiden, who, though placed in the charge of a worthy woman, would be left many months without a brother's loving care. Upon hearing this, a fair youth named Siebel, who, though scarcely more than a boy, had already the dauntless spirit of a man, came forward and declared enthusiastically that he would guard and watch over Margarita as a brother in his stead, and Valentine, somewhat comforted by this assurance, pressed his young friend's hand gratefully and joined in the parting merriment of his companions. Whilst the soldiers were thus singing songs together and drinking their farewell bumpers, Mephistopheles suddenly joined the group, and declared that he would sing them a song also. And though the revellers shrank back instinctively from the evil-looking stranger, they felt themselves powerless to resist his mocking tone of command. When the song came to an end, Mephistopheles began to foretell certain events in the lives of those present, and seeing a look of scorn and horror in the eyes of young Siebel, who unconsciously felt the dark stranger to be an enemy, he seized the youth's hands and pronounced that every flower he touched henceforth should instantly wither and die. Then, declaring that the wine offered to him was not worthy of the name, he struck with his sword a little cask surmounted by an effigy of Bacchus, which served as a sign to the inn, and instantly there gushed forth a stream of rich wine, with which the revellers quickly filled their cups. But no sooner had they swallowed the strange fluid than they felt it coursing through their veins and mounting to their brain like liquid fire, and Mephistopheles, laughing sardonically at their amazement and discomfiture, filled a goblet himself and drank it off to the health of fair Margarita. Enraged at hearing the name of his pure young sister thus lightly uttered by the sinister, fortune-telling stranger, Valentine resentfully drew his sword and rushed upon him, followed by Siebel and the other gallants standing about. But Mephistopheles quickly drew a circle around him with the point of his weapon, and his assailants then found themselves powerless, since their swords instantly snapped in half when thrust within the magic circle. Seeing that infernal powers were being used against them, the gallants held up aloft the hilts of their swords, and before the sign of the cross the demon cringed abjectly and was compelled to retire. The soldiers now made their final farewells, and went off to join the departing regiment, and soon after they had gone, Mephistopheles again appeared with Faust, who was by this time all eagerness to see the fair object of his vision. In answer to his oft-repeated impatient demand, Mephistopheles at last pointed to a fair-haired maiden now approaching them with a slow step and downcast eyes, a maiden of exquisite beauty, with all the charms of guileless innocence and perfect faith. It was Margarita, the beloved sister of Valentine, and as Faust gazed upon her, he recognized with rapture the form and features of the lovely maiden shown to him by the demon in his laboratory. Hurrying forward with delight, he bowed gracefully and begged to be allowed to escort her to her home. But Margarita was accustomed to treat the advances of gallants with coldness, and so, though her heart throbbed with sudden joy as she met the ardent gaze of the handsome stranger, she replied modestly that she was but a humble maiden who needed no such escort. She then passed quietly on her way, and the discomfited Faust gazed after her with eyes of passionate admiration and tender longing, for an uncontrollable love for the sweet maiden was already surging in his heart. Mephistopheles determined to foster and encourage this passion, hoping to secure by means of it a second victim in the unconscious Margarita, whose innocent soul he longed to destroy. And late that evening, when darkening shadows were beginning to fall, he led the willing Faust to the humble cottage where the fair maiden dwelt. As they approached the flower-laden garden, the young Sibyl came forth and passed down the street, for this enthusiastic youth also loved Margarita, and came to leave flowers for her every evening. On this particular evening, however, he had had a strange experience, for each flower he plucked had withered in his hand. And remembering the words of the mysterious stranger he had met that afternoon, he had been filled with dismay. But suddenly he bethought himself to dip his fingers in a little bowl of holy water that was placed within the porch of Margarita's cottage, and then to his joy he found that the curse was powerless, and that the blossoms he gathered after this act remained fresh. So laying his offering as usual upon a seat outside the porch, he came away, and immediately afterwards Faust and Mephistopheles entered the garden. Noticing Sibyl's flowers upon the rustic seat, Mephistopheles produced a casket of valuable jewels and placed it beside them, and then he withdrew with Faust into the shadows to watch the result. Presently the lovely Margarita came forth into the garden with a pensive air, for she was thinking of the handsome young cavalier who had accosted her in the afternoon, and whose passionate glances of admiration had thrilled her through and through, and set her maiden heart throbbing so wildly. She soon noticed poor Sibyl's flowers, and tenderly laid them aside with an indulgent smile, and then, seeing the strange casket, she took it up wonderingly and opened it. An exclamation of childish delight escaped her on beholding the dazzling jewels within, and unable to resist the temptation of adorning herself with them, she tremblingly clasped the pretty baubles about her snowy neck and arms. A little mirror had been artfully laid within the casket, and as she gazed at the reflection of herself, thus loaded with glittering gems and ropes of priceless pearls, she wondered what her noble gallant would think if he could behold her now adorned as a princess. Just then Dame Martha, the worthy but not very vigilant guardian, in whose charge Margarita had been left during her brother's absence at the wars, came forth from the cottage, and admiring the sparkling jewels, which Margarita, now ashamed of her momentary vanity, endeavoured to remove, she declared that they must have been sent by some noble adorer. At this moment Faust and Mephistopheles came forth from the shadows to which they had retreated, and the latter, declaring to Martha that he had important news for her, soon enticed the dame with many flattering phrases to leave her precious charge and to wander with him to one side. Left alone with Margarita, Faust approached the beautiful maiden eagerly, and unable to control his feelings any longer, passionately declared his love for her. And Margarita, though she resisted his advances for some time, at length gave way to the answering love in her own heart, and resigned herself to the tender embraces of the handsome cavalier. After this, the enraptured lovers frequently met, for the fiendish Mephistopheles continually encouraged and aided Faust in his passionate but lawless pursuit of Margarita, never once relaxing his demoniacal temptations until the ruin of the poor girl was assured and her innocence destroyed. The joys of a rapturous love were not long permitted to the betrayed Margarita, for as the months went on and her dishonour became known, she had to submit to the scorn and sneers of her old companions, who showed little pity for the frailty of one whose virtue had always been held up to them as a pattern, and all avoided her except the faithful Sibyl, who still sought to bring comfort to the gentle maiden whom a true and tender love had led astray. Full of grief and remorse, Margarita sought refuge in prayer and repentance, but even in the church the mocking demon, whose cruel temptation she had been unable to resist, would find her out, and fill her heart with fear and despair. It was whilst Margarita was praying one evening in the church near a humble cottage home that the soldiers returned from the wars, and the brave Valentine, who had covered himself with glory in the campaign, upon arriving in the town at once set off to receive the praises and greetings of his beloved sister. At the door of the cottage, however, he was met by the unhappy Sibyl, from whose agitated words he quickly learned of what had happened during his absence, and full of grief and anger he rushed within to pour forth reproaches upon the erring sister who had thus brought a stain upon his name. Sibyl ran to the church to acquaint Margarita with her brother's return, and no sooner had he gone than Mephistopheles appeared with Faust, who was still unable to keep away from the fair maiden he had betrayed. He was, however, sad and remorseful, and it was his evil companion who, to entice Margarita from her chamber, struck a guitar and sang a light serenade beneath the window. When the song came to an end, Valentine rushed out from the cottage, sword in hand, and knowing that the betrayer of his sister stood before him, he challenged Faust to combat. Instantly their blades clashed together, and Faust, aided by the diabolical intervention of Mephistopheles, quickly overcame his opponent, and Valentine fell to the ground, mortally wounded. At this moment Sibyl and Margarita came forth from the church, and seeing what had happened, the wretched maiden, with a loud cry of woe, flung herself upon the prostrate body of her brother, beseeching him to have mercy and pardon her. But Valentine roughly flung her from him, declaring that her sin had slain him, and with his last breath he cursed her passionately as he fell back lifeless. Horror-stricken at this awful calamity of which she was the cause, the unhappy Margarita was filled with unutterable grief and despair, and her already harassed mind giving way under the weight of woe now fallen upon it, in a sudden fit of mad frenzy she took the life of the poor babe who was soon afterwards born to her. For this terrible though unconscious act she was immediately flung into prison and condemned to death. But even as she lay in the gloomy cell awaiting her execution, her weary soul, worn out with suffering and grief, was already preparing to leave its earthly abode. Faust was now filled with remorse and despair for the sad fate the gratification of his selfish passion had brought upon the beautiful maiden who had loved him so tenderly, and on the night before the execution, aided by Mephistopheles, he gained access to her cell, and eagerly besought her to fly with him. But at first Margarita, whose mind was still wandering, scarcely heeded what was said to her. And then, as her thoughts grew clearer, and her gaze suddenly fell on the sinister form of Mephistopheles, who looked upon her exultingly, with eyes like coals of fire, she realized the danger of this new temptation to return to a life of sin, and spurned her lover's offer. Before the return of Valentine, she had begun to place her reliance in prayer and repentance, and now these holier feelings once more gained the ascendancy over her, and she fell upon her knees to pray. It was in vain that the despairing Faust implored her to escape with him, and the exulting demon tempted her to yield. And at last, with a final prayer for pardon and mercy, she fell back upon her wretched couch and expired at their feet. Mephistopheles uttered a cry of fiendish triumph, but at that moment a chorus of angelic voices was heard, proclaiming forgiveness for the repentant sinner whose faithful prayers had reached the mercy seat on high. Faust, awed and overcome with sorrow, sank to his knees in prayer, and as the evil spirit, thus balked of his expected prey, shrank back defeated, the prison walls opened, and the released and ransomed soul of Margarita was borne upwards to its celestial home. End of section 12. Section 13 of Stories from the Operas by Gladys Davidson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Gounod, Philemon, and Baucis. One stormy evening, long ago in the mythical days of the gods and heroes of the ancients, a poor peasant named Philemon and his wife Baucis were resting peacefully in their humble cottage, where they had lived together for many years of happy wedded life. They were now growing old, but although the shadows of life's eventide were fast deepening around them, they did not waste their remaining days in uttering vain regrets after departed youth, because the love in their hearts was as fresh and green as ever, and happiness was still theirs in spite of poverty and old age. As they sat together in the twilight this evening, whilst the sound of the gathering storm without came every now and again to their ears, they were rejoicing with each other because of the joy that yet remained to them. Though they could no longer join in the merry dances and wild pleasures of the gay young folks around them, that fact did not trouble them at all, since contentment was theirs, and they declared to one another that even in the days of their youth they were not happier than now in their old age. For as the years went on, the love in their faithful hearts grew deeper and stronger than ever. Since they enjoyed such perfect love and harmony, they did not envy the careless youths and maidens, but resigned themselves cheerfully to old age, knowing well that life would be sweet to the very end, whilst love remained to them. Thus did the contented old couple talk happily together until darkness fell, and not even a band of merry bacchantes, who presently danced past the cottage door on wildest revels bent, could draw from either a sigh of regret for the lost pleasures of youth. When, however, the song of the bacchantes had died away in the distance, Baucis declared that it was now time for the evening meal, and went into an inner room to prepare the humble food that was sweeter to them than the luxuries of the rich, since it was procured by their own honest labour and seasoned with love. When she had gone, Philemon busied himself by making the fire burn more brightly, and whilst engaged in this homely task, he was interrupted by an imperative knock at the cottage door. By this time the storm was raging with great violence, and when upon opening the door he was accosted by two strangers who craved shelter from the wind and rain. Philemon at once invited them to enter, being distressed that travellers should be out on such a wild night. Now, though the poor peasant little guessed it, these two strangers were in reality Jupiter, the father of the gods, and Vulcan, the god of fire and master of the workers in metal, who were visiting the earth, thus disguised in order to bring punishment upon certain disobedient mortals who had offended them. Having, however, been overtaken by this terrible storm, brought about by Jupiter's own commands as his means of punishment, they had sought refuge at the first homestead they came to, hoping that the owner might grant them shelter, and thus prove himself to be more worthy than his neighbours, upon whom the angry god's vengeance was now about to fall. Their hopes were realized, for Philemon received them with great kindness and hospitality, leading them to the warm hearthstone, where he proceeded to divest them of their wet cloaks, declaring it was a delight to him to welcome guests whom the gods must surely have sent. Jupiter was very well pleased at this reception, but Vulcan, being in an exceedingly ill humour, and still smarting from the recent intrigues of his beautiful wife Venus with the gods Mars and Mercury, only grumbled and growled at having been dragged from his accustomed work against his will, and even called down curses upon the gods who were the cause of his domestic woes and of his present plight. Upon hearing this, Philemon, being a devout upholder of the honour of the gods whom he served so faithfully, sternly reproved the stranger for thus speaking irreverently of the great immortals. But Jupiter laughingly bade the peasant not to heed the ill humour of his companion, who was in a strange mood that night. Philemon, having thus extended a hearty welcome to his unexpected guests, retired to the inner room to help his wife prepare a repast for them. And when he had departed on this hospitable errand, Jupiter began to rally Vulcan on his gloomy looks and sulky temper, but the cross-grained, deformed god was not to be pacified, and declared that he preferred to be left working with his faithful Cyclops in his subterranean forges, where no one dared to poke fun at him for his ill humours and ugly appearance, and where he was not plagued by the sight of his faithless wife bestowing her bewitching smiles on other admirers. While Jupiter was laughing over his companion's complaints, and gaily bidding him not to care for aught done by one so fair and fickle, Baucis entered the room bearing a jug full of goat's milk, which she placed before the visitors, saying that Philemon would shortly follow with ripe fruits, which he was even now gathering in the garden. Being even better pleased with the cheerful, kindly looks of Baucis, Jupiter entered into conversation with her, and went on questioning her as to the reason of her evident contentment and happiness. She replied that this was due to the all-absorbing love that she and her husband had for each other, which made them count poverty and old age as nothing. He was filled with amazement. "What?" he exclaimed. "You can still talk of love, even now that you're growing old?" "Oh, yes," answered Baucis, with a smile of pure joy. "For love has been the guiding star of our simple lives. And now that our days are drawing to a close, our only regret is that we cannot start over again and tread the same sweet path side by side a second time." At this moment Philemon returned with a basket of fine ripe fruit from the garden, and a vessel of sparkling water from the spring, and placing these on the table beside the goat's milk, he invited his guests to draw near and partake of the humble food, which was nevertheless the best that his poor home could offer. Jupiter, delighted at the gracious hospitality of the good old couple, gladly accepted the invitation, and having drained the vessel of water to satisfy his own thirst, he bade Baucis to fill out yet another cupful from the now empty flagon for Vulcan. Baucis was greatly surprised at the strange bidding, but on receiving the command from Jupiter a second time, she inclined the empty vessel, and to her utter astonishment a stream of rich red wine immediately flowed into the goblet. The poor peasants now knew that their strange guests were not ordinary mortals, and were in some fear as to who they might really be. But Jupiter, though still retaining his incognito, quickly reassured them, saying that he and his companion had been sent by the gods to bring dire punishment on the disobedient mortals in that neighbourhood who had offended them. He then bade them listen to the terrific thunderstorm which was now raging, and which would certainly destroy those on whom the gods' vengeance was to fall. But when the old couple began to tremble for their own safety, he told them to be of good comfort, since they should be spared, because of the hospitality and kindness they had shown to two travellers in distress. He then bade the wondering pair to lie down in peace, and rest securely until the morning, when they should awaken to reap the reward of their good deed. Philemon and Baucis, now feeling a delicious drowsiness creeping over their senses, obeyed the god's authoritative command, and gladly laid themselves down to sleep. And then, as they sank into a peaceful slumber, Jupiter cast a magic spell over them, by means of which their beautiful youth was completely restored to them, and their humble cottage at the same moment transformed into a noble palace. When morning dawned, the gods retired for a while, that the rejuvenated pair might make their wonderful discovery alone. Baucis was the first to awaken, and surprised at an unusual exhilaration of spirits, and at feeling the blood coursing merrily through her veins as in the days of her youth, she sprang to her feet and exclaimed as she now beheld the new grandeur around her, "I must be dreaming." Then, on approaching her still sleeping husband, she was amazed to find him young and handsome as in the days of yore, when he had first won her love, and running to the mirror, her joy was complete when its reflection showed her that she also was now restored to beautiful youth, and was even fairer still than in the early flush of maidenhood long years ago. "Philemon, Philemon, awake, my love, and rejoice!" she cried in delight. And when Philemon arose immediately at the sound of her sweet young voice, he was also astonished to find himself within a palatial mansion, and was utterly bewildered at the sight of the lovely maiden before him. "Who art thou, fair one?" he asked in awestruck tones. "Thou art beautiful as my beloved Baucis was in the days of her youth." But Baucis held the mirror up before his eyes, and bade him look at his own reflection. And when Philemon saw that he also had regained his handsome youth, his joy was unbounded. The happy pair now knew that this marvellous transformation must have been brought about by the influence of the gods, whose messengers they had entertained the previous evening. And overcome with gratitude and joy at the passion and delight of their youthful love was thus restored to them, they fell into each other's arms and rapturously embraced. The wondrous love of these two faithful hearts, though it had clung to them even in old age, had of necessity run in a calmer stream with advancing years. But now, with youth and beauty once more before them, it flooded their hearts afresh with renewed life, and the all-absorbing desires and sweet joys of old again held them under magic sway. For long the happy lovers rejoiced together in perfect bliss, regardless of time and heedless of the whole world, and then Baucis, growing suddenly timid and shy, broke coquettishly away from the embrace of Philemon, and ran laughing out into the open air to hide in the groves beyond. As Philemon turned to follow her, the god Vulcan appeared in the doorway of the palace, and on beholding one whom he felt to be his benefactor, the grateful peasant fell on his knees before him and tendered his grateful thanks. Vulcan, however, was still sulky and ill-tempered, and so gruffly bade him keep his thanks to himself, since the sight of one so happy in his love filled him with envy. Nor was he any better pleased when Philemon innocently expressed the desire that a faithful loving wife might also fall to his benefactor's share, for the alluring glances of his fickle Venus were more frequently bestowed on other lovers than on himself. Philemon soon left the taciturn god to his own devices, and ran off in pursuit of Baucis, and shortly afterwards Jupiter appeared and questioned his companion as to whether the peasants were satisfied with their changed lot. Vulcan replied in an aggrieved tone that they seemed to be very much in love with one another, and presently catching sight of Baucis hiding amidst the bushes, he bade Jupiter to look on his own handiwork. Now when Jupiter beheld the lovely maiden as she mischievously sped from tree to tree to avoid her fond pursuer, he was so enthralled with her sweet, fresh beauty that he suddenly desired to possess her for himself, and godlike, he at once sought the means of gratifying his desire. After giving vent to an extravagant outburst of admiration for this new object of his fickle fancy, he began to persuade Vulcan to keep Philemon engaged for a while, and presently the god of iron departed on this thankless mission, leaving Jupiter free to go in search of Baucis. In a very short time Jupiter came face to face with the lovely maiden, and began to address her in tones of admiration, at the same time giving her to understand his high estate. And when Baucis knew that it was the great god Jupiter to whom she was indebted for her restored youth, and who now graciously condescended to speak with her, she was so overcome that she sank humbly to her knees, trembling with fear. But Jupiter gently raised her from the ground, reassuring her in tender accents. And more enthralled by the maiden's exquisite loveliness, he began to pour forth passionate protestations of love, even imploring her to accept his overtures. At first Baucis repulsed him, shrinking back with frightened mien. But at length her timidity was overcome, and with a feeling of pardonable pride that her beauty was sufficient to cause even the master of the gods himself to plead for her love, she began to enjoy the situation, and even to coquette with her exalted admirer. So when Jupiter, pleased with his first success, went further still, and next boldly demanded the kiss that had been promised to Philemon, the maiden, having gone thus far, dared not refuse, for fear of offending the great god. But just at this moment Philemon himself appeared on the scene, and was filled with amazement and indignation at beholding his beautiful wife in the arms of the stranger he had entertained the night before. Baucis, quickly brought back to her senses by this timely interruption, instantly ran to her husband's side, begging him to curb his wrath until she could explain the matter to him. But Philemon's anger was not to be restrained, and he broke forth into passionate reproaches. Jupiter, though furious that Vulcan's carelessness should have caused this unwelcome interruption to his enjoyment, thought it prudent to retire for a while, and when he had departed, Philemon's torrent of reproaches fell faster than ever. Even when Baucis explained that it was the immortal Jupiter who had thus honoured her with his admiration, and whom he himself had addressed so roughly, the angry young peasant was not pacified, though he felt he was certainly doomed to destruction for crossing the pleasure of the mighty god, and he still continued to pour forth such scornful words that Baucis also grew angry, and began to return his reproaches with equal passion. Into the midst of this quarrel came Vulcan, who tried to make peace between them, grimly bidding Philemon to be of good cheer, since a matter of this sort was considered a mere trifle up in Olympus, where faithlessness in love was rather the rule than the exception. And he added that the fair daughters of earth were not likely to excel where goddesses failed. But Philemon was not to be satisfied with any such doubtful comfort as this, and at last, in a paroxysm of anger, he overturned the household gods, which, in the form of statuettes, adorned his new abode, and then rushed wildly forth into the open air. Baucis now began to weep bitterly, full of remorse that she should have so carelessly grieved the heart of her faithful Philemon. For, though a natural passing feeling of vanity in her reborn beauty had led her to be pleased with the admiration of the great god, yet her love for her husband had never for a moment wavered, and she was filled with despair at the thought that she might have forfeited his regard, which was her dearest possession. After vainly trying to comfort the poor girl, Vulcan went off in search of Philemon, intending to act the part of peacemaker. And no sooner had he gone on this difficult errand than Jupiter again appeared in the entrance. On beholding Baucis in tears, the amorous god hurried to her side, tenderly entreating her not to grieve, but rather to accept his tender caresses instead. But Baucis, determined not to let such alluring flatteries again overcome her nobler instincts, quickly withdrew herself from his embrace, and falling on her knees before him, passionately besought him to take her fatal beauty away, and make her old and wrinkled once more, that she might thus atone for the wrong she had done her faithful husband, in listening even for a moment to words of love from other lips than his. Jupiter was astounded at this request, thinking that the lovely maiden had taken leave of her senses. But Baucis exclaimed again, "Nay, my lord, give me back my old age again, when calm and peaceful days were mine, and pure and perfect love for my faithful Philemon was happy enough for me. What care I for beauty that but enthralls the hearts of others? I only want my husband's love, and that was mine when old. Therefore make me old again, my lord." As Baucis was pleading with Jupiter, Philemon approached with Vulcan, and on thus learning from her impassioned words that his wife still loved him, he ran forward with great gladness and clasped her in his arms. Baucis, full of thankfulness that her fault was forgiven, returned his caresses with great joy, and Jupiter, though at first furious that a mere mortal should be preferred before himself, the master of the gods, yet could not withhold his admiration at the sight of such perfect love as this. Gradually his anger melted away, and though he might still have gratified his passing fancy by force, had he wished to do so, it pleased him instead to be magnanimous, and presently he graciously announced to the faithful pair that they should still retain their youth and beauty, and that he would no longer come between their affection, but pour blessings upon them instead. Having thus restored harmony to the earthly home they had deigned to visit, the two gods returned to Olympus, and Philemon and Baucis were left in peace to rejoice in their renewed youth and the perfect love that should again guide them surely along the path of happiness and contentment to their lives' end. End of section 13.
Section 14 of Stories from the Operas by Gladys Davidson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rosemary DeSapio. Gounod, Romeo and Juliet. In the city of Verona, a fierce private feud had existed for many years between the two noble families of Capulet and Montague. And to such a degree was this hatred carried that it was even shared by the servants, followers, and friends of the two rival houses, with the result that if a Capulet partisan met a Montague partisan, they invariably came to blows, and did not hesitate to shed each other's blood. One evening it happened that a grand supper and masked ball was held at the palace of Lord Capulet, and to this festival all the chief lords and ladies of Verona were invited, with the exception, of course, of any members of the hated Montague family. However, the son of Lord Montague, whose name was Romeo, and who was a handsome and daring young man of a romantic disposition, boldly announced his intention of attending, uninvited, the revels at the house of his family foe. And disguised in the dress of a pilgrim and masked, he proceeded thither, accompanied by his bosom friends, Benvolio and Mercutio. They were admitted unquestioned into the house, and mingled with the guests, and for a while no one suspected that a Montague was taking part in the revels. Amongst the merry throng of dancers, Romeo very quickly noticed a beautiful young girl, whose wonderful grace and charm strangely fascinated him, and drawing the attention of his friends to this maiden, he exclaimed enthusiastically, "Oh, she doth teach the torches to burn bright. Her beauty hangs upon the cheek of night, as a rich jewel in an Ethiop's ear. Beauty too rich for use, for earth too dear. So shows a snowy dove trooping with the crows, as yonder lady o'er her fellows shows. The measure done, I'll watch her place of stand, and touching hers make blessed my rude hand. Did my heart love till now? Forswear its sight, for I ne'er saw true beauty till this night." This speech was overheard by a kinsman of the Capulets, a fiery youth named Tybalt, who immediately recognized the voice as that of one of his detested foemen, and furious that a Montague should have thus dared enter the house of Capulet, He challenged Romeo, and would have slain him then and there, had not old Lord Capulet himself interfered, and commanded him to sheath his weapon, declaring that his enemy's son should remain for that night, since he was a young man spoken of in the city with honor and respect. So peace was temporarily restored, and presently Romeo secured an opportunity of speaking with the lovely maiden whose fair looks had so quickly enslaved his heart. He found that the lady's disposition was as sweet and gentle as her looks, and to his joy she evinced great pleasure in his conversation, and returned his advances with many signs of favour. Presently the maiden was called away, and when she had departed, Romeo learnt that she was the daughter of Lord Capulet, and that her name was Juliet. Although filled with dismay that he had thus fallen in love with his enemy's daughter, and knowing that he would put himself in great danger should he venture to make further advances to her, Romeo was quite determined to see the lovely maiden again. And with this object in view, when the revels came to an end, he made his way into Lord Capulet's garden, thinking of this new joy which had already filled his heart so completely. To his delight, Juliet presently stepped out onto the balcony outside her chamber window, for she also was thinking of the strange, sweet love which had so suddenly filled her whole being at the ardent gaze of the handsome young pilgrim who had conversed with her at the ball, and wished to breathe her happy thoughts into the moonlit night. But Juliet had also learnt that this noble youth, whose eager words had so quickly and unresistingly won her heart, was the son of Lord Montague, and that she ought to hate rather than love him. And as she thought of this troublesome difficulty in the path of her happiness, she murmured softly, "O Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou Romeo? Deny thy father, and refuse thy name. Or, if thou wilt not, be but sworn my love, and I'll no longer be a Capulet. 'Tis but thy name that is my enemy. Thou art thyself, though not a Montague. What's Montague? It is nor hand, nor foot, nor arm, nor face, nor any other part belonging to a man. Oh, be some other name. What's in a name? That which we call a rose by any other name would smell as sweet. So Romeo would, were he not Romeo called, retain that dear perfection which he owes without that title. Romeo, doff thy name, and for thy name, which is no part of thee, take all myself." On hearing these words, which proved to him that Juliet returned his love, Romeo crept softly forward and made his presence known to her, replying to her spoken thought thus: "I take thee at thy word. Call me but love, and I'll be new baptized. Henceforth I never will be Romeo." Juliet was filled with joy at thus beholding the object of her sweet reflections, giving him a tender greeting. And in answer to her question as to how he had effected his entrance into the garden without the knowledge of her kinsman, Romeo replied, "With love's light wings did I o'erperch these walls, for stony limits cannot hold love out, and what love can do, that dares love attempt. Therefore thy kinsmen are no stop to me." For a long while the lovers talked happily together, and in spite of the fact that Juliet had already been promised by her parents to a young man of noble family named Paris, she now gladly listened to Romeo's passionate declaration of love, and vowed that she would wed none other than he. Several times their sweet converse was interrupted by Juliet's old nurse calling to her charge from within the chamber, and at last the maiden was obliged to tear herself away from the presence of her adoring lover and retire to rest. But Romeo did not return to his home immediately, and as dawn was already breaking, he made his way to a neighboring monastery in order to seek the help of a good old monk named Friar Lawrence. The old friar, who had a deep affection for the youth, listened indulgently to his rapturous recital of the love he had conceived for the beautiful Juliet. But when Romeo eagerly besought him to unite them in marriage that very day, He was at first horrified at such a wild suggestion. However, when Romeo again begged him to comply with the request, the good father at last consented, for it now occurred to him that good might come from such a deed, since this union would possibly lead to the healing of the ancient feud between the two rival houses. A little later in the day a message was secretly conveyed to Juliet, who, with the aid of her old nurse, in whom she had confided, found means to make her way to Friar Lawrence's cell, where Romeo was awaiting her. And there the old monk performed the rite of marriage for the loving pair, and made them man and wife. Juliet then hurried back to her home with speed, fearing lest her absence should be remarked, for she did not dare to breathe a word of what had passed. And Romeo, after declaring that he would see her again in the garden after nightfall, went to join his friends Benvolio and Mercutio, whom he had arranged to meet in a certain street. To his dismay, he found them engaged in a hot dispute with the fiery-tempered young Capulet Tybalt, who, having met them in the street, had quickly sought a quarrel in order to vent his suppressed rage at their temerity of the night before. And in spite of Romeo's efforts to make peace between them, being now desirous of establishing more friendly relations with his beloved Juliet's kinsfolk, Mercutio and Tybalt drew their swords and engaged in a deadly fight, which ended in Mercutio receiving a mortal wound. On seeing his friend fall in an expiring condition, Romeo, full of grief and indignation, at once made a furious onslaught upon Tybalt, and in the struggle which followed, he killed the Capulet noble. By this time, the news of the encounter had spread in the city, and soon members of both the Capulet and Montague families hurried to the spot, together with the Prince of Verona himself, who had been summoned by the watch. Lady Capulet was overcome with grief at the death of Tybalt, who was her nephew, and with tearful entreaties insisted on Romeo's summary punishment, and Lady Montague as earnestly defended her son's action in avenging the death of his friend Mercutio. The matter ended in the Duke declaring sentence of immediate banishment upon Romeo, and full of despair the young man concealed himself until night-time in Friar Lawrence's cell, being determined to see Juliet again before leaving the city. When darkness fell, Romeo made his way once more to the Capulet's garden, and, scaling the balcony, bade a long and passionate farewell to the weeping Juliet. With the first signs of dawn, he was compelled to depart, with a last fond embrace, and then, with a heavy heart and reluctant steps, he made his way to Mantua, from whence his messengers and friends could keep him acquainted with all news concerning the fair young bride, from whom he had been thus so cruelly parted. Very soon after the departure of Romeo, Juliet found herself in a position of the utmost difficulty, for her parents determined that her marriage with the brilliant Count Paris should take place without further delay, and the nuptials were announced to be celebrated a few days hence. It was in vain that the dismayed Juliet, not daring to reveal the fact of her secret marriage with the banished Romeo, pleaded her extreme youth, her indifference to Paris, and the family mourning for their kinsman Tybalt. For her parents were indignant at her unwillingness and disobedience to their wishes, and declared that they would cast her off forever should she fail to accept Paris as her husband on the Thursday appointed. Poor Juliet, full of woe and dismay, sighed distractedly. "Is there no pity sitting in the clouds that sees into the bottom of my grief?" Then, suddenly, she bethought her of the kind old monk who had wedded her to Romeo, and leaving the house with the utmost secrecy, she made her way to the cell of Friar Lawrence, to whom she poured forth her tale of woe, and besought him to counsel her in this terrible dilemma. It happened that the old friar had studied the properties of many valuable drugs, and presently he declared that he could provide Juliet with a certain potion which, if she drank it just before the approaching wedding festivities began, would cause her to fall into a trance, so that her friends, thinking her to be dead, would place her in the family vault, from whence, on waking after 42 hours had elapsed, she could be rescued by Romeo and secretly conveyed to Mantua, where they could dwell happily together. The friar then asked the maiden if she had the courage to go through this ordeal, and Juliet, overjoyed at the thought of being thus preserved for her beloved Romeo, answered eagerly, give me, oh, tell not me of fear. Love, give me strength, and strength shall help afford. So the old friar gave her a phial containing the potion, and promised to send messengers to Romeo that he might come secretly at night to the vault to rescue her on her awakening, and Juliet departed to her home much comforted. She now no longer refused to wed Count Paris, and when the bridal day arrived she moved quite calmly amongst the throng of merry guests. But she had not forgotten the old friar's potion, and in spite of the horror she felt at the thought of awakening in the gloomy family vault, in which her cousin Tybalt was already lying, she had bravely conquered her fears, and secretly swallowed the contents of the phial with these words, Romeo, 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 I drink to thee. Her parents and their guests were therefore horror-struck when, soon after the festivities had begun, the lovely Juliet fell to the ground, apparently dead, and the revels ended in the greatest confusion and dismay. Lord and Lady Capulet were overcome with grief at what they supposed to be the sudden death of their fair young daughter, and with heart-rending tears and cries of woe, the still cold form of Juliet was laid to rest on a bier in the family vault. Friar Lawrence, after waiting to hear how his plot had succeeded, dispatched the messenger to Mantua to inform Romeo of all that had happened, and to bid him come secretly to rescue his bride on her awakening. But, unhappily, before the good father's messenger arrived in Mantua, Romeo had already heard from another source the terrible news of Juliet's supposed death. Thus, knowing nothing of the old monk's plan, and believing his beloved one to be dead, Romeo was distracted with grief, but determined to at least look once more upon the sweet face of Juliet, even though in death, he instantly mounted a horse and galloped at a furious pace to Verona. He reached the city at midnight of the second day since Juliet had been reported dead, and making his way at once to the churchyard, he secured a torch and mattock, and began fiercely to break open the tomb of the Capulets. He was just about to enter the vault when he was interrupted by a newcomer, who cried to him sternly, "Stop thy unhallowed toil, vile Montague!" These words were spoken by Count Paris, who had also come to weep beside the remains of his lost bride, and on seeing Romeo there before him, he believed him to have come for some evil purpose. Romeo was now half frantic with his grief, and refusing to be delayed in his quest, he drew his sword upon Paris. The two fought furiously in the dark, until at last Paris fell mortally wounded, and when Romeo took up the torch to look upon the face of his fallen antagonist and recognized the features of Paris, his sorrow increased, and he said, "Oh, give me thy hand, one writ with me in sour misfortune's book. I'll bury thee in a triumphant grave." He therefore lifted the dead youth tenderly, and laid him within the vault, that he might at least share the resting-place of the maiden he had loved. And then, placing the torch against the wall, he knelt, overwhelmed with despair, beside the bier of Juliet. So fair and lovely did she still appear, that at first he could scarcely believe her to be dead. But when he felt her still cold form, he could doubt it no longer. He already determined that he could not bear to live on without Juliet, and with this object he had broken his journey once, in order to procure from an apothecary some deadly poison which would act instantaneously. He now bent down to bid his beloved one farewell, and to kiss her cold lips for the last time, and then, drawing forth the phial, he swallowed the poison, saying, "Here's to my love." Thus, with a kiss, I die. The poison took effect immediately, and with a sigh, Romeo fell dead beside the bier of his bride. It happened that this was the hour at which Juliet was to awaken from her trance, and Friar Lawrence therefore now appeared at the opening of the vault, fearing that his messenger had been delayed, since he had seen nothing yet of the banished Montague. And when he entered the cell and beheld the dead bodies of Paris and Romeo, he guessed at the terrible catastrophe that had occurred, and uttered loud cries of woe. At this moment Juliet awakened from her death-like sleep, and looked around her in wondering horror, and the old friar besought her earnestly to leave the vault. But Juliet's eyes had already fallen upon the dead body of her beloved Romeo, and from the empty phial in his hand she at once gathered that he had poisoned himself upon believing her to be dead, and in an agony of grief she came down from her bier to clasp her lover's limp form in her arms, whilst the friar fled in alarm at the sound of approaching steps, for the disturbance at the tomb had by this time attracted the notice of the watch, who were now hastily bringing both Capulets and Montagues to the churchyard. Juliet also heard the approaching sounds, and she knew she must act quickly, for she was determined to live no longer since her lover was dead. As she clasped Romeo in her arms, she kissed him passionately, hoping to imbibe some of the poison from his silent lips. But finding this unavailing, she drew forth the dagger which he wore, and with it stabbed herself to the heart with these last words: "O happy dagger, this is thy sheath, there rust and let me die." The kinsfolk of the two unfortunate lovers now rushed into the vault, accompanied by Friar Lawrence, who had returned to relate the sad story, and as the bereaved parents wept together over the dead bodies of their beloved children, and understood that their tragic fate had entirely arisen from the old selfish family feud, they humbly joined hands in token of mutual forgiveness and renewed friendship. A statue of the purest gold was raised to the memory of Juliet by the Capulet family, whilst the same honour was vouchsafed to Romeo by the sorrowing Montagues, and all who gazed upon these monuments of affection shed tears of sympathy for the hapless fate of the faithful lovers. For never was a story of more woe than this of Juliet and her Romeo. End of section 14. Recording by Rosemary DeSapio.
Section 15 of Stories from the Operas by Gladys Davidson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Russell Newton. Section 15. Halevy's La Juive. The Jewess. Towards the end of the 14th century, Monseigneur de Brogny, chief magistrate of Rome, issued an edict which decreed that all Jews were to be banished from the sacred city, and the persecuted people, knowing too well that delay meant torture and death, were compelled to submit to their enforced exodus and to seek refuge in other lands. Before all had departed, however, the Neapolitans, who were at the time waging war with the Roman government, laid siege to the city, and having forced an entry, commenced ruthlessly to pillage and burn. During the absence of Monseigneur de Brogny, his splendid palace was sacked and set ablaze, and when his arduous duties at length permitted the chief magistrate to return, he found his home destroyed, and was informed to his horror that his beloved wife and infant daughter had been left to perish in the flames. But this was not in reality the truth, since, though the mother had indeed been burned, the babe had been rescued by a Jew, named Eleazar, who, having thus saved the child by a sudden impulse, immediately carried her away with him to share his own fortunes, rather than restore her to the hated enemy of his race. De Brogny, frantic at the loss of his beloved ones, sought solace by joining the church, and having attained the rank of cardinal, he quickly rose to great eminence and power in the service of Sigismund, Emperor of the West. Meanwhile, Eleazar the Jew had journeyed with many of his brethren to the city of Constance, then under the sway of the Pope, and settling here, he engaged in the occupation of a dealer in gems, and by his industry soon became very wealthy. The little girl he had rescued was given the name of Rachel, and brought up as his own daughter, and in his own religion. As time went on, Rachel grew to be a very beautiful maiden, and as she had been always taught to regard Eleazar as her father, she rendered him due reverence and obedience as such, and proved herself to be a loving and devoted daughter. So the years passed peacefully enough for Eleazar and Rachel, but at last a change came, and terrible trouble fell upon them. One day, in the year 1414, the city of Constance put on its gayest appearance, and the people prepared to celebrate a solemn festival in honor of recent brilliant victories gained by their young prince, Leopold, over certain hated enemies. And as the Emperor Sigismund was to make triumphal entry into the city during the day, all work was suspended, and the citizens prepared to receive their ruler with loyal rejoicings. A solemn thanksgiving service was first held in the chief church of the city, which was situated in a great square, at one end of which was the jewel shop and dwelling of Eleazar the Jew. And presently, noticing signs of work going on within the Hebrew's abode, contrary to the decree gone forth that the day was to be observed as a sacred festival, the people in the crowded square gathered in angry groups before the gem shop, and indignantly shouted commands for the work to be stopped instantly. Eleazar, having scorned to recognize the Christian festival as applying to himself, had decided to carry on his work as usual, and now, hearing the menacing cries of the outraged populace, he appeared fearlessly at the door of his shop, accompanied by his daughter and a handsome young man, whom he had recently taken into his service as an artist, though a complete stranger to him. This stranger was in reality none other than the young Prince Leopold, who, having on a former visit to the city seen the jeweller's lovely daughter, had straightway fallen in love with her, and knowing that he would never be permitted to wed with a Jewess, he had resorted to a disguise in order to satisfy the longings of his heart and enjoy intercourse with the object of his affections. For this purpose, he had left the court a few weeks before the Emperor's entry into Constance, giving out that he would join the royal party when the day of rejoicing arrived, since great honours were to be showered upon him on that occasion. And then, disguising himself in the humble dress of an artist, he journeyed to Constance and introduced himself as a Jew, named Samuel, to Eleazar, who willingly took him into his service, since he had great natural abilities. Here he quickly won the affections of Rachel, but still remembering that he could never marry the beautiful Jewess, he persuaded her to keep their love for a while from the knowledge of Eleazar, as he could not bear the thought of parting from her so soon. As the three now appeared at the shop door, the indignant mob dragged them roughly outside, declaring that they deserved to die by torture for their sacrilege of a solemn festival day. And in spite of Rachel's piteous plea for mercy, she and her father would have been quickly borne away to their death, had not an interruption occurred by the entry of the Cardinal de Broglie, who was at the time passing on his way to join the Emperor. Seeing that a disturbance was taking place, de Broglie stopped to inquire the reason for it, and this being explained to him, he gave orders for the persecuted pair to be released, recognizing Eleazar as one of the prominent Hebrews he had known in Rome, although quite unconscious that the fair Rachel was in reality his own daughter, whose loss he had never ceased to mourn. Compelled to obey the command of the powerful cardinal, the crowd drew back sullenly, and Eleazar and Rachel returned in safety to their home. That evening, being the Jewish feast of the Passover, a number of Hebrews met together to celebrate the solemn service at the house of Eleazar, who was a leader amongst his brethren of the faith. And amongst the company was the disguised Prince Leopold, who, though pretending to join in the ceremony, yet did not commit himself, for when the consecrated bread was handed to him, he surreptitiously flung it aside when he thought himself unobserved. As the ceremony came to an end, a loud clamour was heard at the entrance, and upon the door being opened, to the astonishment of all, guards and attendants in the royal livery were seen without, escorting a richly dressed lady, who entered the house alone, and announced herself to be the Princess Eudocia, niece of the Emperor. As she entered, Leopold quickly retired into the background, and kept himself concealed from view, for he was affianced to the same fair princess, and knew that ruin awaited him should he be discovered by her in the Jewish household. The princess, however, addressed herself to Eleazar, stating that she had come to purchase from him a handsome jewelled chain, which she wished to present to her betrothed, Prince Leopold, when he appeared at her uncle's court on the morrow. And having chosen the most magnificent ornament of the kind which Eleazar possessed, she bade him bring it to the palace next day, and then withdrew. The Jewish brethren having also by this time all departed, Leopold and Rachel found themselves alone, and the beautiful Jewess, observing her lover's pale face and agitated looks, entreated him to tell her the reason of this. Then the young prince, having been awakened by Eudocia's visit to a sense of the wrong he was doing Rachel by thus seeking to win her love by deception, and filled with remorse, confessed to the Jewish maiden that he was a Christian, though still not revealing his true rank. And Rachel, overcome with grief at this revelation, reproached him bitterly for having thus led her into the crime of having loved and sacrificed her honour to a Christian. But when her father, hearing their voices, suddenly entered the room, and hearing of the stranger's deception, was about to stab him in his wrath, her mood instantly changed, and flinging herself upon her knees between them, she implored Eleazar to have pity on them both, and to permit them to marry. "My father, be not angry, but grant my wish," she cried passionately, "for I love Samuel, and he is all the world to me." Eleazar, who loved his adopted daughter with great tenderness, gently raised her from the ground, and in tones from which the anger had all vanished, he said that he would consent to the marriage, since her happiness depended upon it. But Leopold, knowing that he, a royal prince, could never enter into such a marriage, now felt himself compelled to repudiate the bride offered to him, madly though he still loved and longed to possess her. And declaring cruelly that he could never wed with a Jewess, he rushed hastily from the house, despising himself for his own base conduct, and followed by the furious curses of Eleazar. Next day, the Jew and his daughter made their way to the royal court, taking with them the splendid jewelled chain which the Princess Eudocia had purchased the evening before. And upon arriving at the palace, they were at once ushered into the presence chamber. Here the court was assembled with great magnificence, and Prince Leopold, seated on a throne beside his betrothed, was receiving the congratulations and praises of the courtiers upon his success in the recent war. When Rachel beheld the young prince, in spite of his resplendent attire, she at once recognized him as her false lover Samuel, and as the Princess Eudocia was about to present her gift, determined to be revenged for her cruel treatment, she sprang forward, and snatching the chain away, passionately denounced Leopold before the whole company, declaring that he had committed the sacrilegious crime of having betrayed a Jewess. "I, Rachel, am the maiden he has sacrificed to his unlawful passion," she added in a voice that trembled with emotion, "and since I, too, have shared in his guilt, I am prepared to suffer for my sin." Upon hearing Rachel's denunciation, a wave of horror swept over the whole assemblage, for the deed of which she accused the young prince was regarded at that time as a terrible crime, and was punishable by death. And since Leopold did not attempt to deny the accusation, but bent his head in acknowledgment of guilt, they knew that he had indeed committed this act of sacrilege against his religion. The Cardinal de Broglie, who was also present, seeing that it was so, now rose in righteous indignation at this outrage which had been offered to the Christian Church, and declared that, in accordance with the existing law, Leopold and Rachel must both suffer death for their crime, and that Eleazar should also share their fate as an accomplice. And then, followed by the curses of the whole court, the condemned three were led away to prison. The Princess Eudocia was overwhelmed with grief at this terrible conclusion to all her dearest hopes, but in spite of Leopold's faithlessness, she still passionately loved him, and determined to make an effort to save him from death. Having obtained permission to visit Rachel in prison, she repaired to the fortress without delay, and when the young Jewess was brought before her, she besought her to save Leopold's life by declaring to the judges that he was not guilty of the crime which she had accused him. Rachel, however, at first indignantly refused to help one who had so basely betrayed and repudiated her. But when Eudocia fell on her knees and passionately pleaded with her again and again to save the man they both loved, she relented, unable to struggle longer against the natural promptings of her own heart, in which her false lover's image was forever enshrined. She therefore promised Eudocia to obey her wish, and when brought before the judges a short time later, she declared to them that Leopold was not guilty of the crime she had attributed to him. The Cardinal de Broglie, rejoicing at this news, now declared Leopold to be innocent, and gave orders for his instant release. But Eleazar and Rachel, being now accused of having fabricated the whole story to entrap the royal prince, were condemned for such high treason to the terrible death of being flung into a cauldron of boiling oil. The cardinal, however, feeling pity for the dreadful fate about to fall upon the lovely Jewish maiden, gave Eleazar the opportunity of saving his daughter by abjuring his faith and becoming a Christian, but this suggestion the staunch Jew scornfully repudiated, declaring that he preferred to die in his own faith rather than live to join the ranks of the Christians whom he hated. Then, having suddenly bethought him of a means of revenging himself upon the cardinal for thus condemning him to so terrible a death, he related to him the story of how his infant daughter had been rescued from the fire years ago, saying that the preserver was a friend of his own, and that she was still living. And the cardinal, who had never ceased to mourn for his lost child, implored him to say where the maiden was to be found, that he might cherish her once again. But Eleazar refused to reveal this secret, having determined not to give de Broglie the information until Rachel was no more, that he might thus bring everlasting grief upon him for having condemned his own child to such an agonizing death. And though the cardinal even humbled himself by kneeling in supplication before the Jew he despised, the longing of his heart remained unsatisfied. However, when the day of execution arrived, and Rachel and himself were brought out to meet their fate, and were left together for a few moments near the scaffold from which they were to be flung into the boiling oil, the old Jew's resolution broke down, and feeling horror at the thought of sacrificing the beautiful maiden he had loved as his own daughter, to satisfy his private vengeance, he besought her with all his heart to become a Christian, since by that means she could save herself from the awful death that awaited her. But Rachel declared nobly that she would never forsake the faith in which she had been brought up and had learned to love, and thus, firmly resolved to wear the martyr's crown, she heroically sprang upon the scaffold, and with a cry of exultation leaped into the seething cauldron. Eleazar's moment of revenge had now arrived, although he had sought to avert it, and as his beloved Rachel vanished from sight, he turned to de Broglie and cried in a frenzied voice in which triumph and anguish struggled for the mastery, "Behold your daughter, proud cardinal, now lost to you forever." End of 15. Recording by Russell Newton. Section 16 of Stories from the Operas by Gladys Davidson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Russell Newton. Section 16. Humperdinck's Die Königskinder, The Kingly Children. In the midst of the dense Helle woods, at the back of which towered the great mountain known as the Helgeberg, a small clearing had been made in one of the sunny glades, and here, many miles away from human habitation, a mysterious old witch had made her abode. A rough, tumble-down hut served for her shelter winter and summer alike, and for companion she had a little maiden whom she had kidnapped when but a tiny toddler, and whom she had brought up to look upon her as her grandmother, to mind her geese for her, and to assist in the brewing of her magic potions. The little goose girl, since babyhood, had never beheld any other human being, and was never permitted to wander beyond sight of the hut, but she knew that other people existed, since she had heard the old dame speak of the folk she had seen in her own journeyings to and fro, and whom she often cursed when muttering her evil spells. In vain did the captured child ask for news of the bright world beyond the forest depths, and express her longings for beautiful things, for fair companions, and for the love and joy that her youth demanded. For in reply she only gained cruel beatings and harder tasks than ever, and she learned to hide her longings and to find pleasure in her secret thoughts. When she was good and obedient, she was set to mind the geese, and prevent them from straying far into the woodland depths, and this was a task she loved, for then she could sit outside in the sunshine, or gaze at the reflection of her own pretty face in the sparkling streamlet, and even deck herself with flowers, when the old witch was not looking. The geese all loved her, since she was gentle with them and regarded them as her friends, as well as the other birds and timid wild creatures that dwelt in the woods. And one fair dove, that nested in a neighbouring linden tree, she loved above them all, for its soft cooing often brought her comfort when she was sad at heart. One sunny day, the little goose girl lay stretched on a hillock beneath the linden tree, whilst the geese snapped and plucked at the grass around her, or splashed in the pond close by. And as she lay there, she pulled at the daisies and hummed softly to herself, whilst her feathered friend, the gentle dove, cooed softly on the branch above. Though still clad in a short, ragged gown, she was now in the first flush of fair young maidenhood, and possessed marvellous beauty, with the natural grace and noble bearing of a princess. And in spite of the red kerchief which so tightly swathed her head, a few stray golden locks escaped to betray the hidden wealth of her woman's crowning glory. She thus lay sweetly daydreaming in full sight of the hut, on the roof of which hopped a tame raven, cawing to a big yellow tomcat on the ground below. But presently she was interrupted by the old witch, who had popped her head out of the window and began to scold the girl for letting the geese stray too far. The goose girl sprang up and collected the geese together once more, and then, hearing the witch still calling to her, she entered the little garden, where she stopped again to gaze at a lovely golden yellow lily bud growing there, sighing because it refused to open to the light of day. The old dame, however, soon dragged her away with a cuff, and putting a kettle into her hands, bade her draw water from the trough near by. and when the girl stooped again to smile at her fair reflection in the water, she scolded her more than ever, and set her to knead a magic cake. The goose girl made the cake, kneading into it various strange powders and herbs given her for the purpose by the witch, and when it was done, she held it high above her head, declaring that he who ate of it should see his sweetheart quickly. The old witch, however, snatched it from her, and declared instead that it would bring death to those who ate of it. The girl, full of horror, ran off to rest beneath the linden tree and seek comfort from her pet dove, and presently the old witch departed into the forest depths beyond, to gather simples and loathsome things for her potions, first telling the young captive that it was useless for her to try to wander away, since she had cast a spell over the bushes and briars, and that they would thus hold her back. As soon as the dame had departed, the little goose girl's spirits rose at once, so that she began to sing and dance in the sunshine. And then, snatching up a wreath of wild flowers she had made earlier in the day and hidden in a bush, she set it on her head, and ran to gaze at her reflection in the water trough. The charming picture she saw there delighted her, and she called to the geese to come and admire her also. But while she laughed at their quacking and rejoiced in her own fair looks, she was suddenly addressed by a stranger, and, turning in haste, found herself face to face with a handsome youth who, though clad in garments torn and travel-stained, yet had the proud and kingly air of one of royal birth. Though at first terrified, the goose girl gazed in amazement at the stranger, her fear quickly vanishing in wonder, admiration, and delight. And when the youth laughed at her surprise and begged her to give him greeting, she asked in awestruck tones, "Are you a man?" The stranger laughingly assured her that he was, keeping his own eyes fixed upon her face, for though he had beheld many fair maidens before, he had never yet been confronted with one of such dazzling loveliness as this ragged child. He told her that he was a king's son, but that, dissatisfied with the emptiness of his life, he had wandered forth from his royal home to seek adventures in the wide world, and to gain renown alone and unaided, but that his sword had gained him little glory yet, and that his wanderings had reduced him to the point of beggary. And then he asked her if he might quench his thirst at the trough, begging her also to drink with him. The goose girl gladly agreed to his request, and afterwards she led him to her favourite nook beneath the linden tree, where the pair sat together and gazed into each other's eyes, still entranced by their mutual beauty. The king's son could scarcely believe his companion to be aught but a fairy, so fresh and fair were her looks, and his eyes grew more and more tender, as in answer to her wondering questions, he told her the uses of his flashing sword, of his father's kingship, of his own yearnings and dissatisfaction, and of his wanderings and adventures, in which he had learned to brave dangers, to despise wounds, and to take a proud delight in freedom and the joy of living. The little goose girl listened, enthralled and spellbound to his every word, and when at the end of his recital the king's son asked her if she had ever heard of anyone so foolish before, she put her hands in his and said earnestly, "Nay, with thee I'd go, for thou hast grown so dear to me." For answer, the king's son clasped the maiden in his arms in a tender embrace, telling her that she should indeed wander forth with him, since she was his love and he was hers, and after a long, passionate kiss, the lovers remained silent for a while, too happy for words and lost in their surroundings. Suddenly, however, a gust of wind blew off the goose girl's wreath, and springing up in dismay she ran after it. But the king's son picked it up first, and thrusting it into the bosom of his tunic, declared he should keep it as a love token. And though his companion wept and entreated him to restore it to her, since it was precious in her sight as the symbol of her maidenhood, he refused to give it up. Then, seeing that she still grieved for it, the king's son unfastened a small bundle he had with him, and drawing from it a golden crown, he had made as though he would place it upon her head in place of the one she had lost. But the goose girl was afraid, and refused to allow him to place the crown on her head, declaring that she liked her own pretty flower wreath better, since she cared nothing for gold and jewels, but only wanted love and peacefulness. And the king's son flung the golden crown into the grass, and putting his arms around the maiden, offered her his love once more, and the protection of his good sword, if she would go forth with him. The goose girl said that his love was the only thing she valued, and that she would now gladly go with him, and hand in hand the happy pair ran to the edge of the wood. There another strong gust of wind nearly took their breath away, and the straying geese came flocking around the goose girl, who now stood stock still and terrified, as she remembered the witch's parting words. And when the king's son impatiently asked her what was wrong, she cried out wildly that she dared not leave the place, since a magic spell had been cast over the bushes, and that they were holding her back. The king's son, not understanding her terror, but thinking that she cared more for her geese than for his love, was offended, and declared that he would leave her if this was the case. And when the goose girl, once more failing to free herself from the spell of magic she felt was cast around her, and fearful of the consequences of her disobedience to the witch, sank sobbing to the ground, the royal youth, beside himself with wrath and disappointment, poured forth angry reproaches upon the poor girl, declaring that a beggar maid such as she was not fit to mate with kings, and that she would never behold him again unless a miracle should happen, until a star of light should fall from the heavens above into the opened heart of the closed lily-bud. With these words the king's son rushed away into the depths of the forest, and was quickly lost to sight. And the goose girl, overcome with despair, flung herself face downwards on the grass, weeping and wailing because she had not been born a kingly child and the equal of her royal lover, whom she believed would not then have deserted her, forgetting that, if she had but conquered her fears, she would not have lost him. She was quickly roused from her grief, however, by hearing the approaching steps of the witch, and hastily picking up the golden crown which still lay in the grass beside her, she slipped it over the head of her favourite goose, and drove the bird behind a neighbouring bush just as the old dame appeared. The witch nevertheless quickly guessed that a stranger had been with the girl, whom she forced to tell her the whole story of the visit of the king's son, and then, hearing approaching sounds of music played upon a fiddle, together with men's voices, she cuffed the weeping maiden and bundled her into the hut, slamming the door just as 3 more strangers issued forth from the wood. These were a fiddler, a woodcutter, and a broom-maker, who had all come thither to consult the witch, having been sent with an important message to her from the councillors and inhabitants of the town of Hellabrunn. But the 2 latter were a couple of cowards, though they had boasted of their great courage before setting out, and now they had at last reached their goal, they trembled with fright, and would gladly have returned without delivering their message, in spite of the reward they had been promised. The fiddler, however, was a seer, or wise man, who, having a brave and pure heart, had no fear of evil influences, and boldly marching up to the hut, he knocked long and loudly at the door, which was instantly opened by the witch, who angrily bade the 3 strangers begone if they valued their lives. The woodcutter and the broom-maker shivered in their shoes on hearing these words, being mortally afraid of the dealer in magic. But the fiddler, after merrily paying a number of flowery compliments to the old hag, whose sour visage he pretended to admire, bade the quaking pair state their business. In fear and trembling, the 2 cowards began to mumble out their message, but the fiddler soon pushed them to one side and told the tale himself. He stated that the good people of Hellabrunn had recently lost their beloved old king, who had died without leaving an heir to succeed him, and since they longed for a new and glorious ruler to place upon the empty throne, the present ambassadors had been sent to the wise witch-woman to ask, if by means of her magic she could tell them where they could quickest find the ruler they sought, who might be either a prince or a princess, but who must be of royal birth and of the kingly kind. Even as he spoke, the fiddler caught sight of the little goose-girl peeping out of the window, and recognizing at once by her noble air that she must be of royal birth, he was filled with joy, and knew that here he should find a queen at least. He said nothing of what he had seen, however, but made a sign to the maiden to keep in hiding for the moment, and in reply to the petition the old witch, eager to be rid of her unwelcome visitor, and remembering that the king's son had departed towards the town, told the ambassadors that they might ring the joy bells in Hellabrunn next day, since he who was of royal birth and worthy to be their king, even though he might come without pomp and poorly clad, would be the first person to enter their town at noon on the morrow, adding moreover that the townsfolk were all fools, and through their own stupidity would as likely as not lose the good king they sought. With which parting shaft she retired into the hut, and slammed the door once more. The broom-maker and the woodcutter chuckled, as they realized that by bringing this good news they would certainly gain the fine reward which had been offered by the councillors and greybeards of the town, and the fiddler, disgusted with their mercenary natures, drove them away from the place, and then returned alone to the hut, determined to free the captive maiden, whom he felt sure was of royal birth. He soon forced the old witch to bring forth the goose-girl, and when he had heard the dame's story of how she had come by the child, he proved by a corresponding story he now remembered that the maiden was indeed of royal birth, and declared that she should come away with him to reign as queen in Hellabrunn, since she was worthy to be bride of the king's son, who was to enter the town as its ruler on the morrow. Full of joy on thus learning that she was a kingly child, the goose-girl quickly fetched out the hidden golden crown she had refused to wear that morning, and shaking down her long golden hair, which fell like a dazzling mantle around her, she placed the crown upon her head. Twilight had now fallen, and the goose-girl, longing for a sign that she should indeed behold her royal lover once again, fell upon her knees and prayed for a token to be given to her. And to her joy a star of light fell from the heavens above into the heart of her beautiful golden lily-bud, which opened at that moment to receive it. And now, Full of exultation as she remembered the words of the king's son, the goose girl, no longer afraid of the old witch whose power over her was thus broken, ran quickly out into the dark woodlands, closely followed by the happy fiddler, who sang merrily to the cheerful music of his fiddle, and the angry old hag was left alone, deprived of her captive, to curse and grind her teeth with rage. Early next morning, the worthy folk of Hellebrunn turned out in good time, in order to decorate their town and make preparations to receive their promised king. For the woodcutter and the broom-maker had returned the evening before with the news that the first person to enter the city gates at noon next day would be the royal ruler they desired. And inflated with their own importance, and eager to gain additional praises from the people, they gave out that the new ruler would come in a golden car, be clad in dazzling garments, and be surrounded by splendor of great glory. The consequence was that when the eventful day dawned, the expected royal stranger was already in their midst, unknown to anyone. For the king's son, footsore, ragged, and travel-stained, had entered the town the evening before, passing through the gates unnoticed, being merely regarded by the gatekeepers as a poor beggar. But the royal youth, though faint with hunger and weariness, was too proud to beg, and finding a sheltered spot behind the swine pen adjoining an inn which stood at the entrance to the town, he passed the night there. He slept until late in the morning, and then rose wearily, and knowing nothing of the excitement that prevailed in the town, he wandered into the yard of the inn. Here he was greeted by the innkeeper's daughter, who had seated herself thus close to the town gates in the hope of being the first person to welcome the expected king, and being possessed of handsome looks, he greatly attracted the coquettish maiden, who was now eager for a new sweetheart and always ready for a flirtation. She ordered a maid to bring out for the hungry stranger some food, which, however, was so coarse that the king's son could not touch it, though he gladly drank a little of the sour wine that accompanied it. And then the innkeeper's daughter drew him aside and made him sit down with her upon a bench, brazenly inviting him to kiss her. But the king's son refused to do so, and when he presently drew forth the little goose girl's wreath of flowers from the bosom of his tunic, and pressed it tenderly to his lips instead, the bold hussy, furious at the rebuff, boxed his ears, and rushed away into the inn in a pet. The king's son, heedless of the girl's tantrum, put the wreath back into his tunic, longing for the time when he should see his beloved one again. For he had long since regretted his hasty words to her of the day before, and knew now that she was his love forever. To such straits had he been reduced by his wanderings, however, that, since he was too proud to beg for food, he determined to work for it. So when the innkeeper presently appeared in the courtyard, he asked him for employment, and gladly accepted the lowly work of a swineherd, which was all the busy landlord had to offer him. By this time a bustling crowd of townsfolk in gala attire had gathered together in the square before the closed city gates, and the worthy councillors and elders seated themselves on a decorated dais, ready to receive the expected king, all chattering at once, every now and again stopping to listen eagerly to the exaggerated tales of their previous day's adventures, told by the woodcutter and the broom-maker. The latter had brought his 15 children with him, one of whom, a pretty little flaxen-haired girl of 10 summers, immediately noticed the king's son, and hastened to make friends with him, and the royal youth gladly played with the fair child, grateful for her welcome. The king's son next inquired the reason for the gay assemblage, and on learning that the people were actually in need of a king, and were, in fact, even now expecting a stranger of royal birth presently to appear in their midst, whom they were prepared to acclaim as their ruler, he for the moment rejoiced, feeling that he himself must be the king prophesied for them. Too soon, however, he realized that they were not worthy to be the people of a great king, for when he described to them the kingly qualities of true nobility they should hope to find in their coming ruler, they all laughed him to scorn, declaring that they only looked for one who would do as their smug councillors bade him. Then, seeing also they expected their new king to appear before them in dazzling garments, he asked them if, supposing the stranger came before them clad in ragged or travel-stained apparel instead, they would still have sufficient wisdom and discernment to recognize him as of royal birth by his kingly bearing and nobility of heart, and when, in reply, they ridiculed the idea that royalty could be recognized by any other means than by obviously royal garments, the king's son felt such contempt for their small-minded, vulgar conception of kingship that his dark eyes flashed with scorn, and he passionately denounced them as unworthy to be the subjects of a real king. A hubbub quickly ensued, since the dull, self-satisfied townsfolk were offended hearing such home truths from a ragged stranger, and when the innkeeper's daughter now came forward and maliciously declared that she had supplied food to him for which he had not paid, the people accused him of being a thief, and rushed upon him with sticks, declaring that they would beat the life out of him. At this moment, however, their hands were stayed by the clanging of the noontide bells, which suddenly rang out, and all the people drew back as the town gates were flung wide open, since this was the hour at which they expected the royal stranger to appear. To their amazement and disappointment, however, no gorgeous king stood before them, but through the open gates there passed the fair young goose-girl, still clad in her short ragged gown, but with a golden crown upon her long flowing locks. She was attended by her flock of faithful geese, and closely followed by the fiddler, and all the people stared in astonishment as she addressed the king's son, holding out her arms to him, and telling him that she was now worthy to wear his crown, since her love had cast out all her fears, and she would evermore be true and faithful to him. The king's son, full of joy, rushed forward to clasp the beautiful maiden in his arms, pouring forth sweet, tender words of love and devotion, and addressing her as his queen. On hearing the poorly clad strangers thus addressing each other as king and queen, the crowd burst forth into peals of derisive laughter, and though the fiddler eagerly declared that the loving pair were indeed of royal birth, and entreated his neighbours to receive them as their rulers, bidding all to observe that they possessed the noble bearing that only belonged to kingly children, the stupid people of Hellabrunn would have none of them, but drove out the king's son and the beautiful royal goose-girl with contempt from their town, and closed the gates upon them. Only one amongst them all believed the words of the fiddler, and this was the broom-maker's little flaxen-haired daughter, who flung herself weeping upon the ground, crying out aloud that they had driven forth from their midst the noble and gracious kingly children who had been sent to rule over them. But no one paid any heed to the weeping little child, for all were too busy hustling the poor fiddler off to the town gaol, where they kept him for many months as a captive, because he had asked them to accept a couple of ragged strangers as their rulers. Not satisfied with this, they also sent a party of stalwart men to seize the old witch, since they considered that she had deceived them, whereas, for once in her life, the old dame had told them the truth, and they burnt her at the stake as a dealer in magic, which was of no avail. When at last the fiddler was released from prison, it was winter time. He would certainly have starved had not the broom-maker's little flaxen-haired daughter brought him food, and helped him to reach the witch's deserted hut, for he was still lame from the broken leg he had received when dragged off to prison. He gladly made friends with the little maid, and was filled with great gladness when she told him that she had persuaded all the other children in the town into the belief that the luckless pair of strangers whom their parents and elders had so stupidly driven from their midst were indeed the expected king and queen whose coming had been prophesied, the kingly children who were worthy to be their rulers. And one day all the children came trooping out through the snow-clad woods to entreat him to go forth with them to seek the royal lovers whom they believed were still wandering in the forest. At first the fiddler, wishing to spare them from exposure to the cold, asked them to wait until the spring should appear, but when they told him by that time the kingly children might have perished, he agreed to go with them and guide them in their search. That same day, whilst they thus talked together, the broom-maker and the woodcutter appeared with the news that the fiddler had now been forgiven by the townsfolk, who desired him return to them, and cheer them with his merry music once more. But the fiddler indignantly refused to dwell with people who were too stupid and mean-spirited to understand the true meaning of noble kingship, and who had not the discernment to recognize a king, even though he came before them in humble garments. He turned aside, therefore, and led the children away into the woods to begin their search, and the broom-maker and the woodcutter took shelter for a while in the hut, shutting the window and door to keep out the cold. The Hellabrunn children were right in their belief that the royal wanderers were still in the forest, for a little while later in the day the king's son struggled out into the snow-clad glade, bearing in his arms the beautiful goose-girl, who was too exhausted and numbed with cold to walk another step. During the months that had passed they had found many sheltered spots in which to rest and partake of the scanty food which the woodlands had yielded to them, but now at last they had come to the end of all their resources, and were dying for want of food and from exposure to the cold. Seeing that the hut was occupied, the king's son knocked at the door, and when it was opened, entreated for some food for his companion, but the stingy pair within refused to part with anything without payment. The king's son was in despair, for he had no money left. Then, taking the golden crown which he had always managed to preserve until now, he broke it, and offered half in payment for the ancient cake which the woodcutter had found in a cupboard, and which had been left there by the old witch. The greedy woodcutter, however, demanded both the pieces of gold, and the king's son, now thinking only of his beloved one's dire necessity, eagerly flung the entire crown to him, receiving in return the precious stale cake. The goose-girl revived somewhat for the moment after swallowing some of the cake, and insisted upon her companion taking some of it too, and then the pair talked happily together for a while in their weak low voices, recalling the bright days of autumn time when they had sat together in the sunshine and decked one another with flowers. But the cake they had partaken of was a poisoned one, and the king's son and the goose girl soon felt that they were dying. And as another storm began to blow, and the snowflakes quickly covered the royal lovers as they lay in each other's arms, they kissed one another tenderly for the last time, and softly sank into the sleep of death. And there they were found at last by the fiddler and the children of Hellebrun, who all fell on their knees and wept for the sad fate of the royal pair who had come to a people who knew them not, a people who, in their folly and stupidity, had driven forth their promised king and queen to perish in the forest, thus shutting out from their midst the light of a great glory that might have been theirs, because they lacked discernment to recognize the fact that inward nobility of heart and mind makes for true kingship, and not the outward pomp of fine raiment and gorgeous surroundings. Alas, short-sighted, misguided townsfolk, and alas, poor, rejected, kingly children. End of section 16.
Section 17 of Stories from the Operas by Gladys Davidson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tom Denham. Leoncavallo's I Pagliacci, or The Mountebanks. It was the feast of the Assumption, and the light-hearted inhabitants of a pretty village in Calabria had turned out in full force to make the most of the last day of a successful fair that had been held in their midst. The fairground was crowded with holiday-makers, all bent on amusement, and a brisk business was carried on at the various shows and booths from morning till night. A company of strolling players had been one of the chief attractions of the fair, and when, during the afternoon, Canio, the master of the troupe, mounted the steps of his portable theatre, and, beating a noisy drum, invited the holiday-makers to attend the last performance to be given that evening, the announcement was hailed with great delight. The merry youths and maidens all signified their intention of witnessing the play, and then Canio, assured of a good audience, went to spend the intervening time at the village tavern, together with his friend Beppo, the harlequin of the company. The travelling theatre had been set up close beside a high wall that separated the fairground from the country road, and no sooner had Canio departed than his pretty young actress wife, Nedda, came out from the booth and began to stroll towards this wall, as though expecting to see someone appear above it. At the same moment, a hunchback named Tonio, who was clown to the troupe, quickly approached and addressed her in endearing terms, for though distorted in mind as well as in body, the poor buffoon had yet fallen a victim to the charms of his master's wife, and had long awaited this opportunity to declare his love. But the pretty Nedda, who hated and despised the hunchback, only laughed in derision at his protestations, and when the eager Tonio, rendered reckless by his passion, attempted boldly to seize her in his arms, she angrily snatched up a whip that was lying near, and began to belabour him with it. The wretched hunchback was now obliged to beat a hasty retreat, but full of rage at her scornful treatment of him, he determined to revenge himself upon her, and slunk off with evil in his heart. As Nedda heaved a sigh of relief after watching Tonio vanish in the crowd, she heard her own name softly uttered in tender accents, and seeing the form of a handsome young man appearing above the wall, she hurried forward with delight, this second intruder on her solitude being as welcome as the first had been distasteful. For the pretty young actress had already wearied of her husband, whose coarser nature and rough, almost savage love repelled her, and so, when Silvio, a rich young farmer in the district who had fallen in love with her at the theatre, found an opportunity to declare his passion, she had quickly returned his love, finding relief and pleasure in his gentler manners and softer moods. The lovers met in secret every day, for Nedda, though constantly afraid of her husband's anger, should he discover the intrigue, was yet daring enough to seek happiness at the risk of danger, and now Silvio had come for a last interview, knowing that the troupe were to depart on the morrow, since this was the final day of the fair. The rustic youth quickly scaled the wall, and clasping his sweetheart in his arms, he besought her to fly with him that night, and leave a husband who was no better than a tyrant, and a life that was distasteful to her. For a short time Nedda tried to resist Silvio's pleading, begging him not to tempt her, but at length, overcome by his passionate entreaties, she yielded, and promised to meet him that night after the last performance was over at the theatre, that they might escape away together. Whilst the lovers were thus engrossed, Tonio returned, and watched this pretty scene for a few moments unobserved, and then suddenly seeing in this incident a means of revenging himself upon Nedda for her disdainful treatment of himself, he crept softly away, and departed to the village tavern to disclose to Canio the story of his wife's faithlessness. On hearing the hunchback's tale, Canio was overwhelmed with rage and jealousy, and instantly returned with him to the theatre, and he arrived on the scene just in time to see Silvio disappearing over the wall and waving a tender farewell to Nedda, who answered him lovingly from below, repeating her promise to meet him after dark. On hearing the hunchback's tale, Canio was overwhelmed with rage and jealousy, and instantly returned with him to the theatre, and he arrived on the scene just in time to see Silvio disappearing over the wall and waving a tender farewell to Nedda, who answered him lovingly from below, repeating her promise to meet him after dark. Enraged at this proof of his beautiful wife's infidelity, the injured husband ran forward to intercept the departing lover, but Silvio was already on the other side of the wall and beyond his reach. Canio then turned furiously upon the trembling Nedda, and roughly seizing her by the arm, he demanded the name of her lover. But Nedda, though terrified by her husband's angry words and threatening aspect, boldly refused to betray the man she loved, and Canio, maddened by her refusal, impetuously drew his dagger from its sheath, declaring that he would kill her. At this moment Beppo appeared, having followed his friend from the tavern, fearing that something was wrong, and hearing Canio's threat, he sprang forward at once, and snatching the weapon from his hand, begged him to calm himself and prepare for the evening's performance at the theatre, since the holiday-makers were already clamouring for admission. After much trouble, Canio was at length persuaded to remember the duties of his profession, and to release Nedda, who quickly escaped to the theatre, and having thus pacified his friend for the time being, Beppo began to make preparations for the approaching entertainment. The hunchback, too, seeing now that he must wait a little longer before carrying out his plan of vengeance, begged his master to dress for the play, cunningly suggesting that Nedda's lover would probably attend the theatre that night, and thus give them an opportunity of attacking him. And at last Canio, full of grief and despair, for he loved his wife passionately in his rough, savage way, was persuaded to take part in the comedy, although a tragedy was in his heart. A lively audience of village lads and maidens now quickly filled the benches that had been placed before the open stage, and those who could not get seats stood on the rising ground at the back, all chattering together and eager for the play to begin. Amongst those who managed to get a place near the front was the handsome Silvio, who, as Tonio had predicted, had not been able to resist the temptation of watching his sweetheart from afar, and when Nedda, now clad in her stage dress as Columbine, which part she took in the play, presently appeared amongst the audience to collect the entrance money, he whispered in her ear a tender reminder of their meeting later on. As it happened, the play chosen for performance that night, by a strange coincidence, proved to be a burlesque of the very incidents the actors themselves had just experienced, and the unsuspecting audience, though they little guessed it, were to be regaled with a page from real life, a repetition of the events that had occurred unobserved by them outside the theatre that afternoon, a comedy that was to end in a tragedy. When the curtain went up, Columbine, personated by Nedda, was discovered waiting for her lover, Harlequin, played by Beppo, whom she was about to entertain to supper during the absence of her husband, Punchinello. An idiot servant, Taddeo, played by Tonio, entered after the opening speech, carrying food for the supper, and after placing the viands on the table, he began to make a grotesque declaration of love to Columbine, causing much laughter amongst the audience. Columbine, however, scornfully rejected his addresses, and bade him begone, and Harlequin, who entered through the window at that moment, soon drove off the importunate servant, and sent him to keep watch below. Harlequin and Columbine next went through an exaggerated love scene, the faithless wife yielding to her lover's request to fly with him that night, and then, just as they settled down to enjoy the feast together, Taddeo ran into the room again, announcing in dramatic tones to Columbine that her husband had just returned home unexpectedly, and was already vowing vengeance on her for entertaining a stranger during his absence. With a parting injunction, Harlequin very ungallantly disappeared through the window, following the example of Taddeo, who had already decamped in another direction. And just as Columbine called out a tender farewell to her departing lover, Punchinello, personated by Canio, dashed into the room. Until now, the play had been a most amusing burlesque, and the audience had been kept in a state of constant laughter at the many ridiculous situations. But with the entrance of Punchinello, they quickly saw that more serious work was to follow. Now it happened that Nedda, as Columbine in her farewell speech to Harlequin, had unconsciously made use of the very same words she had addressed to her real lover in the afternoon, and Canio, remembering only too well the speech that had brought such despair to his heart, gave vent to his jealous rage once more, and forgetting the words of the play, he seized his wife by the arm, and again demanded the name of her lover. Nedda, surprised and alarmed by this unrehearsed incident of the play, went on with her Columbine speeches, and for a short time Canio returned to his part of Punchinello, and the play proceeded. Columbine explained to her enraged spouse that it was only the foolish servant Taddeo who had been her guest at supper, and Taddeo, being discovered hiding in a cupboard, made a ludicrous speech beseeching Punchinello not to doubt the fidelity of his wife, declaring in exaggerated terms that she would never deceive him. These words caused Canio's suppressed passion to break out once more, and forgetting all but his own wrongs, he once more ordered Nedda to reveal the name of her lover, declaring passionately that he was Punchinello no longer, but the husband she had deceived. The audience had at first been delighted at what they considered the fine acting of the injured Punchinello, frequently giving vent to enthusiastic rounds of applause, but now they began to grow restless, feeling uncomfortably that such an intensity of passion could hardly be assumed. It was in vain that Nedda endeavoured to go on with the words of the play, and seeing that her maddened husband was in deadly earnest, she only sought to defend herself. In spite of his threats, she utterly refused to declare the name of her lover, and at last, driven to madness by her refusal, Canio, in a frenzy of jealousy, drew his dagger and plunged it into her heart. The audience, no longer deceived, but now seeing that a real tragedy was going on before their eyes, uttered loud shrieks of dismay, and Silvio, full of horror and despair, sprang upon the stage at a bound, and lifting his dead love in his arms, implored her in grief-stricken accents to speak to him once again. But Canio leapt upon him instantly, knowing now that the handsome young farmer was his rival and the cause of his woe, and with a second stroke of his dagger he laid the bereaved lover dead beside his stricken mistress. For a few moments the frenzied Canio stood dazed and stupefied, gazing upon his dreadful handiwork, and then, as the spectators sprang forward to seize him, he yielded himself quietly into their hands, muttering as they led him away, "The comedy is finished." End of section 17. Reading by Tom Denham. Section 18 of Stories from the Operas by Gladys Davidson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tom Denham. Mascagni's Cavalleria Rusticana, or Rustic Chivalry. It was Easter morning, and the inhabitants of a certain pretty little village in the island of Sicily were wending their way towards the church to join in the customary special service of praise and thanksgiving in honour of the festival. They were light-hearted, peaceful peasants who worked hard for their living, and were so glad to rejoice and be merry on feast days. And though shut off from the outside world, like other island folk, they had considerable pride, and jealously guarded the honour of their native village. As they approached the church this bright Easter morning, their simple hearts were filled with joy and gratitude for the life of peaceful calm allotted to them, and yet, though they knew it not, a tragedy was even now being enacted in their midst. Turiddu, one of the handsomest youths in the village, had become a soldier, and before going off to the wars had obtained the promise of his sweetheart Lola to remain faithful to him, that they might be wed on his return. But the pretty Lola found the waiting time long and wearisome, and at last, tiring of an ever-absent lover, she accepted the advances of Alfio, the prosperous village carrier, who had a comfortable home to offer, and loved her dearly. So when Turiddu at length returned from his military service, he found his faithless sweetheart the wife of the happy Alfio, but though filled with disappointment and grief, he determined in his pride not to let Lola see that he cared aught for his loss. To this end, knowing that he was looked upon with favour by another fair village maiden named Santuzza, he began to pay his addresses to her with much ardour, and he pursued his false wooing with such success that in a very short time he had not only stolen this poor girl's heart, but her honour also. Now, when Lola saw that Turiddu had taken a new sweetheart in her place, she was filled with unreasonable resentment, and all her old love returning with the sting of jealousy, she sought to draw him back to her side once more, regardless of her wifely vows to Alfio. Nor did she find her task a difficult one, for Turiddu's passion for her had never altered, although he had found comfort for a time in the smile of Santuzza, and he gladly accepted her invitation to resume their old sweet intercourse. Every day the lovers met in secret, being careful to keep all their movements concealed from the unsuspecting Alfio, and for a little while they were able to rejoice in their lawless love. But the secret did not long remain hidden from the betrayed and deserted Santuzza, who still passionately loved Turiddu, and when she discovered that he had returned to his old love, she was filled with grief and jealousy. For a while she kept the secret to herself, hoping to persuade the man she loved to come back to her, and give up his dangerous intercourse with Lola. But when after many weeks had passed, and still Turiddu came not, she determined to go and seek him out. Having learnt from a neighbour that her false lover had been seen lingering near the abode of Alfio on the previous evening, she made her way full of misery to the abode of Turiddu's mother, Lucia, a cottage situated near the church in an open square. Here she waited until Lucia came out from the cottage ready for church, and then, hurrying towards the good dame, she asked her where Turiddu was to be found. Lucia replied that her son had gone a few days ago into the neighbouring town of Francoflute to fetch wine, and had not yet returned. But Santuzza declared this could not be true, since he had been seen in the village only the evening before. On hearing this, Lucia was surprised and troubled, for although she knew nothing of Turiddu's secret love, his movements had been mysterious to her of late, and she had felt that all was not right with him. Just then Alfio, the carrier, entered the square with his team, singing a merry song as he drove by. He stopped at the cottage to ask for a cup of wine, and upon the name of Turiddu being mentioned, he told Lucia with a sudden frown that her son had been lurking near his own cottage that very morning, and had been seen there several other times of late. Lucia was about to say more on the subject when Santuzza, not wishing to betray her faithless lover, made a sign to her to desist, and a few moments later Alfio went off with his team, but with a troubled look on his face, for a suspicion as to Turiddu's object in haunting his wife's abode now flashed across his mind for the first time. When he had gone, Santuzza, unable to bear her grief in silence any longer, determined to take Lucia into her confidence, and in despairing tones she now poured out the whole wretched story to the dame, how Turiddu in pique had won her love and betrayed her, deserting her in order to return to his former sweetheart Lola. Lucia listened to this sad story with grief in her heart for the sin of her son, and pity for the unhappy girl he had wronged. And when it came to an end, she folded Santuzza in her arms, and said that she would offer prayers for her comfort even now. She then went into the church, which was already filled with worshippers singing their Easter anthem, but Santuzza remained weeping by the cottage door. Presently she saw Turiddu enter the square, and hurrying forward eagerly, she greeted him with reproaches, passionately imploring him to return to her love once more. But Turiddu, who had come to look for Lola on her way to church, was in no mood to hear the reproaches of Santuzza, and he declared that her pleadings were in vain to move him, for she was nothing to him, and Lola's love was all he wanted. At this moment Lola herself came by, singing on her way to church, and seeing Santuzza and Turiddu together, a momentary wave of jealousy seized her. She began to mock at them both for choosing the public square for their love-making, and when Turiddu tried to draw her away with him, she shook herself free and scornfully bade him stay with his beloved Santuzza. She then turned away with a careless laugh and went into the church, and Turiddu, rendered furious at her mocking words, which had been incited by the presence of her rival, turned angrily away from Santuzza and bade her leave him. The wretched Santuzza, however, refused to be dismissed, and again she implored him to have pity and return to her loving heart once more. But Turiddu declared cruelly that everything was now over between them, his love for Lola being all-absorbing, and when Santuzza clung to his arm in her wild eagerness, he flung her passionately from him, and hastened into the church, heedless that she had fallen to the ground. Poor Santuzza lay for a few moments where she had fallen, and when she had recovered sufficiently to raise herself, she saw that Alfio the carrier had returned to the square again, and was standing close beside her. Maddened by Turiddu's cruel treatment, she now determined to be revenged upon him, and turning eagerly to Alfio, she related to him the story of his wife's intrigue. She kept nothing back, not even Turiddu's betrayal of herself, and Alfio knew from her deep distress and passion that she spoke the truth, which his own recently awakened suspicions too surely confirmed. The injured husband listened with grief and rage in his heart, and when the story came to an end, he exclaimed vehemently that all his love for his faithless wife was now changed to hate, and that he would surely avenge himself speedily upon the betrayer of his honour. Santuzza was terrified at the tumult of passion she had thus raised, and would gladly have recalled her words could she have done so, but Alfio flung her detaining arm from him, and fled away to collect his agonized thoughts. The service at the church was now at an end, and the worshippers came pouring forth into the square, laughing and rejoicing together, for the rest of the day was to be spent in merriment. Turiddu and the pretty Lola came out together with happy faces, for the careless girl's jealous outburst had quickly flown, and as they passed a little inn at one side of the square, Turiddu snatched up a cup of wine from a table that stood without, and drank it off to the health of his sweetheart. Lola recklessly responded to the pledge, and then Turiddu, carried away by the delirium of the moment, began to sing a lively drinking song, in which he was heartily joined by the merry bystanders. As the song came to an end, Alfio suddenly broke into the group, and from his pale, set face, and the look of suppressed passion in his burning eyes, it soon became plain to all that some fearful act was in contemplation. The women drew together and began to whisper in frightened tones, but the men called out a friendly welcome to Alfio, who returned their greeting with calmness. But when Turiddu, still keeping up his gay tone, offered the newcomer a cup of wine, and boldly invited him to drink to their friendship, Alfio refused with the utmost scorn, and he declared in resentful tones that wine offered by Turiddu was to him but deadly poison. On hearing these words, Lola uttered a cry of fear, knowing now that her wronged husband had discovered all, and full of despair she allowed herself to be led away by the trembling women, who quickly guessed that she was concerned in the quarrel, and were eager to remove her from the scene. Turiddu also saw that his secret was known by the man he had wronged, but was not afraid to meet the consequences of his guilt, and seeing that Alfio meant to satisfy his honour by fighting, he went boldly forward and made the first challenge himself. This he did by biting the left ear of his opponent, according to the local custom of the island, and at the same time he took all the blame of the intrigue upon himself, and begged Alfio not to deal harshly with Lola. Alfio calmly accepted the challenge, and leading the way to a garden near by, he bade Turiddu follow him, that they might fight there undisturbed. As Turiddu followed, he stopped at the door of his home and called for his mother, and when Lucia hurried out, alarmed at his excited tones, he begged her, in case he was killed, to guard and care for poor Santuzza, whom he had so cruelly wronged. He also implored her to bless him and pray for his forgiveness, and then, with a last tender embrace, he drew his dagger and rushed into the garden to begin the duel. Lucia was terrified at her son's aspect, and guessed at once what had happened, and when at that moment Santuzza ran up, asking wildly for her lover, she folded her in her arms with a sobbing cry. Suddenly a loud shout of "Turiddu is slain!" came from those who had followed to watch the fight, and as the cry was taken up in the square, Lucia and Santuzza, grief-stricken, sank senseless to the ground. Thus was rustic honour satisfied, and Alfio avenged of his wrongs, but the bright Easter morn that had dawned so joyously ended in gloom and the dark shadow of death. End of section 18. Recording by Tom Denham.
Section 19 of Stories from the Operas by Gladys Davidson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. Section 19. Meyerbeer, Robert the Devil, Robert le Diable. A brilliant scene was taking place in the port of Palermo one day in the beginning of the 11th century, for a large number of noble cavaliers and knights had lately arrived from various cities in Europe to take part in a grand tournament to be held there, and all were talking about the great event as they greeted one another and quaffed wine together. The tournament was to be held under the auspices of the Duke of Messina, the hand of whose daughter, the beautiful Princess Isabella of Sicily, was offered as the prize of victory, and it was for this reason that so many of the proudest knights in Christendom had determined to enter the lists, for the fair princess was indeed a dazzling reward. Amongst the latest arrivals was a handsome young knight, whose rich equipment and splendid train of attendants quickly attracted the attention of the assembled cavaliers, and excited their curiosity as to who he might be, for he was unknown to them, though not a stranger in Palermo. This newcomer was in reality Robert, Duke of Normandy, who had gained for himself the ill-famed title of Robert the Devil, a name which, though first bestowed on him from the supposition that his father had been a fiend, he had afterwards fully earned by his own recklessly wicked conduct, which had at length resulted in his expulsion from Normandy. During his subsequent wanderings and adventures in Europe, Robert had made the acquaintance of the lovely Princess of Sicily, for whom he had instantly conceived a true and deep passion, and Isabella, though warned by his evil reputation, had quickly returned his love, being irresistibly attracted by his handsome looks and the glimpses of a noble nature which he exhibited when in her presence. His wild and passionate disposition, however, quickly led him into a violent outburst of jealous rage against his beloved one's father, who did not encourage his suit. And not content with insulting the proud ruler, he also challenged all his knights to combat. This brought disaster upon him, for the Duke of Messina's angry knights were too powerful for him to overcome, and soon compelled him to take to flight. Robert was in despair at the result of his rash conduct, for Isabella was deeply offended, and though still secretly loving him well, seemed inclined to favour the addresses of the Duke of Granada, whose suit was constantly urged by her father. But when the tournament and its prize for victory were shortly afterwards announced, Robert determined to seek pardon of the princess and enter the lists as a candidate. And to this end he now arrived in Palermo with a gorgeous retinue, displaying every mark of extravagant splendour. Now, in all his evil pleasures and wild excesses, Robert had always been aided and encouraged by a sinister-looking knight, named Bertram, who was his constant companion, and who, though he knew it not, was in reality his fiend father. And so, upon arriving in Palermo, this favoured friend was in close attendance upon the young Duke as usual. Robert greeted the assembled nobles in a courtly manner, and then, observing that some Norman troubadours were also in the company, he tossed a piece of gold to one of these, and bade him sing a lay. The minstrel, whose name was Rambo, at once stepped forward, and little guessing that it was his royal master who stood before him, he announced to the expectant lords that he would sing to them the true story of Normandy's ill-fated young duke known as Robert the Devil. He then tuned his harp and began his lay, relating how the proud Princess Bertha of Normandy, after scornfully refusing many noble suitors, at length accepted the love of a stranger prince who was, in truth, a fiend in disguise. He went on to describe how the son of this strange marriage was young Robert, called the Devil because, inheriting a love of evil from his demon father, he had constantly indulged in wicked excesses of every kind. And led away by the excitement of his theme, the minstrel portrayed the vices of Normandy's banished duke in the glowing colours of popular dread. Strange to say, Robert himself had never before heard the story of his supposed fiend father, and as he listened to the minstrel's lay, he became so full of rage that when it came to an end he could no longer restrain his feelings. Haughtily announcing that he himself was Robert of Normandy, he commanded his attendants to seize and hang the troubadour without delay, and instantly the wretched Rambo, realizing what a terrible mistake he had made, fell on his knees, entreating for mercy. He declared that he had not recognized his royal master, for whom he had brought an important message, and he added that he and his betrothed, a young village maiden, had come to Palermo together for this very purpose. On hearing this, Robert now declared that he would take the village maiden in compensation for the minstrel's life, and ordering Rainbow's release, he sent for the girl, promising her as a prize to his cavaliers. The unhappy Rainbow uttered a cry of woe, but the gay cavaliers quickly surrounded the pretty maiden he had indicated, squabbling fiercely as to which should obtain possession of her. The poor girl cried aloud for mercy, but as she was helplessly dragged forward, Robert himself ran to her aid, for he had instantly recognised her as his foster sister Alice, with whom he had played as a child in Normandy. He quickly released her from the rough hands of her lawless captors, and as the cavaliers fell back, grumbling at the loss of their prey, proclaimed that the maiden was under his protection, for the sight of her sweet, innocent face had roused within him once more the better feelings of his childish days. He then asked her how she came to be in Palermo, and Alice replied that she and her betrothed, Rambo, had deferred the day of their union in order to bring a message to their royal master from his sainted mother. In answer to Robert's eager questions, she told him that Princess Bertha was now dead, and that her last message to her erring son had been that as she prayed for him on earth, so would she also never cease to pray for him in heaven. Full of grief at hearing of the death of his mother, Robert told Alice that naught was left to him but despair, since he had also had another terrible trouble to bear. But on relating to her the story of his now hopeless love for Isabella, the village maiden comforted him greatly by declaring that she would seek out the princess and implore her to pardon him. But suddenly catching sight of the sinister knight Bertram, she trembled violently, saying that his dark face reminded her of a picture she had once seen of the evil one, and seeing that he was about to approach, she crept away to rejoin her released lover. Bertram now persuaded Robert to indulge in a game of dice with their new friends, and encouraged by his evil companion to double and treble his stakes at each failure, the reckless young duke quickly lost the whole of his fortune, even to his horses and armour. Meanwhile, the gentle Alice had not forgotten her promise to her royal foster-brother, and on the day of the tournament she sought an interview with the Princess of Sicily as she sat beneath her gorgeous canopy, and gave her a message from Robert, who implored pardon and humbly asked permission to contest for her hand in the lists that day. Isabella, who had never ceased to love Robert in spite of her displeasure at his wild conduct, was overjoyed to receive this contrite message, and readily granting the pardon he asked, sent back a gracious invitation to him to accept the challenge of her principal suitor, the Duke of Granada, who proudly called on all rivals to meet him in open combat. But when at last the heralds blared forth the haughty Duke's challenge to Robert of Normandy, no response was made, and though the challenge was repeated again and again, still Robert did not stand forth. Nor did he appear throughout the whole of the tournament, and when, at the end of the contests, the Duke of Granada was declared victor and winner of the fair princess's hand, Isabella returned to her apartments, overcome with grief and despair, feeling that Robert had betrayed her trust and scorned her love. Now, Robert's absence from the tournament had been cunningly contrived by the fiend knight Bertram, who had no desire for his victim to retrieve his character by gaining honour and glory in combat. So, having lured him away from the scene by a phantom in the form of his hated rival, the Duke of Granada, he led him to a desert place outside the city. Having induced him to enter a gloomy cave, where he intended to reveal a secret to him, and also inquire of the spirits of darkness concerning him, Bertram returned for a moment to the open ground, and here, to his annoyance, he found Rambo the minstrel, who announced that he awaited Alice, his betrothed, whom he had asked to meet him there, as they intended to be wedded that day. Being anxious for him to depart, the knight gave Rambo a handsome gift of gold, bidding him think no more of Alice, but return to his wanderings once again, since being now rich, he would quickly find many other pretty girls willing to love him. And the minstrel, held for the time being under the spell of Bertram's evil influence, at once hurried back to the city, where, however, better feelings prevailing again, he waited at the entrance for his betrothed. Bertram now returned to the cave, and invoked the evil spirits he knew so well. Whilst this invocation was going on, Alice appeared at the trysting place, and full of disappointment that her lover had failed to keep his engagement, crept into the mouth of the cave to await him. Here she was alarmed to see vivid flashes of lightning, and to hear, amidst dreadful rumblings, the unearthly voices of demons calling a greeting to Robert. And fearing that her beloved foster-brother was in woeful danger, she was just about to spring forward to the spot where a flash of lightning presently revealed him to her sight, when Bertram suddenly blocked her path. He first attempted to address her in tones of gallantry, but the girl shrank back with such a look of unutterable horror in her eyes that the fiend knew at once she had guessed the secret of his true identity. Seizing her by the arm, he passionately declared that if she ever betrayed his secret, or revealed aught of what she had seen and heard in the cave, she should die, and also bring death upon her lover, and all whom she held dear. And Alice, though she longed to warn Robert, was so terrified by the awful aspect of Bertram that she dare not do so, but rushed wildly from the cave. Bertram then returned to Robert, and divulged to him an evil scheme, by means of which he hoped to utterly destroy his soul. He invited him to visit the spot where Princess Bertha had been buried, and to pluck therefrom a certain magic bough that would give him resistless power, and enable him to satisfy every earthly desire, no matter how evil or impossible it might be. And Robert, deprived of the good influence of Alice, readily yielded to his solicitations, and set off at once with his fiend counsellor for the convent of Rosalie, where his mother's remains had been laid. This convent had been founded by Princess Bertha for pure Christian worship, but the spot had soon been deprived of its sanctity by the nuns themselves, who, forgetting their vows, had adored heathen gods and offered impious sacrifices. Where virtue had once been cherished, vice only now dwelt, and when Bertram and Robert appeared amidst the gravestones, the evil spirits of the fallen nuns arose from all sides, and taking on the form of beautiful nymphs, assisted in the temptation of the victim. For a short time Robert tried to resist the evil influences around him, but soon the insidious goading of Bertram prevailed, and plucking the magic bough, he rushed madly from the spot. His tempter quickly followed, bidding him to possess himself of the Princess of Sicily, whose innocence he might now destroy unhindered, in revenge for the scorn with which her proud father had treated him. And roused to madness by the subtle suggestion, Robert instantly returned to Palermo to carry it out. It was the day of Princess Isabella's nuptials with the Duke of Granada, whom she still disliked, though forced by her father to wed with him, and her attendants, attired in wedding garments, were just waiting in the ante-room to conduct the unhappy bride to the adjoining church, as Robert entered. By the power of his magic bough, the frenzied young Duke instantly caused all the attendants to fall into a charmed sleep, and then, hurrying into the apartment beyond, he attempted to carry off the princess by force. Isabella, quickly reading her ravisher's purpose in the evil passion that blazed in his eyes, fell on her knees, and implored him by the pure love he had once felt for her to show mercy upon her helplessness. And Robert, after a wild struggle with the evil desires within him, was at length overcome by her entreaties, and full of remorse, destroyed his talisman. Instantly his magic powers vanished, so that the attendants, awakening from their charmed sleep in drowsy astonishment, suddenly beheld the intruder, and quickly divining his fell purpose, they rushed forward to seize him. Robert, however, taking to flight, escaped their hands, and the attendants, returning to the now grief-stricken bride, conducted her to the church in state to await her bridegroom. Robert found refuge in the cloisters of the church, and here he was soon joined by Bertram, who, at last revealing himself as his fiend father, now produced a parchment, begging him to sign it, by which act he would be bound to him for ever. Though amazed to learn of the true identity of Bertram, Robert did not draw back in horror, since, in his hopeless misery, he still regarded the fiend as his best friend, and he was just about to sign the contract, when the peasant girl Alice suddenly appeared in the cloisters, and implored him to refrain from such a dreadful deed, since she had brought a joyful message for him, She announced that heaven watched over him and favoured his union with the woman he loved, for the proud Duke of Granada and his attendants had not been able to cross the threshold of the church, and she added that the beautiful Isabella, whose love was still his, now awaited him at the altar, hoping, by their union, to lead him to a better life. On hearing this, Robert's despair became greater still, torn between the prospects of pure joys held out by Alice and the wicked enticements of Bertram, and a mighty struggle betwixt good and evil at once took place. Alice, in her holy enthusiasm, no longer afraid of the fiend, fought desperately for the soul she longed to save, and as her final effort she produced a letter from the deceased Princess Bertha, in which the redeemed mother warned her son against the fiend who sought to destroy him, and reminded him that she still prayed for him above. This heavenly message at last prevailed over the wavering Robert, and decided him to adopt the better course. And refusing to be tempted longer by the wicked Bertram, he joyfully allowed himself to be led away by Alice to join his waiting bride at the altar. The defeated fiend, realizing that his cause was now lost forever, instantly disappeared from the earth, and at the same moment a chorus of heavenly voices was heard rejoicing over the victory of a soul reclaimed from evil. End of section 19.
Section 20 of Stories from the Operas by Gladys Davidson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Meyerbeer. The Huguenots. Les Huguenots. Towards the close of an August day in the year 1572, a festive scene was taking place in the Castle de Nevers, in the fair land of Touraine, for the young Count de Nevers, a Catholic nobleman of great wealth and vast estates, was entertaining his friends at a magnificent banquet set out with all the luxurious extravagance customary to his high position. All the gentlemen present were Catholics, and so, when de Nevers presently announced that he had invited a young Huguenot gentleman, one Sir Raoul de Nangy, to join them at the board, they were at first filled with surprise and displeasure, but upon their host assuring them that his new friend was of noble blood, and had been received well at court, they were somewhat mollified, and awaited his arrival with eager expectation, intending to exercise their wit at his expense, for the feuds between the Huguenot and the Catholic parties in France at this time had now reached the culminating point when an outburst between the two factions was daily looked for. Consequently, when Raoul de Nangy was at length announced, he was received by the guests at first with suspicion, changing gradually to easy tolerance, for his handsome appearance and noble air dispelled the contempt usually expressed for those of the new faith. And seeing that he wore a somewhat pensive look, they presently began to rally him on his abstraction, declaring that he must be in love and thinking of his fair lady. Raoul, being of a frank and sunny nature, readily fell in with their mood, and admitted that they had indeed guessed the truth, and upon being pressed further, he told them the story of his first meeting with his lady-love, which had happened only that very morning. During his rambles through the town, he had observed the sedan chair in which was seated a very beautiful young girl, and which was at the moment surrounded by a group of hilarious students, who were annoying its fair occupant and alarming her with their vulgar attentions, and full of indignation he had drawn his sword and rushed amongst the importunate loiterers, quickly scattering them. Then, when the lady he had thus saved from annoyance had poured her grateful thanks upon him, he had been so enthralled by her witching smiles and sweet beauty that he had fallen desperately in love with her at first sight, and now declared that she was the lady of his heart for ever. As this pretty story came to an end, The entrance of Raoul's old Huguenot servant Marcello created a diversion, for his odd appearance, quaint dress, and severe puritanical manners made him a ready butt for the wit of the gay cavaliers, in whose company he now found himself very much against his will. He could not refrain from expressing his disapproval of this frivolous scene, and upbraided his young master for sharing in what his strict notions compelled him to consider sinful pleasures. Afraid that Marcello's severe remarks would offend the proud Catholic nobles, Raoul apologized for his outspoken manner, and craved their indulgence, since Marcello was an old and faithful retainer of his family, and had been accustomed to many privileges not usually extended to serving men. But the merry guests declared that the old man amused them greatly, and they only treated his censure with laughing derision. Whilst this slight diversion was taking place, a lady, closely veiled, was seen to enter the grounds, following a servant, who conducted her to an arbour within view of the banquet hall, and presently the attendant entered to announce that the veiled lady desired an immediate interview in private with the Count de Nevers. The bantering now fell to the share of the young host, his guest declaring that he must indeed be fascinating, since his fair conquests even called him away from his feasts. And when de Nevers had excused himself and departed to his interview, they all crowded to the window, dragging Raoul with them, in order to catch a glimpse of the mysterious fair one. As de Nangis looked carelessly towards the arbour, a lady removed a portion of her veil as she addressed de Nevers, and to his surprise and grief the young Huguenot recognized the beautiful face of the lady he had assisted in the morning, and by whom his heart had immediately been taken captive. Full of sorrow and disappointment at thus discovering his lady-love to be, as he now naturally supposed from this incident, the mistress of de Nevers, Raoul uttered an exclamation of anger, and would have rushed out into the grounds to interrupt the interview, but was laughingly held back by the lively guests, and shortly afterwards de Nevers returned to the room, wearing a now weary and somewhat preoccupied air. For the mysterious lady whom he had just interviewed, and whom Raoul had so sadly recognized, had proved to be his own fiancée Valentina, the beautiful daughter of the Count de Saint-Bris, governor of the Louvre, and one of the principal leaders of the Catholic party, and the object of her visit had been to implore de Nevers to relinquish her hand, since she did not love him, and was only being coerced into the union by the will of her ambitious father. When de Nevers returned to the banquet hall, he was instantly surrounded by the laughing guests, who showered eager questions upon him as to the identity of the veiled lady. But at this moment there came another interruption in the person of Urbano, one of Queen Marguerite's pages, who announced that he was the bearer of a letter from his royal mistress to Sir Raoul de Nangis. Full of amazement, Raoul broke open the missive, and found that it contained a command from the young queen to attend her court that evening before sunset, and added that a carriage would be waiting for him at a certain time to conduct him to his destination. Surprised that the young stranger, whom they had been inclined to treat somewhat disdainfully, was thus about to be so greatly honored, the fickle guests now began to pour enthusiastic congratulations upon Raoul, and to treat him with marked respect, and so, for the remainder of the banquet, the young Huguenot found himself the centre of attraction. Meanwhile, Queen Marguerite of Navarre, with her maids of honor, was awaiting in the grounds of the castle de Chenonceau the return of Valentina, whom she intended to use as the means of uniting the antagonistic Catholic and Huguenot parties, having formed the plan of wedding this fair daughter of the Catholic leader, the Count de Saint-Bris, to the handsome Huguenot noble, Sir Raoul de Nangis, and for this purpose she had persuaded Valentina to visit her fiancé in secret, and beg him to release her hand. Valentina had been willing enough to fall in with this plan, for she had already become deeply attached to Raoul, whom she had quickly identified with the gallant cavalier who had saved her from the annoyance of the students only that very morning, and when on her return from her painful mission she informed the queen that de Nevers had promised to relinquish her hand, she was filled with joy, mingled with shyness. on being told that de Nangis was expected almost immediately, and that her betrothal to him would soon afterwards be announced before the whole court, her father having been persuaded by Queen Marguerite to renounce the more ambitious match he had arranged for her, and to consent to this betrothal as a step towards reconciling the two religious parties. Whilst they were talking together, Raoul arrived, and was conducted immediately into the presence of the queen, and as greetings and courtly speeches were being exchanged, Valentina timidly crept away into the background. Then Queen Marguerite explained to the young Huguenot her reason for desiring his presence, and the marriage she had arranged for him, and Raoul, no longer caring to have any choice in such a matter, since the one upon whom he had fixed his affections had proved to be unworthy, as he supposed, gave his consent readily enough. Very soon afterwards, the Count of Saint-Prix and the other lords of the court appeared on the scene, the Catholic lords ranging themselves in a group on one side of the queen, and the Huguenots on the other. All had been made aware of the matter in hand, and so, when Queen Marguerite desired the two parties to vow friendship and peace with one another, they took the oath without demur. Then, at a sign from the queen, Saint-Prix led his beautiful young daughter forward to present her in betrothal to the young Huguenot noble, but Raoul drew back with a loud exclamation of repugnance, as he now beheld his offered bride to be none other than she whom he believed to be the mistress of de Nevers, and he declared passionately that he would not wed with one so perfidious. The queen and her courtiers were amazed and indignant at this unexpected outburst, and Valentina was filled with despair, for she already loved de Nangis, and had hoped that her affection was returned. But Raoul, still believing her to be base, again declared that he would not bring disgrace upon his ancient name by wedding with one so unworthy, and with these words departed, leaving the company in a state of great confusion. Soon after these events, the whole court removed to Paris, where the Catholic plot for a general massacre of the Huguenots was quickly coming to a head, and the Count of Saint-Prix, who had only sworn friendship with the Huguenot to please Queen Marguerite, now lost no time in reopening negotiations for his daughter's marriage with the Catholic noble de Nevers, after having first of all sent a challenge to Raoul de Nangis for satisfaction of the insult that had been put upon his name. On the appointed day of the wedding, Valentina, who had broken-heartedly obeyed her father's wishes, entreated to be left alone in a little chapel situated on the banks of the Seine until evening, that she might spend the time in prayer and meditation, and in accordance with her wish, she was left in the sacred building until twilight had set in. Shortly after dusk, de Nevers arrived on the scene with Saint-Prix and other lords to claim his bride, but ere they entered the chapel, however, the old Huguenot retainer Marcello suddenly appeared, and handed a note from his master to Saint-Prix, in which Raoul accepted his challenge and appointed a meeting for that night. When Marcello was out of hearing, Maurevert, one of the lords present, suggested a plot to Saint-Prix, whereby they could surround and assassinate the young Huguenot without risk to their own lives, and having arranged this, they retired to await his arrival. Now, though they knew it not, Valentina, through the open door of the chapel, had heard the whole plot, and when they had gone, she crept from the building with trembling steps, hoping that she might find some means of warning Raoul, who, in spite of his strange treatment of her, she still loved, and would willingly save from such a peril. At that moment, old Marcello came by again, and recognizing him as de Nangis' servant, Valentina intercepted him, and telling him of the proposed plot, besought him to devise some means of saving his master's life. Marcello, full of alarm, rushed off at once to seek help, and in a short time he returned, having arranged with a party of Huguenot soldiers, who were supping at a tavern close by, to come to his master's assistance at the first sound of strife. Valentina then returned to the chapel, and shortly afterwards Raoul and Saint-Prix, with their seconds, appeared at the appointed place on the banks of the Seine, and the arrangements for the duel were made in accordance with the customary etiquette. Ere the duel had begun, however, a band of the Catholic followers of Maurevert suddenly surrounded Raoul, and in another moment he would have been slain, but for the prompt arrival of the Huguenot soldiers, who dashed boldly amidst the assassins with drawn swords. The two parties now began to fight, but the combat was soon interrupted by the approach of Queen Marguerite and her escort returning to the palace. With an imperious gesture, the young queen bade the combatants cease, and inquired the cause of the strife, and when Raoul's story was hotly contradicted by Saint-Bris, old Marcello came forward and verified his master's version, declaring that the warning of treachery had come from the lady who was even then issuing from the chapel. Valentina indeed at that moment came forth, overcome with anxiety for her lover's safety, yet full of fear at being discovered interfering on his behalf. All were amazed at her appearance, and Raoul, who had not been able to quell his love for her, for all that he had spurned her, was bewildered at hearing that she had been the means of saving his life, and, doubtful now of his former suspicions, asked how she had come to be seen by him at the house of de Nevers that fatal evening. Queen Marguerite answered for the agitated girl, saying that Valentina had gone at her own request to de Nevers to implore him to renounce her hand, and when Raoul thus knew that Valentina's motive had been a pure and honourable one, and not as he had so jealously imagined, for an unworthy reason, he was filled with joy. But his joy was quickly turned to grief once more, on learning that Valentina was about to become the bride of another, and at that moment de Nangis appeared in a splendid barge in which he was to carry away his bride-elect. As de Nevers landed, Saint-Bris presented his daughter to him with pride. Throwing a triumphant glance toward the wretched de Nangis, and full of elation, the young Catholic noble led his beautiful, though now half-fainting, fiancée to the barge, in which they were conducted to his mansion, where their nuptials were celebrated that same evening. Raoul was now plunged into despair at having thus lost the maiden he loved so well, and for several days was almost beside himself with grief, and at last, unable to bear his misery any longer, on the fatal eve of St. Bartholomew, he determined to make an effort to see Valentina once more, even at the risk of his own life. Quite unsuspicious of the terrible fate that was to fall on those of his faith that night, the young Huguenot repaired to the mansion of de Nevers, and managed to make his way, unperceived, into the very room in which Valentina sat, lost in meditation, for she was at the moment bemoaning her sad fate at having been compelled to wed a man she did not love, when her heart was given to another. As Raoul broke in upon these sad reflections, she was filled with dismay, but scarcely had she exchanged greetings with her distracted lover than she heard the approaching voices of her father and husband, and knew that the discovery of de Nangis alone with her at that hour would mean danger to him and disgrace to herself. In frightened tones she besought him to fly whilst he yet had time. But Raoul declared that he cared not for danger, and would gladly welcome death, since she was lost to him. Valentina, however, entreated him not to be so rash, since his safety was dear to her, and then, finding that the approaching voices were drawing nearer, and that there was no longer time for him to escape, she thrust him behind a heavy curtain, bidding him by their love to remain in hiding until the danger was past. Almost immediately afterwards, de Nevers, Saint-Bris, and a number of other Catholic lords entered the room, and proceeded to hold a conference, and when they were all assembled, Saint-Bris unfolded to them the dreadful plot of the Catholic King Charles IX, whereby, at the tolling of a bell that night, the Huguenots, one and all, irrespective of age, sex, or position, were to be massacred without mercy. He next administered an oath, bidding them swear, as good Catholics, to assist in this terrible work, and to show no mercy. All took the oath, except de Nevers, who, being of a noble disposition, indignantly refused to disgrace his ancient name by joining in such a murderous enterprise. But in order to convince the now suspicious lords that he should not betray their plot, even though he would not share in it, he threw his sword at their feet, and stood disarmed before them all. Saint-Bris then gave his final instructions, bidding the conspirators to disperse in various directions and await the tolling of the bell, which should be the signal for commencing the carnage, and after tying white scarves round their arms, in order to distinguish themselves from their intended victims, the party left the room, and departed on their awful mission, leaving the trembling Valentina alone. No sooner had they gone than Raoul sprang from his hiding-place, pale and filled with horror at the terrible plot that had, unknown to the assassins, been revealed to him, and hoping yet to be in time to warn his brother Huguenot of the calamity about to fall on them, he would have instantly rushed from the house, had not Valentina held him back, wildly imploring him not to venture into the streets that night, for since she now loved him with her whole heart, his life was too precious for her to bear the thought of his almost certain death, should he take such a risk. Even in this moment of confusion and danger, Raoul's heart thrilled with a deep joy at thus learning that his love was returned, and he clasped Valentina in his arms in a passionate embrace. But in spite of this double temptation to remain, his noble nature asserted itself, and upon hearing the sudden clanging of a deep bell, which he knew to be the signal for the Huguenot's doom, he struggled from the tender, restraining arms of the now swooning Valentina, as she tried vainly to hold him back, and dashed from the house. The massacre had already begun, and the streets of Paris were even now running with the innocent blood of the murdered Huguenot, whilst the night was made hideous with the shrieks of the helpless victims, and the triumphant cries of those who, in such mistaken zeal, were thus carrying out the dreadful instructions that had been given to them. As Raoul, filled with horror at the awful scenes of carnage that met his eyes on every side, hastened through the streets in the vain hope that he might yet be in time to save some of his doomed brethren of the faith, he stumbled against a wounded man, and to his joy he found that this was none other than his own faithful old body servant, Marcello. Equally glad at thus meeting with his beloved master, whom he had never expected to see again alive, Marcello described the terrible scenes that had already taken place, adding that they could now do nothing to help their Huguenot friends, since it was impossible to stem the fury of their remorseless foes, and that they themselves must also be prepared to meet death, since they could not hope to escape. Whilst they were still standing together, they were overtaken by Valentina, who, on recovering from her swoon, had followed Raoul with frantic haste, hoping that she might even yet be able to save him from his enemies, and she now held out towards him a white scarf she had brought, beseeching him to allow her to fasten it round his arm, that he might then be taken for a Catholic, and so be safe from harm in the streets, adding that if he would proceed with her to the Louvre, and abjure his unfortunate faith, he would receive a free pardon. To strengthen her entreaty, she added that if he would fall in with her plan, when peace had afterwards been restored, they could be wed and be happy together yet, for Marcello had just related to them how his own life had been saved by the brave conduct of the Count de Nevers, who, by endeavouring to protect the old Huguenot from the hand of the Catholics, had himself been slain. But Raoul, though now terribly tempted by this alluring picture of safety and happiness, was too noble to save himself by denying the religion for which his companions in the faith were still sacrificing their lives, and refusing the white scarf, he declared that he would remain with Marcello and await his fate. When Valentina saw that he was thus resolved, she threw herself into his arms, declaring that she would die with him as a Huguenot also, since without him she cared no longer to live, and then, hand in hand, they knelt together in the street, and old Marcello uttered a prayer of blessing as the consecration of their love and devotion. Whilst they thus prayed together, a party of Catholic musketeers surrounded them, and, eager for more victims, demanded if they were of the true faith or not, and without a moment's hesitation Raoul replied that they were Huguenots. The musketeers instantly fired a volley upon the little group, and all three fell to the ground, mortally wounded. The Count de Saint-Bris was at the head of this company, and upon approaching the fallen victims, he was filled with horror at discovering that he had fired upon his own beloved daughter. On hearing his exclamation of grief, the dying Valentina opened her eyes once more, and weakly murmured a few words of forgiveness, and then, falling back, she expired in the arms of her dead Huguenot lover. End of section 20. Section number 21 of Stories from the Operas by Gladys Davidson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Meyerbeer, L'Étoile du Nord, Star of the North. One sunny noontide towards the end of the 17th century, a number of workmen in the shipyard of a certain little village in Finland were resting from their labors during the dinner hour, and as they chatted and laughed together, a pastry cook presently appeared in their midst with a basket of fresh sweetmeats, and quickly began to do a roaring trade. For Danilowitz, the pastry cook, though not a native of the village, was a great favorite with the workmen, being a lively fellow and ever ready to join in a merry jest. And since his wares were good, and of that delicate kind usually only to be got in large cities, he always found a ready market in the shipyard. Amongst the group of idlers was one young man who alone continued his work, even during this hour of general relaxation. This industrious worker was a stranger also to the village, who had only taken up his abode there some few weeks ago, and was known amongst the villagers as Peter Mikolov. But, though the simple peasants little guessed it, the young carpenter, whom they treated as an equal, was in reality none other than the Tsar of Russia, Peter I, who, in accordance with his accustomed energy of character and love of thoroughness, had come thus to the village in humble dress, and hired himself out as a carpenter, in order to learn for himself the art of shipbuilding, to know that his navy was being properly constructed. On his arrival in the village he had fallen ill, and during his illness was tenderly nursed back to health by a fair maiden named Catherine Skavronsky, whose brother George was a teacher of music. And having afterwards fallen deeply in love with this maiden, whose beauty and wonderful strength of character exercised extraordinary fascination over him, the young king lingered on in the village long after the time when he should have left. He was encouraged to this course by hearing Catherine declare one day that her dead mother, who had possessed wonderful gifts of prophecy, had foretold a brilliant future for her, and he determined to persevere in his wooing, since the maiden would fulfill her destiny if she became his bride. Catherine usually appeared in the shipyard at noonday, to sell spirits to the workmen, in which she did a good trade, and earned enough money to keep herself and her brother, who, being of a weaker nature, had always allowed his energetic sister to take the lead in all things connected with their welfare. But today the pretty cantinière was not at her usual trade, and the merry workmen presently began to rally Peter on his gloomy looks, knowing well enough that the cause was to be found in the absence of his sweetheart Catherine. Peter's passionate nature at all times could ill brook badinage of this kind, and it was with difficulty he now restrained himself. But just at that time one of the workmen began to sing a patriotic song in praise of Finland and King Charles XII, and all joined in it uproariously, for the workmen were for the most part Finns or Swedes, to whom the sentiments of the song were acceptable. Danilowitz, the pastry cook, however, remained silent with a frown on his face, and when the song came to an end he raised his glass to his lips and cried fearlessly, "I pledge the Tsar, brave Peter I." Instantly there was a tumult amongst the men, who indignantly rushed forward to punish the rash man who had dared to drink to one whom they regarded as the enemy of their country. But, to the surprise of Danilowitz, Peter sprang to his aid, and by his skilful defence kept all at bay. Just then the bell for the recommencement of work clanged forth, and the workmen trooped off, and when they had gone, Peter and Danilowitz began to talk together, surprised at having thus discovered that they were countrymen. Danilowitz explaining that he found little opening for his trade in the small Finnish village, and thought of returning to his own country to seek employment under the Tsar, whom he spoke of in terms of high praise, little dreaming that he stood before him. And Peter, pleased with the man's daring and evident ambition, invited him to return to Russia with himself, saying he also meant to seek service under the Tsar, and prophesying success for his new friend, should he join his army. Danilowitz eagerly agreed to his proposal, laughing light-heartedly at the honours which Peter declared were waiting for him. And when he had gone off to dispose of the remainder of his wares elsewhere, Peter made his way to the house of George Skowronski. Hearing George playing one of Catherine's favourite airs, Peter took his own flute from his pocket and began to play the same tune in answer, and George quickly appeared at the door, praising his excellent performance, and inviting him to enter for a lesson, since he was one of his most promising pupils. Upon Peter inquiring the cause of Catherine's absence from her accustomed duties, George explained that she had gone to plead his cause with the uncle and guardian of Praskovia, the pretty maiden whom he loved and desired to marry that day, and whilst they were thus talking together, Catherine herself came in, that she had succeeded in her mission. Peter now seized the opportunity of pleading his own cause with Catherine, who, as usual, only gave him sharp and merry rebuffs for answer, for although she had really loved him deeply from the beginning of their acquaintance, she so thoroughly understood the weak points of his character that she always declared she could not marry him until he learned to keep his passions in control, to be less impetuous, and not so determined to have his own way in every matter. Although Peter greatly appreciated Catherine's clear insight into his character, and knew that she admired his nobler qualities and instincts, he loved her so passionately that her rebukes constantly filled him with impatience, and this afternoon, as usual, he quickly lost his temper, to the great amusement of his tantalizing sweetheart, who cried merrily, "There, there, a pretty husband you would make, to be sure!" Whilst Peter was vainly endeavouring to choke back his right royal wrath at this saucy speech, the pretty little Praskovia hurriedly entered the house in great agitation, and as George ran to her side in tender concern, she declared that she had been pursued by a party of Kalmucks and Cossacks, who were even now following her to the house with evil intent. All were alarmed by this news, but Catherine boldly avowed that all would be well, since she herself would address these wild tribesmen, who were, indeed, her kinsmen, since her mother had been their priestess, and held in great reverence by them. So when the Kalmucks presently came dashing up, the brave girl ran out fearlessly to meet them, and commanded them in the name of her dead mother, the Princess Vlasta, instantly to forego their intention of raiding the house, and on hearing this revered name, the wild troop immediately withdrew respectfully. Then Catherine approached their leader, Gritsenko, and seizing his hand, prophesied that promotion quickly awaited him in the army of the Tsar, and filled with dreams of glory, Gritsenko soon led his men away. When they had gone, George and Praskovia went off to make arrangements for their wedding that evening, and thus Catherine and Peter were left alone. Catherine, having noticed with pleasure that during the whole time she had spoken with the Kalmucks, Peter had stood near at hand, grimly holding a hatchet, in readiness to dash out to her aid at the least sign of danger, now spoke tenderly to him, declaring that such noble conduct endeared him to her, and Peter was filled with joy, for he felt that his cause was not so hopeless after all, since he could now see that his love was returned, even though the high-spirited maiden did not as yet respect him. Thus, fired with a passionate desire to win her regard at all costs, Peter impetuously determined to return with the Kalmucks to the army, and earn such renown as should compel her ungrudging admiration. And bidding Catherine a hasty farewell, he hurried off to seek out Danilowitz to return to Russia with him. Catherine had not been long alone ere Praskovia returned, saying that all the preparations were now ready for her wedding that evening with George, who would shortly arrive with the wedding guests and musicians, and then, carelessly producing a letter, she handed it to her friend, saying it had been sent to her from the burgomaster, and upon the letter being opened, the two girls read it together. To their dismay they found that this was an order for George to leave the village that night with the Muscovite soldiers who had just arrived, as he was one of 12 chosen recruits who had been impressed into the service of the Tsar, but the burgomaster added that if a substitute could be found to take his place, he would thus be freed from serving. Praskovia was filled with distress and grief because her wedding could not now take place, and began to weep bitterly, knowing well that no substitute could be found for George, since all in the village hated the Russians and would refuse to serve the Tsar unless compelled to do so. But Catherine, accustomed always to take her brother's troubles upon her own strong young shoulders, bade her dry her tears, and declared that she would herself take George's place as a recruit for a fortnight, so that he might be married that night after all, and also remain with his bride a short time before taking up his soldier's duties. So when George returned, this plan was eagerly explained to him, and he promised to relieve Catherine of her difficult undertaking in a fortnight's time. And then, as the wedding guests, with the priest and musicians, shortly afterwards arrived, the marriage was celebrated with all the accustomed rejoicings and merriment. Catherine herself joined gaily in the lively wedding songs, for she delighted in the happiness of her brother, and was quite regardless of the hardships and dangers she would shortly have to endure for his sake. But when the festivities were at their height, she stole away unnoticed from the merry throng, and, dressing herself in male attire, went off courageously to join the recruits who were to march with the Russian troops that night. And now for Catherine came a very difficult and trying time, since the training of a raw recruit was exceedingly exhausting and full of hardships. But the girl's own wonderful powers of endurance and dauntless spirit carried her through without misadventure or discovery of her real identity. At the end of a fortnight, the recruits all arrived at the Russian camp, where the imperial forces were gathered and waiting to attack the armies of Sweden, with which country they were then at war. And here Catherine met with her first difficulty, for the Kalmuk Gritsenko, who had already attained promotion to the rank of corporal in accordance with her prophecy, had many times on the march eyed her with curiosity, as though he half recognized her, and on arriving in the camp he called her up to him, saying that her face reminded him of a pretty maiden who used to sell spirits in the Finnish village they had just left. Catherine, though trembling for fear of discovery, laughingly put him off by declaring that the maiden he spoke of must have been her own sister, and then by entering into friendly conversation with the talkative soldier she learnt from him, to her surprise and consternation, that a serious conspiracy among many of the chief officers was afoot in the camp, unknown to the general in command, and that Gritsenko himself was receiving large sums of money for carrying treasonable documents, though, being unable to read or write, he was quite ignorant of their contents and purpose, thinking conceitedly that the money bestowed upon him was given by the officers concerned as a reward for his own military zeal and good conduct. Catherine, however, being educated and quick-witted, quickly grasped the situation, and having hastily read the documents produced by Gritsenko, she kept the true knowledge of their contents to herself, leaving the ignorant soldier in his former belief, but afterwards wrote down the names of the officers concerned on a slip of paper, which she concealed in her coat, intending to form some plan of action later. Then, being ordered by Gritsenko to mount guard as sentinel outside a certain tent, within which a rich supper had been laid, pending the arrival of some distinguished officers, she commenced her patrol up and down. Soon afterwards, whilst Catherine was at the far end of her beat, the expected officers arrived, and entered the tent, their features being unobserved by her, and these new arrivals were none other than Peter and Danilowitz, the latter already a colonel in the Russian army, and rejoicing in the confidence of his companion, whose true identity was of course now known to him. Peter, though in the dress of a plain captain, was received respectfully by the general in command as Tsar, but immediately requested that his incognito should be strictly preserved for the present, since he had been told of the conspiracy in the camp, and had boldly come to quell it in person, having already thought out a scheme by which success would be assured. And when the general had retired, astonished at the news, Peter and Danilowitz sat down to enjoy the supper that had been prepared for them, and which was served by two very pretty and lively little vivandères. Peter, as he ever did in his moments of relaxation, gave himself up unreservedly to the pleasure of the moment, and casting aside for the time being the cares of state, he began to carouse gaily with Danilowitz, drinking deeply and caressing the pretty vivandère with the accustomed license of the time. Catherine, attracted by the sounds of hilarity that issued from the tent, and forgetful of military discipline, could not refrain from peeping through the opening, and instantly recognizing Peter, she was filled with joy on hearing her own name toasted by him at that moment. Her delight, however, quickly turned to indignation on beholding her lover, heated by the wine he had drunk, the next instant freely embracing the vivandière, who so constantly kept his goblet filled, and as she continued to look angrily upon the scene, Gritzenko came by, and discovering the sentry thus forgetful of his duty, instantly dragged her away and ordered her into confinement. Catherine, already upset by the scene within the tent, and resenting the rough handling of the Kalmuck, struck him angrily on the face, upon which Gritzenko, furious at being thus defied by a mere recruit, forced her into the tent before the officers, and explaining her insubordination, demanded reparation. Peter, impatient at this unwelcome interruption of his pleasure, and without even looking upon the offender, cried out carelessly, "Let him be shot!" Catherine, now realizing the danger of her position, called out as she was being dragged away to execution, "Peter! Peter! Do not let me be killed, but save me!" At first Peter, still under the influence of the strong wines he had been drinking, did not heed her appeal, but as her last despairing cry rang out as she was hustled from the tent, his attention was suddenly arrested, and at length, recognizing the voice as that of his beloved Catherine, he sprang to his feet in bewilderment. Then, the shock of his discovery quickly restoring his clouded senses, he felt convinced that the young recruit was indeed the village maiden in disguise, and overcome with horror that he had so carelessly given orders for her execution, he authoritatively commanded the pair to be brought back. But Gritzenko, in his zeal, had already endeavored to carry out the first command, and when he was at length brought back to Peter, he explained that the prisoner had attempted to escape by swimming the river close by, upon which he had promptly shot his victim in the water. Then, well satisfied with what he had done, the Kalmuck handed Peter a note, which he stated the young recruit had flung to him before plunging into the stream, and upon opening this missive, the now despairing lover saw that it contained the names of those officers concerned in the conspiracy, at the end of which was a message written in haste by Catherine, bidding him to use this information to advance himself in the favor of the Tsar. Enclosed in the paper was the ring he had himself given to her, and as he gazed upon this ring, and read her last tender message of farewell, Peter was plunged into the deepest woe, realizing that by his own rash impetuosity the maiden he loved so passionately was now lost to him forever. At that moment the leaders of the conspiracy entered the tent, and regarding Peter and Danilowitz as belonging to their party, began to talk over their plans of insurrection, declaring that at a given signal they intended to join the ranks of the enemy against the Tsar, followed by all the men in the imperial army whom they had affected. And Peter, thus roused from his grief by this pressing need for immediate action, quickly determined to turn this moment of danger to advantage by his own fearless daring, in spite of the efforts made to restrain him by Danilowitz, who trembled for the safety of his beloved sovereign, thus unprotected in the midst of traitors. He sprang forward and rebuked the officers passionately for thus seeking to avenge their own petty grievances by the sacrifice of their honor at a time when the country was in danger. And having worked them up into the wildest enthusiasm of patriotism by his burning eloquence, he implored them to first drive away the enemies of their land, after which he swore that he would himself deliver up the Tsar to them, unprotected and alone, to deal with as they chose. The conspirators, although already rendered ashamed of their base designs by these scathing words, yet demanded who should be their guarantee of this, and Peter, without a moment's hesitation, answered fearlessly, "I, the Tsar, whom you were about to betray. Now slay me if you will." But for answer, the conspirators instantly fell on their knees, imploring pardon for their treachery, for they were completely conquered by the dauntless courage thus displayed by the young monarch, whose brave and warlike spirit they had ever admired, even whilst resenting his strict discipline, which had been the cause of their insurrection. Thus, by a single bold action, and the influence of his own noble personality, did Peter quell the mutinous spirit which had threatened such disaster to his arms, and having once restored the patriotism of his men and their loyalty to himself as king, he was now able to lead them on to victory and scatter the enemies of his country. Whilst engaged in active warfare as leader of his now enthusiastic army, Peter had no time to think of his lost Catherine, but when peaceful days came once again and he returned to the royal palace, all his old grief broke out afresh, and he was plunged into the deepest melancholy. In order to try to drown his sad thoughts from time to time, he would take up his carpenter's work once more. But even when laboring his hardest, the beautiful face of the maiden he had loved so dearly still intruded, a bright mental picture he could never forget. Acting upon his instruction, Danilowitz had made every possible effort to discover what had become of the lost Catherine, for though fired at in the water, Peter clung to the belief that she was not dead, but might possibly have escaped to land, since her body had never been recovered. At first, Danilowitz found his task a hopeless one, but at length his efforts were crowned with success, and having learnt from a poor peasant woman that she had rescued a wounded soldier from the river some weeks ago, whom she had discovered to be a female, he bade her bring the girl to his own private room in the palace. The rescued maiden was accordingly brought to the palace, and proved indeed to be Catherine, but to the consternation of Danilowitz, he discovered that the shock of her wounds and the terrible hardships she had gone through had told so heavily upon the poor girl's mental activities, that, though now restored to bodily health, she had completely forgotten all the circumstances connected with her love for Peter, the mention of whose name had no meaning for her. Wondering how he should break this sad news to his royal master, Danilowitz went into the presence chamber with a preoccupied air, and upon Peter as usual peremptorily demanding if he had yet had news of his lost love, afraid to tell him the truth, he endeavoured to put him off for a while by admitting that he had got a clue, though he feared that little would result from it. Whilst they were talking together, Gritzenko entered, and upon Peter demanding the reason why his privacy should be thus disturbed, the conceited soldier announced that he had come to ask for promotion, saying that he considered this to be his due for the zeal he had displayed in having fired upon the recruit who had dared to strike him. Now recognizing Gritzenko as the man who had been the unconscious cause of all his woe, Peter flew into a violent passion on hearing his request, and seizing a weapon, would have killed him instantly had not Danilowitz restrained him, and then controlling himself by a violent effort, he left the room, after commanding the Kalmuk, upon pain of death, to produce, ere the next day ended, the recruit whom he had fired upon in the water. As Gritzenko moved away, astonished at being thus blamed for having done, as he considered, his duty as a zealous soldier, and grumbling at the vagaries of the great, he encountered Praskovia and George Sklavronski, the latter having come at last to relieve his sister and join the regiment he had been impressed into, and who, having discovered that Catherine had disappeared, had now come to the palace with his bride to get news of her, and having some days before received instruction to detain all who came from the little Finnish village, now beloved by the Tsar, the Kalmuk took the pair into his charge, and kept them underground, until he should receive the will of his royal master regarding their disposal. Meanwhile, Peter, having heard Catherine singing as he passed along the corridor, and instantly recognizing her voice with overwhelming joy, Danilowitz could no longer keep the secret of her presence from him, and as gently as possible he broke to him the sad news of her disturbed mental state and forgetfulness of himself. Peter was again plunged into despair on thus learning that though his beloved Catherine was restored to him, she no longer remembered their love. But upon Danilowitz mentioning that the poor girl's thoughts all centred round her old home, and especially the events connected with her brother's marriage, a sudden hope sprang up within him, for he remembered having heard of cases similar to that of Catherine, where persons so affected had been restored to their normal state by being again brought into contact with scenes and incidents which had strongly impressed them in their happier days. Determined to try this course with Catherine, whom he now longed to thus restore that she might become his empress, Peter quickly pressed Danilowitz, together with Praskovia and George, of whose arrival he was presently informed by Gritzenko, and certain other peasants who had recently arrived from Finland, into his service, and with all a lover's eager hope he proceeded to instruct them in their parts. All was soon ready, and when Catherine was brought into the room, the peasants began to sing the same song they had sung at her brother's wedding, with George and Praskovia moving amongst them in their festive garments. Then Danilowitz, having donned his old pastry-cook's dress, sang the song he used to sing in the village when offering his wares, and finally Peter himself took up his flute and began to play Catherine's own favourite air, which was so closely bound up with the story of their love. As Catherine listened to this sweet music, her memory was indeed gradually awakened, as her lover had hoped, until the cloud of forgetfulness was entirely removed from her mind, and at last, recognizing in the kingly figure so eagerly watching her the features of the man she had loved so dearly in the past, she moved forward with a glad cry and was clasped in his arms. Full of joy that his beloved one was thus restored to reason, Peter led her proudly forward to receive the homage of his friends and helpers, who one and all greeted her respectfully as their future empress, and thus did the humble Catherine fulfill the brilliant destiny prophesied by her priestess mother, and became the bride and good genius of a great monarch, who always loved and revered her as his guiding star, his precious Star of the North. End of section 21.
Section 22 of Stories from the Operas by Gladys Davidson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Abai in May 2018. Mozart. The Marriage of Figaro. Le nozze di Figaro. One bright summer morning a pleasant hum of excitement pervaded Count Almaviva's noble castle near Seville, for that evening Figaro, the Count's servant, was to be wedded to the Countess's pretty waiting-maid, Susanna, and the nuptials were to be celebrated with great festivities, in which not only the whole household, but the peasants on the estate were to join. Already the rustic maidens and their swains were decking themselves in holiday garb, for there was to be dancing and merrymaking on the green during the daytime before the feasting and fireworks at night, and all were eager to begin the revels. But, though the light-hearted peasants little guessed it, the bride and bridegroom-elect were fated to go through many wild mishaps ere their hands could be joined that day, and even now, early though it was, the first cloud had arisen. For Figaro had just made the unpleasant discovery that his master, whose chief excitement in life was to engage in love intrigues, had suddenly become infatuated with the charms of Susanna, and though the information was given him by the pretty Susanna herself, who laughingly disclaimed any preference for the amorous Count, the future husband was filled with perplexing thoughts. He now understood why Basilio, an old music master established at the castle to help the great lord in his intrigues, had lately persuaded him to desire Susanna to accept a secret mission to London, offered her by the Count, who was being sent by the king to that city as ambassador, with Figaro attending him as a courtier, for it was plain to see that his secret mission had been invented in order that the ambassador might enjoy the society of his courtier's charming wife. However, Figaro was a lively fellow whose keen wits had helped him out of many difficulties, and though indignant at the news, he merrily assured Susanna that he would soon devise a plan for thwarting the Count and his confederate. Now, Figaro, besides being witty and gay, was also of a handsome appearance, and so it happened that a certain dame named Marcellina, who, though advancing in years, was of skittish and sentimental disposition, became enamoured of the fascinating valet, when on a visit to the castle about this time. Being in need of money, owing to his extravagant habits, Figaro had consequently found Marcinella very willing to lend him a considerable sum, on condition that he signed a paper promising to marry her until he refunded the money, and the gay valet, never dreaming that he would ever be called on to keep his agreement, carelessly signed the document. However, Marcellina was in earnest, and, having got beyond the age when admirers were to be secured by her personal attractions, did not intend to let such a good chance of marriage slip through her fingers, and on discovering that Figaro was about to be wedded to Susanna, she was filled with indignation, and sent at once to Seville for Dr. Bartolo, whose housekeeper she had been for many years, and with whom she had once indulged in a love intrigue. The worthy doctor did not arrive until the very day of the wedding, but Marcellina, declaring that there was still time to secure her rights, produced the contract she had induced Figaro to sign, and begged him to help her to prevent the marriage. Dr. Bartolo, who had also had a grudge against Figaro for having thwarted him on a former occasion, readily agreed to help her, and between them the pair arranged that Susanna should be frightened by a threat of making known her master's advances to her, when, to save her reputation, she would rebuff the Count, who, being piqued, would then give assistance to Marcellina's claim. To this end, Marcellina presently waylaid Susanna in the pretty maid's own apartment, and began to squabble, hinting plainly that the Count's infatuation for her would soon be known to all, but Susanna, though somewhat alarmed, only met her taunts with saucy retorts, and soon forced her to beat a hasty retreat. No sooner had she gone than the Countess's page, Cherubino, a handsome youth who adored his mistress, yet made love to all the maids in the castle, rushed into the room, and announcing that the Count had just dismissed him from his service because he had found him flirting with the gardener's charming daughter, Barbarina, entreated Susanna to intercede for him. Whilst they were talking together, the Count was heard approaching, and, terrified at the thought of being discovered with the favoured lady's maid, Cherubino hastily hid between a large armchair, just as his master entered the room. The enamoured Count immediately began to make love to Susanna, entreating her to grant him an interview in the garden at twilight, but Susanna, remembering Marcellina's hints, received him coldly and begged him to leave her. The Count, however, was not to be so easily repulsed, and was about to snatch a kiss, when he suddenly heard the voice of old Basilio, the mischief-making music-master, asking for him without, and not wishing to be discovered, even by his confederate, in such a compromising situation, he hastily sought a hiding-place, and rushed towards the very same chair behind which Cherubino was already concealed. The sprightly page, however, saw him coming, and in a twinkling he adroitly slipped round to the other side and ensconced himself in the seat of the chair, just as the Count crouched behind. Susanna, trembling at the narrow escape she had had, hastily flung a dress over the curled-up form of Cherubino, and no sooner had she done so than Basilio entered the room. The old scandal-monger had come to draw from Susanna all she knew of Cherubino's love for his mistress, and in spite of the waiting-maid's indignant denials and frantic efforts to stop him, he declared that the page's infatuation was the talk of the whole household. Now, Count Almaviva, though frequently engaging in love intrigues himself, was extremely jealous where the honour of his countess was involved, and furious at Basilio's words, he sprang from behind the chair, and at the same moment discovered the hapless page in the seat. The Count, now doubly jealous, imagining that Cherubino had also been making love to Susanna, began to pour forth abuse on them both, and declared that Figaro should be told of his bride-elect's duplicity, but Susanna, assured of Figaro's trust in her, pleaded only for Cherubino's pardon, slyly reminding her master that the page had overheard his words of love to her, and should on that account be conciliated. Almaviva, thus compelled to admit the prudence of such a course, then agreed to pardon Cherubino, but only on condition that he set off immediately for military service, to command a company in the Count's own regiment, and the page was ordered to start for Seville at once. Meanwhile, the Countess Almaviva also had been told of her husband's infatuation for the waiting-maid, and, knowing that Susanna was too faithful to betray her, she bade the girl fetch Figaro to her boudoir, that the three might concoct a ploy by means of which her husband should be exposed, and, thus cured of engaging in such intrigues, be led back to the arms of his still loving wife. Figaro's keen wit soon furnished a scheme, and he said that he would send an anonymous letter to the Count, informing him that the Countess intended to grant a secret interview to a certain gallant at the revels to be held that night, which would rouse his jealousy to such a pitch that, whilst endeavouring to prove his suspicions, the wedding could take place before he had time to prevent it. He also suggested that, to entangle him further, Susanna should grant the Count the twilight meeting in the garden he had asked for, but that Cherubino, who had not yet departed, should take her place, dressed in her garments, and then the Countess should surprise the pair, and compel the Count, after thus discovering him in an intrigue, to sue for pardon and return to her affections. The Countess gladly agreed to this plan, and Figaro, having dispatched the letter to the Count by the hands of Basilio, sent the page to the boudoir to be dressed for his part. Cherubino, delighted to be once more in the company of his beloved mistress, readily entered into the plot, and Susanna, after locking the door to prevent interruption, began to dress him in a gown and head-dress of her own, the page's fresh complexion and curling hair helping to make the disguise more complete. But just as Susanna had gone into an inner room to look for a ribbon, the Count himself knocked at the boudoir door, and finding it locked, became suspicious and demanded to have it opened. Full of terror, Cherubino ran to hide in a dress cupboard, which the Countess hastily locked, placing the key in her pocket, and then she admitted the Count, who was rendered more suspicious than ever on observing her confused looks. Remembering the anonymous letter he had just received, he declared that she had a lover hidden within the cupboard, having heard a sound of shuffling from its depths, and when the Countess tremblingly announced that it was only Susanna who had retired there, interrupted in the act of trying on a new dress, he angrily called on the maid to answer to her name. Cherubino, however, kept silence, and Susanna, who had returned unobserved and was now hidden behind a curtain, dared not speak. The Count now felt that his suspicions were confirmed, and, in a storm of jealousy, he dragged off the Countess to get tools to break open the cupboard, first locking the doors of the boudoir and inner chamber, so that the captive should not escape. As soon as they had gone, Susanna rushed to the cupboard and unfastened the door with a duplicate key she carried in her pocket, and Cherubino rushed wildly out, freed from his borrowed garments, which he had hastily discarded. Finding all the exits locked, he opened the window and sprang lightly into the garden below, and Susanna, having assured herself that he had come to no harm, took his place in the cupboard, fastening the door on the inside just as the Count and Countess returned. The Count had brought tools to break open the cupboard lock, but the Countess, seeing that he was in earnest, produced the key, and in despair opened the door herself. A sigh of relief and wonder escaped her as Susanna stepped forth, and the Count, dumbfounded and ashamed of his suspicion, instantly sought pardon of his wife. However, remembering the letter he had received, he asked what it meant, and the Countess told him that it had been written by Figaro at her orders to provoke jealousy. But on Figaro himself entering at that moment to announce that the wedding guests were assembling, the Count decided to test the truth of this statement, and showing him the letter, he asked if he knew anything about it. The valet, not knowing that his master had been told the truth, at first denied all knowledge of it, and it was not until after sundry meaning glances from the Countess and saucy pinches from Susanna that he guessed his mistake and admitted writing the note. The situation might now have been saved had not old Antonio, the gardener, just then entered with several broken flower-pots in his hands, which he tearfully declared had been smashed by a man whom he had seen jump from the window of the boudoir into the very midst of them only a few minutes ago, and the Count's suspicions were quickly roused again. But Figaro, warned by the distracted looks of the Countess and Susanna, immediately announced that it was he who had made the leap, explaining that he had been waiting for Susanna, when, on hearing his master's angry voice, he had become alarmed, remembering the letter he had written, and had jumped from the window to escape his presence. This explanation, however, did not satisfy the Count, who still felt that he was being deceived, and when, a few minutes later, Dr. Bartolo and Marcellina entered, having been awaiting this opportunity in the ante-room, he gladly listened to the charge they brought against Figaro. Marcellina produced the contract signed by the valet, both she and Dr. Bartolo declaring that it proved the promise of marriage and money lent, and the Count announced that his lawyer should attend to the matter at once, thus hoping, in his pique, to delay or prevent the marriage of Figaro and Susanna. He was delighted when, a little later, Don Curzio, his lawyer, after reading the document, announced that it was legally binding, and that Figaro must either immediately pay back the money lent or marry Marcellina according to his agreement, for he knew that Figaro, being of an extravagant disposition, could certainly not produce the large sum of money named. The Countess and Susanna were distracted at this decision, and Figaro indignantly declared that he could not be married against his will without the sanction of his parents, whom he believed were of high birth. When asked to produce his noble parents, he admitted that he knew not who they were, having been stolen from his home by gipsies when a little child, and he added that the only clue to his identity he now possessed was a private mark that had been made upon his arm in the form of a spatula. On learning this, Marcellina uttered a cry of surprise and joy, and next moment she clasped Figaro in her arms, declaring that he was her own dear son whom she had lost years ago, and whose arm had been marked with a spatula in his infancy. It now transpired that this was the truth, Figaro indeed being the son born of an amour between Marcellina and Dr. Bartolo, and since the worthy doctor announced that he should now marry his old housekeeper and recognize her son as his heir, the Count felt that his scheme of revenge had crumbled to pieces. Figaro and Susanna were overjoyed to find that there was no further bar to their union, and the Count, very much against his will, gave orders that their wedding should take place that evening after all, and high revels be held. The rustic guests had already assembled, and during the afternoon dancing and merrymaking began with much spirit in the park. Now, Cherubino had not yet departed for Seville, being determined to remain at the castle at least so long as the revels lasted, and having induced his pretty sweetheart, Barbarina, to deck him in feminine garments once more, he joined in a procession of rustic maidens, who presently came to offer flowers to the Countess. Barbarina introduced him as her cousin, who had come to see the wedding, and the Countess, greatly taken with the pretty looks of the pretended maiden, kissed him playfully on the forehead, to the inward delight of the saucy page. At this moment, however, the Count appeared with old Antonio, the gardener, who, having picked up Cherubino's hat in his cottage, had discovered the ruse, and brought his master to the scene to unmask the young scapegrace, and the Countess, disconcerted on hearing that she had kissed Cherubino in mistake for a girl, now thought it best to admit to the Count that it was indeed the page who had jumped from her boudoir that morning, and that she and Susanna had been dressing him to take part in the jest they had planned. The Count angrily dismissed the crestfallen page, and then, turning to Figaro, who was just approaching, he sternly demanded what he meant by stating that he had jumped from the boudoir window, when Cherubino had now confessed that it was he himself who had performed that feat. But Figaro's ready wit prevented him from being at a loss, and he answered instantly that the statement only proved that they had both had the same fancy to leap through the window, which was not strange, since it was well known that great wits jumped together. He then ran off to join in a merry dance that was just commencing, and the Count was left to the perplexing thought that he was still being fooled. Nor was the Countess satisfied, for although the bride and bridegroom-elect were now happy and likely to gain their ends, she felt that her own purpose had not yet been achieved. So, presently, she sought Susanna to arrange another plot with her, and between them the pair agreed that Susanna should now grant the Count the interview he had asked of her earlier in the day, but that the Countess should take her place. Susanna wrote a seductive little note to her master, appointing a meeting at twilight in a certain quiet glade, and this she gave to Barbarina to deliver to the Count, who was delighted at receiving it, thinking that Susanna meant to accept him as a lover after all. Now it happened that Figaro met Barbarina on her return from the Count, and gathered from her conversation that Susanna intended to meet her infatuated master that evening, and knowing nothing of the new plot that had been made, he imagined that she had been deceiving him all along, and jealously determined to watch her. When twilight fell, the Countess and Susanna exchanged garments, and hastened to the secluded glade agreed upon, where Susanna presently retired beneath the trees, leaving her mistress in the open, and here they were immediately seen by Figaro, who was already hiding in the bushes. By the merest chance, Cherubino, who had not yet departed, had also made an appointment in this same spot with little Barbarina, and seeing, as he imagined, Susanna approaching, he thought he might as well pass the waiting time by a little playful flirtation with the pretty lady's maid. So, approaching the trembling Countess, whom he addressed as Susanna, he began to make pretty speeches to her, and even tried to snatch a kiss. But at that moment the Count suddenly appeared on the scene, and, boxing his ears smartly, made him beat a hasty retreat. Also, mistaking in the twilight the Countess for Susanna, Almaviva began to make love to her, and presently led her towards a summer pavilion, and then Susanna came out into the open once more, having caught sight of Figaro crouching amongst the bushes. The angry valet, full of wild jealousy at the scene he had just witnessed, also emerged from his hiding-place, and began to pour forth his woes to the approaching lady, whom he imagined to be the Countess, but upon Susanna revealing herself he was joyfully relieved, and readily agreed to assist in her plan. So, when the Count shortly afterwards appeared alone, having left the pavilion for a few minutes to reconnoitre, Figaro fell on his knees before the pretended Countess, and began to make violent protestations of love for her, and immediately the Count, rendered madly jealous at beholding what he supposed to be a clandestine meeting between his wife and a strange lover, rushed forward furiously, calling aloud for his attendants in the adjacent garden to seize the offender. However, on discovering that the whole affair had been a hoax, his anger quickly evaporated, and realizing that his wife had got the better of him, having detected him in an actual intrigue, he humbly besought her pardon when she presently emerged from the pavilion. This was readily granted by the Countess, who had been delighted to learn from her husband's wild outbursts of jealousy that he still loved her in spite of his propensity for flirtation, of which she hoped she had at least cured him, and since the mysteries and perplexities of the day had now been cleared away, all the plotters returned gaily to the castle, where the marriage ceremony of Figaro and Susanna at once took place amidst great rejoicings. End of section 22. Section 23 of Stories from the Operas by Gladys Davidson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in May 2018. Section 23. Mozart, Don Juan, Don Giovanni. It was night time in Seville. A few distant lights were still calmly reflected in the peaceful river, but in the splendid palace of Don Pedro, the commandant, darkness and silence reigned, for all the household had retired to rest. In the courtyard without, a stream of pale moonlight fell, outlining the stately building with ghostly clearness, and making the long dark shadows even deeper and more sombre still, and all was so quiet that not a sound was to be heard, save the soft swaying of the trees when a stray breeze gently caught them. Yet within the shadows a man was crouching, vainly trying to find rest upon a hard stone seat, and though inwardly fretting and fuming, he did not betray his presence even by a sigh. For Leporello, confidential body-servant to Don Juan, the handsomest and most licentious cavalier in the whole of Seville, was quite used to midnight vigils, and many a dozen times had he kept watch in the chilly gloom without the walls of some fair lady's dwelling, whilst his gay libertine master enjoyed a secret amour within. Usually the pair afterwards departed as quietly as they had come, but tonight this was not to be. Suddenly the stillness of the night was broken by loud shrieks coming from within the building, and next moment Don Juan rushed from the palace out into the moonlit courtyard, closely pursued by a beautiful lady. This lady was Don Pedro's only daughter, the fair young Donna Anna, who, discovering a strange cavalier in her chamber, had fled from him with shrieks of alarm. But when the intruder, fearing that her cries would arouse the household, had retreated to the courtyard, her courage had returned, and she had pursued him in order to discover his identity. She caught up with the retreating cavalier in the courtyard, and, dragging at the dark cloak that enveloped him, endeavoured vainly to scan his hidden features. However, Don Juan roughly shook her off, but ere he had time to escape over the wall, Don Pedro, the commandant, attracted thither by his daughter's shrieks, hastened out into the courtyard with a drawn sword in his hand. Quickly grasping the situation, the commandant furiously challenged the intruder to combat, determined to defend the honour of his beloved child to his utmost. Don Juan, finding that there was no other escape for him, quickly crossed swords with his assailant, and, being a fatal adept in such encounters, he soon stretched Don Pedro dead at his feet. The servant Leporello, who had prudently remained in hiding during the whole scene, now came from the shadows, and the pair hastily made their escape over the wall. Meanwhile, Donna Anna had rushed back to the palace to bring assistance to her father, but when, on returning to the courtyard with her betrothed lover, Don Octavio, and several sleepy servants, she found that her beloved parent was already dead, she uttered a terrible shriek, and fell fainting upon his prostrate body. Full of grief, Don Octavio gently restored the poor girl to consciousness once more, comforting her with tender words, and bidding her regard him as her protector. And then, as the servants bore the dead commandant back to the palace, Anna implored her betrothed to swear that he would aid her in bringing vengeance upon the murderer of her father. Gladly Don Octavio gave his word, and there, in the courtyard beneath the moonlit sky, the lovers registered their solemn vow. Meanwhile, Don Juan and his servant had escaped to a lonely inn on the borders of his new estate, which lay just outside the walls of the city. And next morning the gay cavalier, hardened by long indulgence in vice, and utterly regardless of the crime he had committed the night before, came jauntily forth into the courtyard, thinking only of conquests still in store for him. It was in vain that Leporello, who occasionally had qualms of conscience, warned his master that his evil course would sooner or later bring fell disaster upon him, for Don Juan cared not for the consequences of his sins, so long as he could satisfy his inborn craving for evil pleasure. So, on coming forth from the inn and seeing a veiled and cloaked lady, evidently a traveller, in the courtyard, he withdrew with Leporello behind some trees to watch her unobserved. As the lady drew near, she wrung her hands in distress, and from a few incoherent sentences uttered as she passed, the hidden watchers gathered that she had been abandoned by some false lover whom she angrily sought, in order to avenge herself upon him. Don Juan now stepped forward with his usual gallant air, and accosted her, but as the young lady flung back her veil, he recognized, to his dismay, the features of a beautiful lady of Burgos, Donna Elvira, whom he had but recently betrayed and cast aside. Instantly recognizing the recreant lover who had so cruelly abandoned her, Donna Elvira began to pour forth bitter reproaches upon him, but Don Juan, callously familiar with such scenes, pushed forward Leporello, bidding him explain matters to the lady. Then, as Donna Elvira eagerly approached the servant for his explanation, the heartless cavalier slyly made his escape, and when the poor lady presently turned impatiently from the vapid string of empty words uttered pompously by the experienced Leporello, she found that her expected prey had vanished. Bidding her be of good comfort, since she was neither the first nor the last of his master's numberless victims, Leporello now produced a book from his pocket, in which he had written the names of all the fair maidens who had been basely deceived in similar fashion, and having thus proved that she shared her abandoned position with many others, the servant suddenly took to his heels and ran away down the country road that led to Don Juan's estate. For a few minutes Elvira remained stunned, for she had loved Don Juan with her whole heart, willingly yielding herself to his embraces and insinuating temptations, and trusting fondly to his false promises. But now, dishonoured, betrayed, abandoned, she at last saw him in his true colours, a heartless libertine. Full of grief and rage, she determined to avenge herself for her outraged affections and ruined life, and knowing that her betrayer's residence was in the neighbourhood, she hurried along the road taken by Leporello. When Don Juan arrived at his palace, he found that great revels were being held by the peasants on the estates, in honour of the betrothal of a pair of rustic lovers, and seeing that the bride-elect, Zerlina, was an extremely pretty maiden, the gay lord of the soil determined to amuse himself with her. Consequently, when Leporello presently arrived, having taken a short cut from the road, he bade him conduct all the peasants immediately to the palace, and entertain them with feasting and dancing within the banquet hall and garden, whispering an injunction to keep the future bridegroom, Masetto, specially occupied. As the merry rustics, eager for such an unexpected treat, trooped away willingly to the palace, Don Juan detained the pretty Zerlina, and, putting his arm round her waist and whispering honeyed words of admiration and flattery, endeavoured to lead her aside to a secluded woodland glade. The simple Zerlina, accustomed only to the clumsy love-making of a rustic clown, was greatly impressed by the ardent glances and sweet persuasive caresses of the great lord, and when Don Juan, declaring passionately that she should become his bride, and never be wed to the boor Masetto, presently led her to a small summer pavilion, which he said should be her home, she gave way to the dazzling charm of the moment, and suffered herself to be led away with a beating heart. But just at this moment Donna Elvira, who, having found her way into the grounds, had watched and overheard the whole of this pretty scene, rushed forward, and dragging Zerlina to one side, explained to her that Don Juan was but an evil deceiver, who meant to ruin her. Zerlina, now full of horror, shrank back ashamed, and Elvira, throwing a glance of scorn at the faithless gallant, put a protecting arm round the frightened girl, and drew her gently away. As the discomfited Don Juan turned angrily aside, he encountered a lady in deep mourning, and a cavalier, who had just entered the grounds, and as he greeted them, he saw, to his dismay, that they were Donna Anna and her betrothed, Don Octavio. However, Anna did not at first recognize in him her father's midnight slayer, and, having come with her lover to ask Don Juan's help in finding the villain who had brought such misery upon her, the pair quickly made known their quest, and the double-dealing cavalier promised to give them his aid. But whilst they were thus talking together, Donna Elvira returned, and declaring earnestly to the two strangers that Don Juan was a false villain, implored them not to place any faith in his promises. Don Juan, coolly announcing that Elvira was a madwoman, pretended to try and soothe her frenzy, but the poor lady, stung by his fresh outrage, reiterated her knowledge of his sins, and then, fearing she would not be believed, hurried away. Don Juan, glad to escape, followed her by another path, saying that he wished to see she did herself no harm, and when he had gone, Donna Anna, who had been watching him constantly, declared to her betrothed that she now knew it was Don Juan who had been her would-be ravisher, and the murderer of her beloved father, since his agitated voice and angry gestures when disturbed by Elvira had betrayed him. Full of horror that they had thus unwittingly sought help from the very villain they wished to punish, the lovers hurried after the retreating Elvira, whom they soon overtook, and after having listened to the sad story she had to tell of herself, the three determined to bring retribution on Don Juan, and to begin their scheme by exposing him as a villain before his own assembled guests that night. Having returned to the inn, they disguised themselves in long black dominoes and half-masks, and then, when darkness fell, they made their way back to the palace grounds, where they were soon seen by Leporello and invited to enter the great hall. Meanwhile, the sly Leporello had also enticed back the timid Zerlina to the revels, and more than once Don Juan had tried to draw her away with him. But the rustic lover, Masetto, was jealous and suspicious of the great lord's attentions to his pretty sweetheart, and several times during the afternoon he had lain in wait behind bushes and stepped out in time to prevent a stolen interview. Zerlina tried to soothe him with her pretty coaxing ways, feeling that her high-born cavalier merely admired her and meant her no harm, but later on she was undeceived. The revels were to end in a masked ball at night, and as soon as darkness fell the delighted peasants, all decked in dominoes and masks, trooped gaily into the palace once more, to dance and feast in the banquet hall. Don Juan, gorgeously attired, moved authoritatively about the gilded salons, ordering every kind of comfort and delight for his lively guests, but all the while he kept a watchful eye upon the pretty Zerlina, determined to gratify his sudden passion for her that evening. At last his opportunity occurred, and having bidden Leporello keep Masetto occupied for a short time, he secured Zerlina for a partner in the dance, and in its mazy movements sought to draw her into a private inner room. Donna Anna and her two companions watched this manoeuvre with anger in their hearts, and when Don Juan's fell purpose presently became patent to all, they pulled off their masks and denounced him before his own guests as a base villain, relating the many evil things they knew of him. Masetto, now roused to fury, rushed boldly forward to attack his enemy, calling on his friends to help him, but Don Juan quickly drew his sword, and clearing a way for himself, managed to make his escape. Seeing that their prey had slipped through their grasp once more, Donna Anna and her betrothed returned to the city, and shortly afterwards Elvira also took up her abode in Seville, hiring a house and taking Zerlina with her as her maid. Here, however, as the weeks went on, they were again discovered by the irrepressible Don Juan, and, still determined to carry on his amour with the pretty peasant girl, the gay cavalier repaired one dark evening to the courtyard of Elvira's house, where he hastily exchanged outer garments with his servant, Leporello. When Elvira presently appeared at an open window, Don Juan from the darkness below called softly to her, declaring that he loved her yet, and begging her to come down and receive his caresses once more. The susceptible Elvira, who still loved her false sweetheart in spite of her better judgment, could not long resist his tender invitation, and presently came out into the courtyard, and fell into the arms of Leporello, who, wrapped in his master's cloak and hat, she mistook for Don Juan. Then, taking fright at the noise purposely made by the real Don Juan, she allowed herself to be hurried out into the street beyond by the disguised Leporello. Having thus secured the courtyard to himself, Don Juan began to sing a serenade to Zerlina, whom he knew was within the house, but he was almost immediately set upon by Masetto and a party of rustics, who had been closely following on his track ever since the night of the ball. However, seeing that his assailants quickly recognized Leporello's garments and regarded him as the servant, Don Juan kept up the pretence, and, professing sympathy with their cause, soon sent the rustics off in another direction on a wild goose chase after their enemy, and then, having enticed Masetto to remain behind under pretence of inspecting his weapons, he presently struck the poor peasant a stunning blow, and rushed off, leaving him helpless on the ground. Zerlina, attracted by the noise, now came forth from the house, and helped the fallen man to rise, and recognizing her lover with joy, she comforted him as best as she could, and afterwards accompanied him down the street in search of his companions. Meanwhile, Elvira and the disguised Leporello had sought refuge in the courtyard outside the house of Donna Anna, and here they were presently discovered by Anna himself, who came out from the building to walk in the cool evening air with her betrothed, Don Octavio. Leporello tried to escape, but being met at the entrance by Massetto and Zerlina, who were passing at that moment, he was immediately set upon by them, and in order to protect himself was compelled to reveal his true identity. It was now evident to Donna Anna and her lover that Don Juan was still in the neighbourhood, and as they had already proved him to be the midnight assassin of the commandant, Don Octavio declared that he would at once seek out the officers of justice, and seize the base cavalier in his own palace that very night. When Don Octavio had hurried away to carry out his purpose, Leporello tried to make his escape, but he was seen by Zerlina, who quickly pursued and caught him, owing him a grudge for having, as she supposed, belaboured her lover. Flourishing before him a razor she had secured from Donna Anna's palace, she bade him sit down in a stone seat near by, and, when in fear for his life he had meekly done so, she firmly bound him hand and foot to the seat, and left him in a sorry plight. For some time Leporello writhed and struggled vainly to free himself, but at length, to his joy, a peasant came by, and in answer to his cries cut the cords that bound him. Full of aches and pains, Leporello went off in search of his master, whom he found in an open square before the cathedral of Seville, and approaching him with a woeful limp, declared to the waiting cavalier in aggrieved tones that he had been half killed in his service. Don Juan, however, only laughed at him, and being in a very gay mood, immediately began to tell his grumbling servant of several other lively adventures he had just experienced in pursuit of pretty maidens. Now, in the centre of the square a splendid equestrian statue in marble had already been erected to the memory of the late commandant Don Pedro, bearing upon its pedestal the following inscription: "I herewith await the vengeance decreed by heaven unto the wretch who slew me." Whilst Don Juan was in the midst of his gay story, a sound of muffled words seemed to come from the statue, and Leporello, full of terror, fell on his knees, trembling. Don Juan, however, bade him read out the inscription on the pedestal, and when the frightened servant had done so, he next gaily bade him invite the statue to his palace for supper that night. But, overcome by superstitious fears, Leporello could not find courage to do so, and it was not until his master threatened to thrust his sword through him that he at length uttered aloud the invitation he had been bidden to give. The statue immediately bowed his head in response to the invitation, to the increasing alarm of Leporello, who uttered a loud shriek, but Don Juan, laughingly declaring that the statue's movement was only fancy, dragged the quaking servant away, and repaired at once to his palace. It so happened that the gay cavalier was indeed holding a splendid supper party that night, having invited a number of beautiful ladies to feast with him, and on arriving at the palace he found his guests already assembled. He joined them at the table at once, whilst Leporello began to wait on the party, and in a short time the palace was filled with the sounds of music and revelry. But suddenly, in the very midst of the feast, Donna Elvira appeared in the banquet hall, for, still having a spark of love left in her heart for her false lover, she had come to warn him of his approaching danger, and to entreat him to repent whilst he still had time. But Don Juan, now recklessly hilarious, only laughed aloud at her entreaties, and Elvira, full of angry despair, declared she should now leave him to his fate. But just as she reached the door, she uttered a terrific shriek, which was quickly taken up by others near the entrance, for coming up the stairs with heavy measured tread, they saw the statue of the late Don Pedro, on foot, with a fierce look of righteous wrath upon his marble face. Full of terror the ladies fled from the room, whilst Leporello hid beneath the supper table, and when the statue presently entered the banquet hall, all the lights suddenly burned dim, and gradually went out altogether. Don Juan stared at his strange visitor in utter astonishment, and demanded its business, and when the statue of the commandant replied in sepulchral tones that it had come to the feast in answer to his own invitation, the gay host attempted to regain his self-possession, and ordered Leporello to lay the table afresh. But as Leporello crawled forth from his hiding-place, the statue declared that, as its spirit dwelt in heaven, it needed no mortal food, and, turning to Don Juan, it said, "Thou badst me to thy banquet, and I, in turn, now invite thee to mine. Wilt come?" Leporello implored his master to refuse, but Don Juan, scorning to show fear, recklessly accepted at once, and took the outstretched hand of his visitor in pledge of the compact. But when the icy-cold fingers of the statue closed on his own in a grip like that of a vice, a shiver of intense fear passed through the whole frame of the cavalier, and feeling that his last hour had come, he struggled vainly to free himself. But the statue only held him the tighter, and in deep solemn tones bade him repent, ere heaven's sentence was passed upon him. But Don Juan, though full of mortal fear, scorned repentance, and in spite of the entreaties of Leporello and the further injunctions of the statue, still passionately shrieked out his defiance. Then the statue in an appalling voice declared that his doom was past, and letting its victim's hand drop, it suddenly sank through the flooring into the ground below. At the same moment fierce flames sprang up on all sides, and from the deep abyss that had just engulfed the statue, a host of demons rushed forth and seized Don Juan in their scorching grasp. It was in vain that the wretched man shrieked and struggled in their embrace, for in spite of his frantic efforts to free himself, they quickly overcame him, and sprang back into the fiery abyss, dragging their victim with them. Then the flames died away, and the chasm closed, and when, next moment, Don Octavio entered with his friends and the officers of justice, the banquet hall had assumed its usual aspect once more. But justice had already overtaken the offender they sought, and when Leporello presently described in trembling accents the visit of the commandant's statue, and the terrible doom that had overtaken his wicked master, all declared that vengeance was satisfied, since the statue had fulfilled its vow. Zerlina and Masetto now agreed to be married the very next day, and Donna Anna, since her father's death was at last avenged, smiled upon her faithful lover, and placed her hand in his, declaring that happiness might now be theirs. End of section 23.
Section 24 of Stories from the Opera. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Wilkie Mills. Stories from the Operas by Gladys Davidson. Section 24. Nicolai, the Merry Wives of Windsor. There dwelt at Windsor during the reign of King Henry IV a certain fat, jolly knight named Sir John Falstaff, and in all fair England there was not a merrier old fellow than he. Many were the tales told of his mad escapades in company with gay Prince Hal and his companion Poins, and many a round dozen of mischievous pranks and roguish tricks could be laid to the charge of the fat Knight of Windsor. As may be readily guessed, one who led such a harum-scarum, careless life was not overburdened with riches. But although Falstaff lived chiefly by his wits, and, be it admitted, occasionally by the depredations of his 3 rascally followers, Bardolph, Nym, and Pistol, his portly form did not grow less for lack of goodly cheer, neither did his mighty thirst suffer for want of endless cups of sack. Nevertheless, at one time the gay old knight found himself with a more than usually light purse, and appalled at the doleful prospect of restricted conviviality, he presently conceived the brilliant idea of providing himself with a couple of sweethearts, in order to replenish his fallen fortunes. He therefore wrote 2 love letters, word for word alike, save for the names of the individual charmers, and sent them to 2 comely housewives of Windsor, Mistress Ford and Mistress Page. And since the husbands of these good dames were prosperous and of good standing, he hoped that his love-making would secure to him many substantial gifts, to say nothing of providing him with a pleasant way of passing his time, since both the ladies were still sufficiently young and well-favoured to prove attractive subjects for a flirtation. He made the letters as flattering and full of sentimental phrases as he could devise, and in each he finished thus, quote, "Thine own true knight, by day or night, or any kind of light, with all his might for thee to fight, John Falstaff." Closed quote. When, however, Mistress Ford and Mistress Page received these amorous effusions, and, being friends and confidants, had compared notes and discovered the letters to be precisely the same, they were at first very indignant that respectable dames should be thus addressed by such a well-known rake as Sir John Falstaff. But, soon guessing the reason for his sudden expression of affection, they set their quick wits to work to hatch a merry plan, whereby they should make the fat old knight the laughing-stock of the town, as a penalty for his audacity. They therefore determined to make a pretence of encouraging his advances, in order that they might bring on him the anger of their husbands, and with this object in view, they sent a letter to Falstaff, inviting him to visit Mistress Ford at her house next day, informing him that her husband, who was of a very jealous disposition, would then be safely out of the way. Meanwhile, other little plots were also afoot in the 2 households. Mistress Page had a very pretty young daughter, the charming Mistress Anne, who had at this time no less than 3 suitors for her hand. Her father desired her to wed a youth named Slender, who, though foolish and a timid wooer, was rich, whilst her mother favoured a ridiculous and fussy old foreign admirer, one Dr. Caius, but pretty Mistress Anne herself had already fixed her choice upon a somewhat poor but handsome young courtier named Fenton, whose sincere love for her she had quickly returned with as deep an affection, and in spite of the machinations of her father and mother, she was determined to wed none other than he. To her father's choice she said, quote, "Oh, what a world of vile, ill-favoured faults looks handsome in 300 pounds a year." Close quote. To her mother's choice she said, quote, "Good mother, do not marry me to yond fool." Close quote. But to her own beloved Fenton she said, quote, "I am yours for evermore." Close quote. In the Ford household, too, another plot was brewing, for Mr. Ford, having heard from Falstaff's servant Pistol, who had now conceived a spite against his fat master, that the reprobate knight was carrying on a desperate flirtation with Mistress Ford, his jealousy was quickly roused, so that he set about making plans for exposing the pair. When the amorous old knight appeared at Mistress Ford's house at the appointed time, he was enthusiastically received by the lively dame, who pretended to accept his advances with every sign of favour, But very soon after his arrival, Mistress Page entered the room in haste, and with simulated fear announced that Master Ford was approaching in a great rage, accompanied by Master Page and a number of other friends, all bent on dragging forth the lover whom they believed to be in the house. Falstaff, in a great fright, eagerly begged for protection, having no desire to meet the jealous husband, and the two women quickly hid the timid knight in a huge buck-basket, a receptacle for dirty clothes, which they had set ready for the purpose, stuffing his portly form in amongst the soiled linen. Then, covering him over with a cloth, they called two serving men, to whom they gave instructions to carry the basket away to the meadow washing ground, bidding them also in an undertone to tumble the contents into the river close by. As the servants departed with the wash-basket, Ford entered, full of jealous fury, declaring that his wife had her lover hidden in the house, but after vainly searching for the ponderous knight, he was greatly mystified, and determined to pay a visit to Falstaff in disguise in order to learn his plans. Meanwhile, the would-be lover had received a very unexpected ducking in the river, but though his unpleasant experience damped his ardor for the time being, he soon grew enthusiastic again next morning, as he sat with his boon companions in the Garter Inn, quaffing deep draughts of sack, and rejoicing over a second letter from Mistress Ford, in which she invited him to visit her again that day, as her husband would be out a-hawking. Just as he finished singing a jovial song in praise of good wine, Master Ford entered in disguise, and introducing himself by the name of Brooks, asked Falstaff to help him in a love affair, declaring that he had fallen in love with the charming Mistress Ford, but was too timid to plead his own suit. He offered the knight a fat purse for needful expenses, and Falstaff, nothing loath, accepted this unexpected windfall with great alacrity, boasting that he could easily arrange the matter, since he would be seeing Mistress Ford that day. Ford then retired, having thus gained the information he needed, and Falstaff departed to keep his appointment with Mistress Ford, who again received him with pretended favour. Very soon, however, as again arranged between the two friends, Mistress Page interrupted the roguish old knight's love-making by rushing into the room with the news that Master Ford was returning in a greater rage than ever, declaring that if he could catch his wife's lover this time, he would certainly kill him. These alarming words put Falstaff into a woeful trembling, and he sought wildly for a hiding-place. This time the two dames quickly hustled him into an upper chamber, bidding him don the clothes of a certain fat old fortune-telling woman of Brentford, whom they had invited for this very purpose. Whilst Mistress Page hastily arrayed Sir John in the fortune-teller's gown, Mistress Ford endeavoured to persuade her irate husband not to search the house, as he wildly insisted upon doing, and she declared that no other stranger was there save the fat woman of Brentford, who happened to be visiting her that day. This, as the wily dame expected, roused Ford's wrath still more, since he had a special dislike for the old fortune-telling hag, whom he had forbidden to enter his house again. And when Falstaff presently appeared in the fat woman's gown, he was roughly seized by the angry husband and treated to a sound cudgelling ere he was permitted to depart. Both the merry wives were by this time convulsed with laughter at the success of their plan, and they now told their husbands the whole truth of the matter, so that Ford's jealousy quickly vanished, and he sought pardon from his wife for his doubt of her. After peace had been thus happily restored, the friends decided to carry the joke a little further still, and to give Falstaff a third scare, as a final penalty for his many misdeeds, and it was arranged that they should lure him to Windsor Forest at midnight, and there lead him to suppose that he was being attacked by fairies, goblins, and other supernatural beings. Mistress Ford therefore invited her ponderous admirer to meet her in the forest at midnight, promising to lend him a pair of stag's horns for his head, that he might disguise himself as Herne the Hunter, in which garb, if any of the townsfolk should chance to see him, they would quickly run away in terror, looking upon him as a spirit, for at that time there were plenty of superstitious folk to be found who believed in the legend of Herne the Hunter, which was as follows. In an age gone by, a certain famous hunter named Herne had impiously slain a stag beneath the sacred oak tree, which was always regarded as a place of refuge to hunted creatures, and for this misdeed his spirit was condemned to wear the stag's horns and to hunt in the forest at midnight for evermore, accompanied by a phantom train of fellow hunters and dogs. It was arranged that pretty Mistress Anne should appear in the forest arrayed as the fairy queen, accompanied by a troop of children, disguised as elves and gnomes, and Page, Ford, Slender, Dr. Caius, and Fenton would also appear as various other unearthly beings to assist in the teasing and tormenting of Falstaff. Master Page and his wife, unknown to each other, also determined to use this masquerade as a means for carrying out their opposing wishes with regard to their daughter's marriage. So Anne was first secretly commanded by her father to wear a red gown, that she might thus be recognized by Slender, who meant to run away with her, that they might be married that night by the priest at Eton. And soon afterwards she was stealthily desired by her mother to don a green robe, that she might be noted by Dr. Caius, with whom the crafty dame had arranged a similar elopement. But merry Mistress Anne herself decided to wear bridal white garments, arranging with her beloved Fenton that he would know her thus, and could slip away with her to the priest at Eton before the other suitors could find her. And in order to complete the confusion, she directed Slender to wear a green robe, and Dr. Caius a red one, in the masquerade, that they might thus run away with each other in mistake for herself. On the appointed evening, Falstaff, disguised as Herne the Hunter, appeared under the sacred oak in Windsor Forest at midnight, and very soon after Mistress Ford and Mistress Page appeared also. The two merry dames, enjoying the joke immensely, encouraged the fat knight in his extravagant and absurd love-making, but presently, hearing weird noises and seeing strange forms approaching, they pretended to be terrified, and fled away shrieking, leaving the frightened Falstaff sprawling on the ground, for, in attempting to run away also, he had tripped and fallen. The prostrate knight was instantly surrounded by the band of pretended fairies, gnomes, and sprites, and pretty Mistress Anne, attired in a flowing white robe as Titania, drew near and sang, "Fairies, black, grey, green, and white, you moonshine revellers and shades of night, you orphan heirs of fixed destiny, attend your office and your quality. About, about, search Windsor Castle, elves, within and out. Strew good luck oaths on every sacred room, that it may stand till the perpetual doom. In state as holden, as in state 'tis fit, worthy the owner, and the owner it. The several chairs of order look you scour, with juice of balm and every precious flower. Each fair instalment, coat, and several crest, with loyal blazon evermore be blessed. And nightly meadow fairies look you sing, like to the garter's compass, in a ring. The expressure that it bears, green let it be, more fertile fresh than all the field to see, and honi soit qui mal y pense, right, in emerald tufts, flowers purple, blue, and white, like sapphire, pearl, and rich embroidery, buckled below fair knighthood's bending knee. Fairies use flowers for their charactery. Away, disperse, but till 'tis 1 o'clock. Our dance of custom round about the oak of Herne the Hunter, let us not forget. As Falstaff listened to these words, he was filled with alarm, believing that he was indeed surrounded by supernatural beings, and sharing the common superstitious notion that it was death to look upon or speak to the fairies. He buried his face in his hands, and lay still upon the ground, hoping they would presently vanish. But the supposed fairy queen now sang out a further command. About him, fairies, sing a scornful rhyme, and as you trip, still pinch him to your time. Pinch him, fairies, mutually. Pinch him for his villainy. Pinch him and burn him and turn him about, till candles and starlight and moonshine be out. At this command, her lively followers all set upon Falstaff, pinching him and pricking him with their toy darts, uttering strange wild cries, and indulging in loud peals of eldritch laughter. And the tormented knight, not daring to stir, and fearing he knew not what, soon began to bellow for mercy. Whilst this ludicrous scene was progressing, Fenton, in the guise of Oberon, drew near to Anne, whom he recognized by her white gown, and taking her by the hand, hurried away with her to Eton, where the priest they had notified quickly married them, and Slender and Dr. Caius, the one in green and the other in red, also joined hands, and slipped away together, each believing the other to be Mistress Anne, in accordance with the directions given them by the supporters of their suits. When the merry wives were fully satisfied that their corpulent and audacious admirer had received a sufficiently severe pinching and thorough scare to teach him not to make love to respectable married dames again, they set him free, and revealed the true identity of the weird company of tormentors. And when all had enjoyed a hearty laugh at the old reprobate's expense, in which the jolly Falstaff, bearing no malice, readily joined, the masquerade came to an end. Then, to the amazement of Master Page and his wife, Slender and Dr. Caius both appeared, full of blustering wrath at the trick which had been played upon them by saucy Mistress Anne, and which they had not discovered until they had reached Eton. And whilst the disappointed suitors were bewailing their loss, the two arch plotters, Fenton and Anne, arrived also on the scene, and, confessing their successful ruse, sued for pardon. This was readily granted by the parents, who good-humouredly admitted that they had been outwitted by these determined lovers, and Page remarked, "Well, what remedy? Fenton, heaven give thee joy. What cannot be eschewed must be embraced." And Falstaff merrily added, "When night dogs run, all sorts of deer are chased." But Ford said, "In love the heavens themselves do guide the state. Money buys land, and wives are sold by fate." After this, the whole party trooped back to Master Page's house to enjoy a wedding feast, and in deep draughts of his favourite beverage, Falstaff quickly drowned all remembrance of the teasing he had received at the hands of the Merry Wives of Windsor. End of section 24.
Section 25 of Stories from the Operas by Gladys Davidson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Beth Thomas. Offenbach, The Tales of Hoffmann. One evening during the early years of the last century, a gay company of noisy young students were drinking together in Luther's famous wine cellar at Nuremberg. They had come in for refreshment between the acts of the opera which was being performed in the adjacent theatre, and all were merry and ready for any revel which might arise. with the exception of one of their number, who sat apart, full of gloom, and leaning his head upon his hand, lost to his surroundings in a deep reverie of sad thoughts. This was Hoffmann, the poet and musician, a man somewhat older than the others, a man who, though blessed with handsome looks, exceptional grace of form and manner, and a fascinating charm of personality, was yet prone to frequent fits of despondency, from which his boon companions had the utmost difficulty in arousing him. Not even his great friend Nicholas had the power to call up a smile to pierce through the dark clouds of these gloomy spells. And to no one had he yet related the story of the circumstances that had made him the victim of such an unhappy state of mind. That he had suffered sorely from the onslaughts of more than one deep love-passion they were well aware, and also suspected that he had been drawn into the meshes of some weird supernatural influence. But though Nicholas could have enlightened them, knowing all the circumstances of his friend's life, the young students, in spite of their curiosity, refrained from asking questions which might lose them the friendship of one whom they loved dearly. This evening, however, to their surprise and pleasure, Hoffmann, on being rallied by his companions upon his unusually deep fit of gloom, suddenly roused himself and offered to tell them the stories of his 3 unfortunate love episodes. And the students, abandoning the opera for that night, ordered in a fresh bowl of steaming punch and gathered round the handsome Hoffmann, eager to listen to the enthralling tales he had to tell. In the first story, Hoffmann appeared as an impressionable and sensitive youth in the throes of a first boyish love-passion. Having several times beheld the dainty form of a beautiful maiden standing at the windows of the house of Spallanzani, a famous physiologist, young Hoffmann became so fascinated by her fair looks that he fell in love with her, and eagerly sought an opportunity for declaring his passion. And with this object in view, he offered himself as a pupil to the scientist, hoping thus to secure an introduction to the charming young lady whom he believed to be Spallanzani's child, since the latter talked continually of his wonderful daughter Olympia, speaking always in enthusiastic terms of her many graces, of her clever singing and dancing, and of the grand party he intended to give very shortly in honour of her coming out. Now, in reality, Olympia was not a human being at all, but merely a marvellously lifelike automaton made by Spallanzani, who had been assisted in the work by another scientist named Coppelius, a mysterious man who had gained a considerable reputation as a wizard and dabbler in the occult arts. But seeing that young Hoffmann had no knowledge of the wonderful piece of mechanism they had contrived to make, but believed the latter to be indeed a real flesh-and-blood maiden, the pair conspired together to keep him in this belief, in order to retain him longer as a pupil, and also to amuse their friends at his expense. Consequently, they would not permit Hoffmann any closer inspection of Olympia until the night of the party, and the magician Coppelius next informed the young man that his sight was bad, and sold to him a pair of specially prepared spectacles, through which he knew that the automaton would appear to him to be indeed a living person. Coppelius, seeing that a large fortune could probably be made by exhibiting the mechanical figure, now claimed a substantial share in the anticipated profits, he having made half of her body and supplied her with her beautiful eyes. So Spallanzani agreed to buy him out, and to that end gave him a draft on a Jew, knowing the latter to be bankrupt, but craftily concealing the fact from Coppelius, whom he believed was about to depart from the country, and consequently would not be likely to discover the fraud until many miles had separated them. Coppelius, quite unsuspicious, accepted the false draft and departed, and on the same day Spallanzani gave his grand entertainment in honour of the coming out of his beautiful daughter. When all the guests had arrived, the scientist produced the exquisitely made life-size doll, dressed daintily in pretty girlish garments, and the automaton, having been wound up beforehand, was led around the ballroom by Spallanzani with great pride, and bowed to the guests, greeting them in clear, bell-like tones, and finally singing to them a fine operatic song, full of such finished trills and flourishes that the audience was astounded by the wonderful performance. The visitors, of course, knew perfectly well that the figure was merely an automaton, but seeing that young Hoffmann, who was wearing the magic spectacles that caused the doll to appear to him more than ever to be a real human being, thought otherwise, they merrily conspired with Spallanzani to pretend that Olympia was indeed his daughter. Becoming more and more enamoured of the pretty maiden as he gazed admiringly at her through his strange spectacles, Hoffmann was at last completely bewitched by her pink and white waxen beauty. And sitting down beside her, he took the first opportunity of their being alone to declare his passion for her, utterly regardless of her stolid attitude, stiff jerky movements, and mechanical replies of "yes, yes" to all he said. So enraptured was he that he became entirely oblivious of his surroundings, continuing to pour forth tender love speeches into the unheeding ears of the pretty Olympia, to the great amusement of the other guests. And when his friend Niklaus, who was also present, tried to enlighten him as to the true state of affairs, he thrust him aside roughly, and devoted himself more assiduously than ever to the unresponsive doll. When dancing began, he immediately engaged her as his partner, lovingly encircling her slender waist with his ready arm. But the doll, having been overwound, now got out of control, and whirled the unfortunate Hoffmann round and round the room at so dizzy a pace that he at length fell on the ground in a swoon, Olympia spinning on alone until finally caught and placed in the laboratory once more. At this moment, to the dismay of Spallanzani, the wizard Coppelius rushed into the house in a towering rage, having discovered the fraud which had been practised upon him, and returned to wreak vengeance upon his false partner by destroying the mechanical doll. And hastening to the laboratory, he managed to break the wonderful automaton into little pieces before his brother scientist could prevent him. Hoffmann awakened to his senses once more whilst the work of destruction was in progress, and his magical spectacles having been broken in his fall, he quickly realized, to his shame and mortification, that he had been in love with a mere lifeless doll, and had made himself a laughing-stock to all who had witnessed his folly. Full of confusion, he rushed from the room amidst the derisive jeers of the amused guests, and thus ended his first adventure in the realms of Cupid. A few years later, Hoffmann, now in the first flush of hot-blooded manhood, was to be found in Venice, where his ardent nature revelled in the joyous life of love and warmth to be enjoyed there, and the glamour of beauty and sensuous pleasure that drew him so easily into its magic circle. Both he and his friend Niklaus were frequent visitors in the luxurious palace of the beautiful courtesan Julieta, for Hoffmann had conceived a violent passion for his lovely hostess, stubbornly refusing to believe evil of her, in spite of the warnings of the more prudent Niklaus, who assured him that she had numerous other lovers, and would certainly deceive and cast him aside in the end. Julieta, for her own ends, very willingly encouraged the advances of Hoffmann, graciously accepting his eager declarations of love, and even persuading him into the belief that she returned his passion. For the fair courtesan was in the power of a demon magician calling himself Dappertutto, who by his arts had obtained such mastery over her that at his command and under his influence she had already obtained for him the shadow of Schlemiel, one of her lovers, and had now agreed to take the reflection of Hoffmann in a magic mirror he had given her for the purpose. For it was in this way that the demon secured the souls he coveted. Julieta therefore encouraged the enraptured Hoffmann to make love to her, and on one of his visits, after a passionately tender scene with him, she carelessly held up the magic mirror and asked him to gaze within it. Unsuspectingly, Hoffmann did so, wondering at the triumphant laugh with which Julieta instantly withdrew the mirror. But when Dappertutto presently appeared and placed another mirror before him, he was horrified to find that it gave back no reflection, a sure sign that magic was at work. A feeling of uneasiness now came over Hoffmann, a feeling which deepened upon the entry of Schlemiel, whom he instantly perceived to be his rival and predecessor in the affections of Julieta. But the scheming courtesan still led her infatuated victim to believe that she loved him only, by telling him to secure the key of her chamber from Schlemiel, declaring that the latter had it in his keeping against her will. She then left her two lovers together with Dappertutto, and Hoffmann immediately commanded his rival to give up the key to their hostess's chamber, and upon Schlemiel refusing to do so, furiously challenged him to fight. The sinister Dappertutto offered his own sword to the unarmed Hoffmann, not wishing the duel to be delayed, and after a few passes with this uncanny weapon, feeling an evil influence enveloping him, Hoffmann, to his horror, stretched Schlemiel dead at his feet. For a few moments Hoffmann remained staring at the dead body of his opponent in a half-dazed state. Then looking up, he saw that Dappertutto had vanished, and that he was alone. Then presently a gondola passed by the open balcony, and amongst its luxurious cushions lay the faithless Giulietta, already reclining in the arms of Dappertutto, her new lover, and waving a mocking farewell to the deserted Hoffmann, who now at last realized that his love had been scorned, and that he himself had been the dupe of a fickle, unscrupulous courtesan. Twice had Hoffmann passed through the fire of passion and been scorched by its flames, and he seemed fated never to be a happy lover, for in his third adventure, in which he experienced the deepest and only real love of his life, dire misfortune awaited him once more. Hoffmann's ardent nature had deepened and matured with advancing years, as the follies and fancies of early youth dropped away from him. And when, some years after the Venice episode, he fell in love with Antonia, the lovely but frail daughter of Councillor Crespel, his passion was so strong and overwhelming that every fibre of his being thrilled in his beloved one's presence, and when parted from her, the whole world seemed empty. To his joy, Antonia returned his love, and the pair plighted their troth, against the wishes of Crespel, who, though anxious to secure his daughter's happiness, yet feared that the excitement of so passionate a love would have a disastrous effect upon her delicate health. For Antonia had inherited from her dead mother a glorious gift of song, together with a strong consumptive tendency. And Hoffmann, not knowing of the latter weakness, encouraged the beautiful girl to sing more than was good for her, since he took the greatest delight in her rich voice. Crespel, therefore, endeavoured to keep the ardent lover away from the house, and having occasion to be absent for a few hours one day, he gave strict instructions to his servant Franz not to admit Hoffmann should he happen to call. Old Franz, however, was deaf, and misunderstood the words of his master, and consequently when Hoffmann presently arrived at the door, eagerly inquiring for Antonia, he admitted him with a smile of welcome, saying that his young mistress would be delighted to receive him. Next moment the lovers were in each other's arms, and after some happy talk together, Hoffmann persuaded Antonia to sing to him once again, and the latter, though telling him that her father had forbidden her to use her voice so frequently, gladly agreed to his request, since singing was her greatest delight. During the song, however, she was attacked by a sudden fit of coughing and weakness, which greatly alarmed Hoffmann, and she had only just recovered herself when the pair were further startled by hearing the opening of the street door, and thus learning that Crespel had returned. Hoffmann, not wishing to distress Antonia by an angry scene between her father and himself, quickly concealed himself behind a thick curtain, hoping to make his escape when a favourable opportunity should occur. Antonia retired into an adjoining apartment, and no sooner had Councillor Crespel entered the room in which Hoffmann was concealed than he was followed by a tall, sinister-looking man whom he knew under the name of Dr. Miracle, and whom he hated and distrusted, and was moreover mortally afraid of, since he believed him to have been the cause of his wife's early death, and suspected him now to have designs upon the life of his delicate daughter. This mysterious Dr. Miracle was in reality the evil genius of Hoffmann, a demon who had dogged his path throughout his 3 love adventures, first as Coppelius, secondly as Dappertutto, and now as Miracle. And from the angry scene that followed between the visitor and Crespel, the concealed lover learned, to his grief, the terrible news that his beloved Antonia had a fatal disease, and that her death might be hastened by the exercise of her wonderful gift of song. When Crespel finally succeeded in driving Miracle away from his presence, and had himself retired to another room, the lovers met together once more, and upon Hoffmann now earnestly entreating Antonia to sing no more, she tearfully promised to obey his wishes. Hoffmann then departed to seek the harassed Crespel to gain his approval and confidence, and no sooner had Antonia been left alone for a moment than the evil Dr. Miracle returned, and representing himself as the friend of her parents, began to chide her for not making more use of her exquisite voice. On learning that her father and her lover had both made her promise not to sing on account of her weak health, the wily demon, not to be outdone, resorted to supernatural means in order to gain his ends, and bidding Antonia gaze upon her mother's portrait, which hung upon the wall, he invoked the spirit of the dead woman, whom he caused to speak from the picture, and persuade the girl that she was doing grievous wrong by not making use of the precious gift that had been so divinely bestowed upon her. As her mother's portrait resumed its normal aspect once more, and the sinister miracle vanished from the room, Antonia, feeling that she had thus mysteriously received a heavenly command to use her precious gift of song, at once began to sing, quite forgetful of her promise to refrain from such exertion. And her rich voice rose in an exquisite song, the clear bell-like notes ringing through the house in a glorious outburst of passionate feeling such as she had never given vent to before. But the effort and unusual exertion were too much for her frail strength to bear, and as Crespel and Hoffmann rushed into the room, attracted by the sound of her wonderful singing, she fell exhausted to the ground, and a few moments later breathed her last in the arms of her grief-stricken lover. Such were the adventures of the ever-thwarted, ill-fated Hoffmann in his search for the happiness of love, and as the recital of them came to an end, the unhappy hero buried his head in his hands, and once more plunged into his accustomed deep gloom. The merry students, however, determined not to allow him to fall back into melancholy that night at least, and after thanking him for the stories he had related and commiserating with him in his misfortunes, they called for yet another bowl of punch, which Hoffmann, grateful for their sympathy, now gladly joined them in draining to the bottom. End of section 25.
Section 26 of Stories from the Operas by Gladys Davidson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cara Burnett in Chelmsford, Mass. Menon l'écu. One bright summer evening toward the end of the 18th century, a merry group of students and idlers were gathered together in the courtyard of an inn at Amiens, near the Paris gate. And as they there awaited the arrival of the diligence, they passed the time pleasantly in joking, drinking, singing snatches of gay songs, and flirting with the pretty work girls who were just returning from their daily labors, and who were glad enough to join in the merriment of the lively youths, whose favors they very willingly accepted. One of these students, however, held aloof from the others, for the work girl's loud jollity had no attraction for his sensitive, poetic nature, and, in spite of being rallied by his companions for his indifference to the girlish charms around him, he stood apart, wrapped in his own dreamy thoughts. This fastidious youth was the Chevalier de Greux, a young man of high birth and good breeding, who was also possessed of a fine, passionate nature, and the true artistic temperament which could only be satisfied with the highest in beauty and art and love. And though his giddy companions, in their raillery, now declared his gloomy looks portended that he must be a victim to the darts of Cupid, his heart had never yet been touched. Presently, the diligence entered the courtyard, and among the passengers who alighted was a beautiful young girl, who was accompanied by her brother and an elderly fop, whose elegantly rich attire and lordly airs proclaimed him to be a person of wealth and importance. The young girl was Menon l'écu, a maiden of exquisite loveliness, who, in spite of her extreme youth and beauty, was even now being conducted by her brother to a convent, the life of a nun being the fate destined for her by her parents, who feared the snares of the world might prove too much for one so fair, whom they believed could only be kept safe from temptation by taking the veil. Menon, however, had a rich, passionate nature that craved for light, warmth, beauty, and all the joys of a happy, full life. And she was sad at the thought that the cup of pleasure which she so ardently desired to drain was to be snatched from her lips ere she had scarce tasted of it. Her brother, also, felt that it was a mistake to deprive so fair and radiant a young life of the joy that should certainly be its due, and he had already determined to disobey the instructions he had received, and to prevent the incarceration of his young sister's charms. His motive, however, was far from being disinterested, since his nature was a depraved one, and in order to gratify his desire for low pleasures and his mercenary, avaricious instincts, he determined to use his sister's beauty as a decoy for securing wealth for them both. To this end, he had already encouraged the very obvious attentions of the rich, elderly libertine, Baron Geron de Revoir, who had travelled with them in the diligence, and who had become so fascinated with Manon's young loveliness that he desired above all things to possess her. And when the foppish, amorous baron presently invited the brother and sister to join him at supper, Lescaut eagerly accepted for both. Meanwhile, the handsome young student, Des Grieux, had no sooner beheld the fair Manon than he had become so enthralled by her exquisite, ethereal beauty and delicate grace, that he could scarce take his eyes from her face. And, eagerly making his way towards her, he soon found an opportunity to enter into conversation with her, and asked her name and destination. Manon replied simply and shyly, but her tones were so sad, and she sighed so deeply, as she spoke of the convent life awaiting her at her journey's end, that Des Grieux, filled with pity and distress, besought her not to think any more of taking the veil, but to allow him to contrive some means of escape for her. As the pair gazed into each other's eyes, and talked thus eagerly together, a deep love sprang up spontaneously in their hearts, for both were young, fair, and of ardent temperaments, and were, moreover, mutually attracted to one another by a strange but sweet magnetism which neither could resist. Des Grieux was overjoyed to find in Manon the answering sympathy of a delicate, sensitive, highly strung, and passionate nature, for which his own poetic temperament had longed, and he eagerly besought her to meet him again, later on in the evening. Finally, Manon agreed to do so, and then, hearing her brother calling to her, she hurried away into the inn, leaving Des Grieux to wander apart from the merry throng once more, and to indulge in his new rapturous thoughts alone. Meanwhile, the well-seasoned roué, Baron Geron, had not been idling his time, for, having already determined to carry Manon off by force with him to Paris, there to become his mistress, he secretly called aside the landlord of the inn, and arranged with him to have a post-chaise ready in a secluded spot behind the inn at a certain time during the evening. It happened, however, that this conversation was overheard by Edmond, one of the young students, who, having noticed the mutual attraction of love between Manon and Des Grieux, now approached the latter and informed him of Geron's plans for the abduction of the beautiful girl. Full of dismay at this news, Des Grieux entreated the assistance of Edmond, who declared that the only thing to be done was for Des Grieux himself to make use of the waiting post-chaise, and to depart in it with Manon before the old roué could complete his plans. Des Grieux hailed this scheme with relief and joy, and Edmond, eager to help in such a mischievous trick, ran off to make arrangements for the post-chaise to be got ready at once. Meanwhile, Lescaut, ever ready to satisfy his gambling craze, was already engaged with his new companion in playing cards and dice, and in drinking with some of the wilder students, and so absorbed were both he and Geron that he did not notice that Manon had again come out into the courtyard, and was talking with Des Grieux in a quiet corner. Des Grieux quickly told the beautiful girl of Geron's plans for her abduction, and of his own plans for her rescue, and again, declaring his deep love for her, entreated her to go with him instead to Paris, where they would dwell together in perfect happiness. At first, Manon tried to resist, but her love for Des Grieux overwhelmed every other feeling, and she declared she would gladly go with him wherever he would. The lovers, therefore, crept stealthily to the back of the courtyard, where they found the post-chaise already waiting, and it was not until they had entered the vehicle and were driving along at a merry rate that Geron and Lescaut saw what happened. The disappointed roué stamped and raved about the courtyard, nearly choking with rage at having his fair victim thus snatched from his grasp under his very nose. But Lescaut soon found a means of pacifying him. Knowing his sister's love of luxury and comfort, Lescaut believed that she could only be happy whilst the means of gratifying her naturally extravagant desires were forthcoming, and, therefore, he bade Geron not to despair of winning her yet, since, when the young student's slender purse was exhausted, Manon might be enticed away from him by the offer of such magnificent living as Geron would have to offer her. This, indeed, proved to be the case, for when Des Grieux had lavished all the means at his immediate disposal upon gratifying the artistic longings of the ardent girl whom he had taken under his protection, he found himself helpless to retain so bright a creature within the restrictions of a narrowly limited purse. Manon loved Des Grieux passionately, but her voluptuous, pleasure-loving soul craved for luxury and extravagant amusements such as Des Grieux could not possibly gratify in the humble little cottage to which he had taken her. The consequence was that when the Baron Geron at length arrived on the scene during Des Grieux's absence, his offer of a magnificent house, and all the glittering delights that wealth could purchase, was too strong of temptation for the sunshine-loving Manon, who thus allowed herself to be lured away from her true lover, to become the mistress and petted favourite of one for whom she had no real affection. Geron's admiration, however, was pleasing to her, and for some weeks Manon lived a life of continual pleasure and luxury in the Baron's magnificent hotel, where her every whim was gratified, and where she reigned almost as a queen. Her brother, Lescaut, was well pleased with the turn events had taken, since he, also, now lived a life of luxury at the expense of his sister's wealthy protector. But he was clever enough to see that Manon would not long be satisfied with her present distractions, since her ever-changing moods and iridescent nature demanded variety, and that satiety of even luxury must inevitably come. He realized also that her love for Des Grieux was not dead, but only awaited his reappearance to burst forth into full bloom once more. And he knew that Des Grieux alone would have lasting influence on his sister's life. For his own ends, therefore, and for the sake of having future means of gratifying his low tastes, Lescaut sought out the wretched Des Grieux once more, and encouraged him to gamble desperately, enticing him to this course by telling him that he would thus secure the wealth that should eventually enable him to win back the radiant Manon, whom he still so fondly loved. He even went further still, and arranged for an interview between the pair, but dire misfortune came of this. One day Geron had arranged for a grand entertainment to be given before his beautiful mistress in their hotel, having secured the services of certain musicians and singers to give renderings of some high-flown verses which he himself composed in praise of her beauty. And he engaged also a dancing master to give her instructions in the minuet and other fashionable dances of the period. But finding that the spoilt beauty soon showed signs of boredom, he left the hotel with his friends to take a stroll along the boulevards, somewhat piqued, asking her to join him later on, but intending to return himself shortly to see how she amused herself during his absence. This was the very hour for which Lescaut had arranged the meeting between Des Grieux and Manon, and a few minutes after the departure of the Baron, the lovers were in each other's arms. Manon was overjoyed at finding herself once more in the presence of her beloved Des Grieux, and the latter so quickly fell under the magic spell of her fatal fascination that his first reproaches were soon forgotten in the passionate words of love and endearment which he could not repress. So absorbed in their joy were the lovers that, oblivious of their surroundings, they paid no heed to the passing of time. And thus it came to pass that they were presently discovered by Geron, still folded in each other's arms. Furiously jealous at the sight, Geron instantly rushed out from the hotel and denounced Manon to the authorities as a person of ill repute, and, in spite of her tears and entreaties, the unhappy girl was dragged off to prison and subsequently condemned to deportation. Lescaut, still acting for his own selfish ends, made several endeavours, assisted by the almost frantic Des Grieux, to save the wretched victim from her awful fate, but all efforts they made were in vain. Des Grieux was overcome with grief and despair at the failure of his attempts to effect Manon's escape from prison on the day before she sailed, and rather than be parted from his beloved one, when the last chance of rescue had vanished, he offered himself as a cabin boy on board the vessel that conveyed her to America. He was thus enabled to be of some small comfort to her on her arrival in the strange land she had dreaded so much. But, even here, fate was still against the lovers. Manon's fatal beauty was the means of placing further perils in her path, and in order to escape a worse danger than any which had threatened her before, she was compelled to make a sudden hurried flight, accompanied by the ever-faithful Des Grieux. The lovers were forced to wander as fugitives in the vast solitary wilderness, far from human habitation and aid, where starvation soon met them face to face. All too quickly, poor Manon, wasted and drooped, her bright butterfly nature utterly crushed by such terrible reverses, and at last, one day, as the pair toiled on their way, she sank to the ground, dying from exhaustion. Full of despair, Des Grieux vainly sought for water and refreshment to save the precious life he loved so well. But Manon, knowing herself to be past all human aid, called him back to her side once more, and, folded closely in his trembling arms, she expired, declaring her love for him with her last breath. Heartbroken, Des Grieux, with a cry of woe, fell senseless beside the dead body of his beloved Manon. That Manon, so fair and so alluring, such a bewildering contrast of passionate love and mischievous coquetry, a fascinating, sunshine-loving butterfly, with the tender heart of a true woman. End of section 26. Recording by Cara Burnett from Chelmsford, Mass.
Section 27 of Stories from the Operas by Gladys Davidson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tom Denham. Puccini's La Boheme. When Louis-Philippe, the citizen king of the French, was vainly trying to retain his seat upon a tottering throne, two young students might have been seen one cold Christmas Eve at work in an attic in the Quartier Latin in Paris. These two were Marcel, a painter, and Rudolph, a poet, two careless, light-hearted young men who, together with their friends Schaunard, a musician, and Colline, a philosopher, loved to regard themselves as great artists, whom a cold and unappreciative world had as yet failed to recognize. Full of buoyant spirits, daring, reckless, and happy-go-lucky, these four students seemed to pass a charmed existence, a life which, though full of ups and downs, of wealth and poverty, of joy and sorrow, they would not have exchanged for any other, since they were true Bohemians at heart, to whom the intoxicating atmosphere of the Quartier Latin was as the very breath of life. Extravagant to the last degree, they spent their money lavishly when fortune smiled upon them, feasting like lords, indulging their sweethearts, snatching at every joy within their reach, and reckless of what the next morn might bring forth. And when rainy days came quickly once more, nothing remaining to tell the tale of their recent magnificence, they cheerfully returned to work again, no whit dismayed by reverses, but eager to retrieve their broken fortunes. For joy was to be found even in poverty, and sparkling wit, redundant spirits, and optimistic belief in a dazzling future never forsook them, whether they dined off venison or a dry crust. Free, untrammelled by social conventions, they obeyed the magic impulse of their quickly coursing young blood, and the dictates of generous hearts and vivid minds, and sunshine or rain, nothing could damp the ardour of these bold spirits in their impetuous pursuit of the fairest joys of life. Thus it was with Rudolph and Marcel on this Christmas Eve, for though their fortunes were at that moment at the lowest ebb, and they knew not whence their next meal would come, yet were they merry and light-hearted, as though the fickle goddess had never ceased to smile. There was no fire in the grate, and no food in the cupboard, but both enthusiasts tried to believe that neither were necessary even on such a freezing day. Whilst Rudolph endeavoured to warm himself by writing fiery matter for his fondly imagined great journal, the Beaver, Marcel worked vigorously at his equally great picture, the Passage of the Red Sea, wielding his brushes with fingers stiff with cold, stamping his feet and changing position frequently in order to keep circulation going. But at last both were obliged to confess that they were nearly frozen, and that unless they could make a fire of some kind, their genius would soon be lost to the world forever. "Sooner than that," cried Marcel, "let's make a bonfire of my great picture." But Rudolph declared that such a remedy would be worse than the disease, since he could not endure the odour of burning paint, and then, seized with a happy thought, he dragged forth from a hidden recess the manuscript of a mighty drama with which he had once had hopes of astonishing the world, and declaring heroically that its pungent wit and sparkling dialogue should give them warmth, and the world would have to bear its loss as best it could, so act by act and page by page the play was recklessly set alight, and as the two friends drew up their chairs and warmed their hands at the grateful blaze, they merrily bade one another to observe the bright sparks of wit that flashed from the dusty pages. Whilst they were thus engaged, Colline, the great philosopher, entered the room, bearing under his arms a bundle of books, with which he had been vainly endeavouring to raise funds for the general use, and flinging the parcel on the table, announced in an aggrieved tone that Christmas Eve was indeed highly honoured, since no pawning was allowed that day. Then, observing that a fire was actually burning in the grate, which he had left black and cheerless, he ran eagerly to thaw his frozen limbs, joining gaily in the applause that greeted each addition to the greedy bonfire, and hailing Rudolph as a noble benefactor of freezing mankind. Just as the last flame was dying down, a pleasant interruption came, for two serving boys suddenly entered, the one carrying abundant fuel, and the other laden with rich provisions of all kinds. Having solemnly laid down their burdens, the lads departed without a word, and then the three students, not troubling to inquire into the cause of this timely miracle, immediately fell upon the good things with loud cries of delight. Colline snatched up the fuel with frantic haste, and quickly built up a roaring fire, whilst Marcel and Rudolph seized upon the provisions, and proceeded to lay out a feast with lavish extravagance and sublime disregard of the next day's needs. With the entrance of Schaunard, the musician, they learned that he was the giver of the feast, having had a happy and unexpected windfall, which, with the usual generosity of the Quartier Latin, he was anxious to share with his friends, and then, the table being spread to their satisfaction, the four students sat down to enjoy the treat. Just when the hilarity was at its height, there came a knock at the door, and the voice of Benoit, the landlord, was heard calling for admission, and knowing well enough that this unwelcome intruder could only have come for one purpose, to demand his long overdue rent, the students were at first inclined to refuse him admission. Then, having hastily arranged a better plan of action for getting rid of him for a longer time, they opened the door with a flourish, and as Benoit entered with a rent paper, which he presented to Marcel as the tenant of the room, they greeted him with a boisterous welcome, expressing themselves as overjoyed to see him, and inviting him to join them at their feast. Though amazed at being received in such a friendly manner, Benoit walked unerringly into the trap that had been laid for him, and always ready to accept luxuries at another's expense, he willingly allowed himself to be led to the table and helped to the good things. The wily students, enjoying their trick immensely, plied the greedy landlord with wine until his brains became muddled and his vision too uncertain to observe that he was being laughed at, and then, cunningly leading the conversation round to love and gallantry, they declared that he must be a sad rogue with the ladies, since they had heard of his many amours and intrigues. Benoit, though somewhat advanced in years, was delighted at being taken for such a gay young Lothario, and agreed with all they said, even enlarging on his imaginary adventures, and painting himself in more glaring colours still. But this boasting, to his astonishment, was not received with the approval he expected. For the 4 students, suddenly pretending to be shocked beyond measure at such licentious conduct, and declaring that one so debauched was not fit to breathe the same air with themselves, seized the silly old braggart by the scruff of the neck, and bundled him out of the room and down the stairs with more haste and force than ceremony. Knowing that they were now safe for a few hours, the friends returned to the room, laughing merrily at the easy way in which they had disposed of the tiresome landlord for the time being, and then Schaunard, declaring that it was folly to remain within doors when Christmas gaieties were afoot without, suggested that they should divide the remainder of the money he had brought, and go forth to spend it, concluding with a supper at the Café Momus, one of their favourite haunts when in funds. This suggestion being received with acclamation, they proceeded to carry it out at once, and having divided the money equally between them, they set off in high good humour to spend it, with the exception of Rudolph, who remained behind to finish the article for his new and precious journal, promising to join his companions in a short time at the café. When his 3 friends had noisily departed, Rudolph brought the candles nearer to his work and began to write. But he had scarcely written a few words when he heard a timid knock at the door, and upon opening it, was amazed to see a poorly clad but lovely young girl standing there, holding a key in one hand and an extinguished candle in the other. Her beauty was of that ethereal, refined, and exquisitely delicate quality that particularly appeals to the sensitive poetic mind, and as Rudolph gazed upon the girl's velvety pale skin, slight graceful form, soft dreamy eyes, and tiny white hands, a wave of joy flooded his artistic soul at the mere sight of one so fair and yet so frail. So fragile indeed was the young girl that the effort of climbing the stairs had completely exhausted her, and brought on a violent fit of coughing, and scarcely had she explained that she had called to beg a light for her candle, which had gone out, than she was seized with sudden faintness, and would have fallen to the ground had not Rudolph caught her in his arms. Quickly placing the girl in a chair, the young student revived her with water, and made her drink some wine afterwards, watching her the while with increasing interest, and a strange joy which he felt instinctively was reciprocated, for when his fair visitor opened her eyes, she looked upon him with the sweet, shy glances of newly born passion. Having recovered from her swoon, however, the girl arose at once, and risked again for her candle to be lighted, and when Rudolph had performed this small office for her, trembling with emotion as he placed the light in the tiny hand, which seemed to him one of her greatest charms, she bade him farewell and opened the door. Then, remembering her key, which she had dropped when seized with faintness, she turned to look for it, and in so doing the draught from the door blew out the light once more. At the same moment Rudolph's candle was also extinguished, so that the room was plunged in darkness, and the young student, moved by a sudden impulse, slipped round to the door and fastened it. Both were now groping in the darkness, the girl seeking her key, which Rudolph presently found and put in his pocket, still making no effort to get a light, for he was filled with a sudden fear that this sweet young creature would shortly leave him, and he longed above all things to prolong her stay. They talked to each other in a happy way as they continued the search in the dark, and presently Rudolph, guided by his companion's sweet voice, came close to her side and caught her little hand in his. Thrilled by her touch, the young student could no longer restrain the passion that now filled his heart with such exquisite joy, and folding her in his arms, he poured forth an eager declaration of his love, to which, to his delight, the young girl as gladly responded. Having presently described his own life and occupation, Rudolph questioned his companion as to hers, and the girl informed him that her name was Mimi, and that she worked fine embroideries for a living. Whilst they were still talking happily together, the voices of Marcel, Colline, and Schaunard were heard outside, calling loudly for their companion to come and join them in their pleasure, to which Rudolph returned an impatient answer, angry at the interruption. But Mimi, thus learning that her lover had gaiety afoot, suggested that she should go with him, that they might pass the evening together. Rudolph, overjoyed that she was thus willing to acknowledge him as her accepted lover, gladly made ready to go out, and hand locked in hand, the two went forth joyously to join in the merrymaking of Christmas Eve. They soon reached an open square, at one side of which was the Café Montmousse, the favourite meeting place of the Quartier Latin, and here they were joined by the three students, who received Mimi with a hearty welcome. The square presented a lively scene, and was filled with a crowd of students, work girls, and children, with their parents, bargaining at the brilliantly lighted shops and stalls, and all bent on light-hearted enjoyment. And the shouting of the street vendors as they called their wares, the gleeful cries of the children, and the laughter of the youths and maidens as they chatted and made merry together, filled the air with a confused medley of sound, the keynote of which was reckless mirth. Rudolph, seeing a pretty bonnet trimmed with pink roses in one of the shops, went in with Mimi to buy it for her, utterly regardless of the fact that its price swallowed all his share of Schaunard's windfall. And when the delighted Mimi had placed this fascinating creation upon her dainty head, they went to join their companions at the Café Montmousse for supper. Finding the café crowded within, the three friends seated themselves at a table outside, from whence they could the better observe the amusing scene taking place in the square, and having ordered an extravagant supper, they began to enjoy themselves with their usual careless abandon. As they sat there, an extremely pretty, coquettish, and smartly dressed girl approached the café, accompanied by a fussy old gentleman, with whom she presently sat down at an outside supper table a few yards further along, and at the sight of the newcomer Marcel turned pale and began to fidget nervously in his chair, for this aggravatingly pretty young woman was Musetta, a former sweetheart of Marcel's, with whom he had quarrelled some time ago, and who had in revenge quickly found a new admirer. These two really loved each other, but their quarrels and separations were frequent, for Musetta was a born coquette, and also, having a passion for fine clothes and luxuries, such as Marcel seldom had the means to provide, she would occasionally desert him for an adorer more richly endowed with the means of satisfying her extravagant wants. Her latest conquest was this fussy old noble, Alcindoro de Mitono, who had been so flattered by the pretty girl's attentions, which she bestowed on him in pique at Marcel's conduct, that still considering himself to be somewhat of a beau, he had allowed her to twist him round her clever little finger with ease, and to drag from him much of his carefully hoarded wealth. Thus it came about that Musetta was gorgeously attired and was filled with elation at the effect her finery made upon all who knew her amongst the Christmas crowd. But upon observing Marcel taking supper outside the Café Momus, she had hoped specially to attract his attention, and for this purpose had seated herself opposite, for the sight of this man, whom she really loved, had immediately dissatisfied her with her present uninteresting cavalier, of whom she had already tired. But Marcel at first refused to look in the direction of this coquettish temptress, whom he still so passionately adored, and then Musetta, annoyed at such tantalizing behaviour, resorted to noise in order to make her presence noted. She dropped a plate with a great clatter upon the hard ground, where it broke into many pieces. She talked in a loud voice to her companion, scolding him vigorously when he remonstrated with her for her noisiness, and then, finding that she was still unnoticed, she began, as a last resource, to sing, to the great disgust of old Alcindoro, who irritably endeavoured to make her stop. The sound of Musetta's sweet singing was more than Marcel was proof against, and fascinated in spite of himself, he turned his eyes upon the girl with an intense look of passionate entreaty and longing. Musetta, recognising at once that her lover had capitulated, now sought to rid herself of the tiresome old beau at her side, and uttering an exclamation of pretended pain, she declared that her foot was pinched beyond bearing. Then, taking off one of her shoes, she thrust it into the hand of Alcindoro, and imperiously bade him to take it to a boot shop in an adjacent street, and bring her a pair of shoes one size larger, and the fussy old gentleman, not daring to refuse, being in wholesome fear of his charming inamorata's wayward temper and sharp tongue, hobbled away with the shoe, grumbling furiously. The students had watched this little manoeuvre with great amusement, and when the foolish old dupe had disappeared, Marcel rushed across to Musetta and embraced her with loving fervour. Whilst the reunited lovers were thus rejoicing together, the sound of beating drums announced the approach of a patrol of soldiers, and immediately the crowd of merrymakers in the square gathered to one side to leave a clear space for the picket to march through. The soldiers soon appeared, headed by a band, and as they passed through the square to the main thoroughfare, the crowd quickly followed, anxious to see the tattoo that was about to take place. The students decided to join this merry throng also, and having by this time no money left to pay for the luxurious supper they had just enjoyed, Musetta mischievously suggested that they should leave their bill on her table and tell the waiter that old Alcindoro would pay for it. Hailing this suggestion with hilarious applause, the gay students gave the necessary instructions to the waiter, and hurried quickly from the square, Rudolph and Mimi arm in arm, Schaunard playing a new pipe he had just bought, and Marcel and Colline carrying Musetta between them, for, having but one shoe, she could not walk. when the pompous Alcindoro presently returned with the pair of shoes he had been dispatched to buy, he found the supper table deserted, and his fickle charmer flown, and upon the obsequious waiter presenting him with the long bill run up by the extravagant students, with which had been incorporated his own smaller one, he realised the trick that had been played upon him, and began to storm lustily, though in the end he had to submit and settle the bill, rather than become the laughing-stock of the café. Marcel and Musetta now passed some months happily together, for though the coquettish girl still took every possible opportunity for a flirtation with anyone who might happen to admire her, yet she really loved Marcel only. But she would not be tyrannized over, for her high spirit could not brook restraint, and if Marcel showed signs of wishing to curb her inordinate love of fine clothes and admiration, she quickly resented it. The two, however, fared better than Rudolph and Mimi, who, in spite of their passionate love, yet spent a miserable existence together. For Rudolph's love was of that all-absorbing and madly jealous nature that was forever imagining and fostering suspicions of the object of his affections, and not a glance nor a word could he bear Mimi to bestow elsewhere. Their life was therefore passed in a constant state of misunderstandings, for though they might be deliriously happy one day, they would suffer for this by many weeks of misery. Often they were on the point of separating forever, and indeed at last they finally agreed to this. At the time when Mimi, after a great mental struggle, came to this resolution, she had been avoided by Rudolph for some little time, and having learnt that he had joined Marcel and Musetta at an inn on the borders of the Quartier Latin, she made her way there one cold wintry morning. As she stood waiting outside the inn for Marcel, to whom she had sent a message desiring him to help her to carry out her resolve, she was seized with a violent fit of coughing, for of late the wasting disease to which she had always been inclined had developed with alarming rapidity, and her frail form was constantly shaken by a racking cough. When Marcel presently appeared, he was shocked at her wasted looks, and anxiously tried to draw her into the inn, but Mimi refused to enter for fear of meeting with Rudolph. She then told Marcel of the constantly strained relationships between herself and Rudolph, whose mad jealousy made them both wretched, and she implored him to help her to finally part from her lover, since she felt that their lives would be at least more peaceful apart. Whilst she was speaking of this, Rudolph himself appeared in the doorway of the inn, and fearing to meet him just then, Mimi crept behind a group of plane trees as he approached. As Marcel turned to greet his friend, Rudolph declared that he had come to seek his assistance in effecting his final separation from Mimi, describing their strained relations in very much the same way as the poor girl herself had done. And then, his bitter tone giving way to a softer mood, he admitted that his jealous suspicions were really groundless, being caused only by his great love for her. He next began to speak in anxious tones of Mimi's frail health, declaring that her constant cough, wasted form, and feverish looks filled him with despair, since he knew that they were the unmistakable heralds of an early death. And Mimi, who could not fail to hear all that passed, thus realizing for the first time the doom that awaited her, was so overcome with woe that her sobs quickly made her presence known to her lover. In a moment Rudolph was at her side, embracing her tenderly and entreating her to enter the inn for warmth and refreshment. But this Mimi again refused to do, declaring that she had come to bid him a final farewell, having at last made up her mind to see him no more, since they could not be happy together. Rudolph, refusing to believe her in earnest, passionately pleaded his cause with her, so that her resolution soon melted away, and whilst the once more reconciled lovers were thus happily engaged, Marcel, hearing Musetta's saucy laugh pealing forth from the inn, dashed within, fully convinced that she was carrying on a lively flirtation in his absence. His conviction proved to be a right one, for presently the two emerged from the inn squabbling violently, Marcel jealously accusing the girl of accepting the attentions of a new admirer, and declaring that he would not permit her to be so free with her smiles. The high-spirited, admiration-loving Musetta resented this interference with her pleasure, for her wayward nature would not brook restraint, and hotly declaring that she should flirt just whenever she pleased, she impetuously bade Marcel farewell and flounced away in a pet. Mimi and Rudolph, however, were by this time quite reconciled to each other, and yet once again they entered upon a phase of delirious joy. But this happy phase, like the many others that had preceded it, also came quickly to an end, and the separation that followed was the longest they had yet endured. Rudolph and Marcel, both being thus deprived of their loved ones, joined their student friends once more, and tried to interest themselves in their work as formerly, endeavouring to heal their sore hearts in the pursuit of art. But neither could forget the joy that had been theirs, and one day, as they sat working together in the same old attic in which pretty Mimi had first introduced herself, the thoughts of both turned back to the days of their happy love. Marcel, whenever his companion's glance was averted, would press to his lips a bunch of ribbons that had once belonged to Musetta, and Rudolph, when he thought himself unobserved by his friend, would take from a drawer beside him the little rose-trimmed bonnet Mimi had left him as a keepsake, and tenderly caress it. Though it was now many months since they had parted, they had seen the girls from time to time, though from afar, and observing that they were richly clad, knew that they had found new admirers. They were speaking of this as they sat at work, making a sorry pretence of not caring about the circumstance, which, however, revived all the pain in their hearts. And since this attempt at mutual comfort was a dismal failure, they gladly hailed the arrival of Colline and Schaunard, who brought with them a very meagre meal consisting of 4 small rolls and a herring. For the friends were just at that time going through one of their frequent penniless stages, but with their usual careless good humour they sat down to the humble food with as much hilarity as though it had been a feast of the highest order, gaily inviting one another to imagine that the crusts were dainty dishes, and pledging one another in water as though it had been champagne. Whilst they were thus making merry, the door was suddenly opened, and to the astonishment of all, Musetta entered wearing an anxious face and appearing much agitated. In answer to the eager questions poured upon her, she announced that Mimi was without, but was too weak and exhausted to mount the stairs, being in fact in a dying condition. And upon hearing that his beloved one was so near, Rudolph rushed to her assistance, and with the help of his friends brought her into the room and laid her tenderly upon the bed. Mimi and Rudolph embraced one another passionately, and whilst they were thus absorbed in their joy, Musetta related to the others the reason of their sudden visit. Having heard that Mimi had left her rich admirer, and was now lying in the last stages of consumption, she had hastened to her side, and upon the poor exhausted girl expressing a passionate desire to see Rudolph once more before her death, she had undertaken to bring her to him, and by half carrying her had succeeded in this difficult enterprise. She now asked the students if they had any food or cordials with which to revive the fainting girl, and was sadly informed that they had nothing in their store, and no money either. But Colline and Schaunard presently left the room, taking with them an overcoat which they meant to pawn. Mimi presently motioned Marcel to her side, and placing Musetta's hand in his, desired that they would be reconciled once more for her sake. And she was filled with joy when the two embraced, and declared that they still loved one another dearly. Then Musetta, anxious to leave the dying girl alone with her lover, that they might have a last happy talk together, suggested to Marcel that they should go to fetch Mimi's little muff, which she had asked for, being unable to keep her hands warm, and so the two presently departed on this kindly errand. Finding that they were now alone, Mimi lay happily in Rudolph's arms, and told him again and again that her love for him had never changed. And the young student, overjoyed at thus learning that he was still beloved by the being he himself adored, declared passionately that they would never again be parted, in his gladness failing to realize that Mimi's little spark of life was even now almost extinguished. Schaunard and Colline presently returned with food and a cordial they had bought with the money obtained by pawning the coat, saying also that a doctor would shortly arrive, and soon after Marcel and Musetta appeared with the muff which they had been to fetch. Mimi placed her tiny hands in the muff with childish pleasure, and presently, declaring that she now felt quite warm, she closed her eyes and seemed to rest. Rudolph then gently moved away, and questioned his friends in a low voice as to when the doctor would arrive. But when Musetta approached the bed with the cordial she had poured out, she saw, to her sorrow, that Mimi was already dead. Hearing her exclamation of consternation, Rudolph ran forward and took Mimi's cold little hand in his, and then, gradually realizing the terrible truth, he uttered a cry of anguish, and sank, overcome with grief and despair, beside her lifeless form. End of section 27. Reading by Tom Denham. Section 28 of Stories from the Operas by Gladys Davidson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tom Denham. Puccini's Madame Butterfly. In a quaint little house perched at the top of a steep hill in Nagasaki, great preparations for coming festivities might have been observed one bright sunny afternoon, for within the next few hours a young American naval officer, Lieutenant B.F. Pinkerton, was to be wedded to Cho-Cho-san, a pretty little geisha maid, and was even now inspecting his new abode with old Goro, the broker, who had arranged this Japanese marriage for him. For the young American, like many others of his class, had sought to relieve the monotony of his sojourn in Nagasaki by amusing himself with the pretty maids of the town, and having conceived a sudden passion for the fairest of them all, Cho-Cho-san, or butterfly as she was more generally called, whose bewitching daintiness and sweet nature had quickly enthralled his heart, he had determined to indulge his love at all costs, and for this reason had engaged the services of Goro. The old marriage broker, delighted at having secured such a desirable client, to whom dollars seemed of little count, assured the eager lover that the matter was quite an easy one to arrange, and not only did he undertake to draw up the marriage contract, which, however, could be annulled monthly, and to assemble the relations and necessary legal officials, but also secured for him a house in which to spend this blissful dream, a nest which he well knew would sooner or later be deserted. And so well had Goro managed his commission that the marriage was successfully arranged and was about to take place. And now, as Pinkerton followed the obsequious old broker from room to room of the charming retreat that had been prepared for his pleasure, he was delighted with everything he saw, admiring the wonderful mechanical contrivances by which the building could be altered according to fancy, and praising his guide for his careful work. For Goro had forgotten nothing, not even the Japanese servants, whom he presently introduced to their new master, nor the wedding guests, the relations of Pretty Butterfly, who were expected to shortly appear for the ceremony. Just as Pinkerton was beginning to tire of the old broker's loquacity, the first of the wedding guests arrived. This was Sharpless, the American consul, who had come in his official capacity, and also as the friend and compatriot of the bridegroom. He was an older man than Pinkerton, for whom, however, he had much affection, so much indeed that he had come with the intention of persuading his friend to abandon this Japanese so-called marriage, knowing that little real happiness was likely to come of it. Although he had not actually seen the little bride, he had heard her speaking when she called the day before at the consulate about her marriage, and had been so impressed by the thrilling charm of her voice that he was persuaded she regarded this step with intense seriousness, not as a mere temporary amusement. And in his own large-hearted tenderness, it pained him to think that one so fragile and innocent should be called upon to suffer when the awakening should come. He therefore seriously asked Pinkerton to reflect again before he entered into this connection, of which he would doubtless quickly tire and have no compunctions in severing, since it seemed that the Japanese maiden's love was so deep that she believed her future husband would regard their marriage as a binding one, and with sincere earnestness he besought his young friend not to gratify what was to him a mere passing fancy at the expense of bruising the wings of this trusting little butterfly. Pinkerton, however, impatiently refused to listen to his friend's counsel, for he had no compunctions himself as to the course he was pursuing, which was one frequently practised by others of his class with no serious consequences, since the deserted little Japanese wives were afterwards usually contented to accept new husbands of their own race, and gaily assuring the prudent consul that no harm was likely to come of his pleasure, he ran to greet his little bride, who at this moment appeared on the open terrace, accompanied by a bevy of merry girl friends. A veritable little butterfly in appearance was Cho-Cho-san, sweet and dainty as a freshly opened flower bud, sunny-hearted and gay, yet full of quaint and thoughtful fancies, childish, fragile, and fairy-like, yet possessing a woman's heart, pure, true, and capable of a deep and abiding passion. She had bestowed this treasure of love upon the handsome Pinkerton with childish and implicit trust, and her belief in his professed love for her was so intense that she never gave a single thought to the future possibility of his affection waning, but considered herself the happiest girl in all Japan. She now greeted him with bright smiles, introducing him with pride to her friends, and then, with simple artlessness, she began to prattle merrily to the two Americans, telling them of her family history, how her mother was poor, and how she herself had been obliged to become a geisha to earn a living. When asked about her father, she suddenly grew sad, and merely stated that he was dead. But later on they learned that he had met his death bravely by harakiri, a sword having been sent to him by the Mikado with a message to dispatch himself. Presently Butterfly herself, when asking Pinkerton's permission to renew a few girlish treasures she had brought with her, showed him this very sword, which she revered as her greatest possession. As further proof of her perfect trust in her future husband, she now whispered in his ear the startling fact that she had the day before visited the Christian mission house to adopt his faith, having been willing for his sake to renounce her old religion, a fact which, if known to her relations, would cause them to regard her as an outcast. By this time the relations who had been bidden to the wedding had arrived, and a motley enough group of undesirables they were in the eyes of Pinkerton, who, however, received them graciously, accepting their flowery compliments with gay good nature. The registrar and commissioner having also arrived, the wedding took place without further delay, being concluded in a few minutes, the ceremony merely consisting of the reading of the marriage contract by the commissioner, and the signing of the same by the bride and bridegroom. This simple proceeding over, the guests crowded round to congratulate the happy pair, and having wished the young American good luck, Sharpless and the other officials took their leave at once. Pinkerton now tried to rid himself of the wedding guests, longing to be left alone with his dainty little bride, but this he found to be a very difficult matter, for the impecunious relations of the pretty Butterfly had come with the intention of enjoying themselves to the full at the expense of the rich American, and were not to be deprived of such a treat. Finding this to be the case, Pinkerton resigned himself to the inevitable, and inviting the expectant guests to the refreshment tables, he plied them lavishly with wines, sweetmeats, and all the fanciful Japanese delicacies that had been provided by the ingenious Goro, encouraging their unrestrained greed in the hope that satiety would shortly bring about the fulfilment of his desires. Just as the hilarity was at its height, however, there came an unexpected interruption, for suddenly an uncouth individual of weird aspect burst in amongst the guests, wildly brandishing his arms and uttering cries of furious rage. This unwelcome intruder was Butterfly's most important uncle, a bonze or Japanese priest, who, having by some means learnt of his niece's visit to the hated Christian mission, had now come to denounce her for her apostasy, and alarmed at the threatening aspect of one whom they held in awe, the guests drew back in frightened groups. Butterfly, in fear and trembling, also tried to crouch from the sight of her outraged relative, but the bonze sought her out, and ruthlessly declaring to the relations that she had of her own free will renounced them all and forsaken the religion of her forefathers, he furiously called down curses upon her, in which he was immediately joined by the now angry guests, in whose eyes such an offence was unpardonable. Pinkerton had at first laughed at the extravagant speeches and ridiculous gesticulations of the weird-looking bonze, but when the relations took up the denunciation also, he grew angry and unceremoniously turned them all out of the house. As the imprecations of the departing guests died away in the distance, poor little Butterfly buried her face in her hands and burst into tears. But Pinkerton folded her in his arms and soon succeeded in restoring her to smiles and joyousness once more. "I do not mind anything if you will only love me," she said, as she kissed his hand with quaint humility. "Though they have cast me off, yet am I full of joy. I am with you, and you are my people and my life." Night had now closed in, and as they presently wandered out together onto the moonlit terrace, Pinkerton folded his fair bride in his arms in a passionate embrace, and in that moment of ecstasy the lovers felt that the world was indeed well lost. A period of intense happiness now followed, but, alas, it was but a short one. For Pinkerton's love for his little Japanese wife, though passionate at the time, was, as Sharpless had declared, but a passing phase, and when, after a few months had drifted pleasantly by in this pretty dream, his ship had received orders to return to America, he had departed with little real regret. For he did not intend to return to the nest he was now deserting forever, and in his careless way he felt no compunctions, for he believed that the pretty Butterfly would as easily forget him, and eventually take unto herself a Japanese husband. Yet, to ease the pain of his departure, he promised the weeping girl that he would return to her when the robins began to nest, and Butterfly, believing implicitly in this promise, was satisfied, and daily declared to her faithful maid and sole companion Suzuki, who had no such trusting faith, that this happy event would certainly come to pass. Later on, when a fair, blue-eyed baby boy was born to her, she rejoiced at the little one's birth the more because of the additional pleasure she felt was in store for the surely returning father, and even when 3 years had passed since her wedding day and no word had yet come from the faithless Pinkerton, she still hoped and waited patiently, confident that her hopes would be realized. It was quite useless for the handmaid Suzuki, whose knowledge of such marriages was wider, to suggest to her mistress that her hope was a vain one, for the trusting little Butterfly would only grow angry and refuse to listen to her. But at last the money which Pinkerton had left for their temporary support, thinking that they would soon be established in some other household, became exhausted, and now, towards the end of the 3rd year, they found themselves within a few coins of destitution. Even on the day when this sad discovery was made, the deserted little bride bid her handmaid not to trouble, since the waiting time would now soon be over, and rousing herself up to a transport of happy expectation, she reminded Suzuki of Pinkerton's promise to return when the robins should nest, and carried away by her eager thoughts, began to describe the arrival of the expected ship, from which her beloved husband would most assuredly land and hasten to her side. But Suzuki, knowing that the robins had already nested several times since the young officer's departure, only muttered gloomily that it was not known for a Western husband to return to a Japanese nest. But when on hearing this, Butterfly sprang up with eyes blazing with anger. To soothe and comfort her once more, the faithful handmaid repeated the eager girl's own hopeful words. Whilst they were thus talking, a visitor suddenly appeared, and to the delight of Butterfly, this proved to be none other than Sharpless, the American consul, who had come on a very difficult mission. For he had just received a message from Pinkerton, who was returning at last to Nagasaki, and whose ship was expected to arrive that very day, and in this letter the young lieutenant announced that he was now married to a beautiful American lady, and asked his old friend to seek out the pretty butterfly, and if she still remembered him, to break this news as gently as he could. Butterfly received the consul with joy, and on hearing that he had a letter from Pinkerton, she clapped her hands and became very excited, declaring that her hopes were about to be realized, and that her beloved husband was really returning to her, as she had never for a moment doubted or ceased to believe. Her eager anticipation and childish delight quite unmanned the tender-hearted Sharpless, who now saw only too plainly how right he had been when warning Pinkerton that the Japanese maiden regarded their marriage as a binding one, and that her love was a deep and abiding passion, the very breath of life to her. And though he essayed many times to explain his cruel mission, his efforts to do so were quite in vain, for upon every sentence he read from the letter, Butterfly put her own happy construction, finding in each line an imaginary message of hope for herself. And so vivid was her delusion that Sharpless despaired of ever making her realise the fatal truth. He was therefore somewhat relieved by the unexpected appearance of old Goro, the marriage broker, who brought with him Prince Yamadori, a wealthy Japanese suitor, whom he had for a long time past tried vainly to induce the deserted wife to accept as a husband, for one so young and pretty was still a tempting prize to offer to his amorous clients. Yamadori had now come to plead his own cause with the obdurate Butterfly, who, however, still refused to listen to him, and full of indignation she turned to Sharpless and cried, "You hear what he and that wicked Goro wish me to do? How can I marry him when I have a beloved husband already, who is now returning to claim me once again?" Even when Goro, eager to secure her for his wealthy client, reminded her that in Japan desertion constituted divorce, and that she was therefore perfectly free to marry again, she was not to be convinced, but declared scornfully, "But the law of Japan is not the law of my husband's country." Seeing that argument was useless in her present state, old Goro and his disappointed client withdrew, hoping for better success on their next visit, and when they had gone, Sharpless, distressed beyond measure at the poor girl's absolute blindness to the fact that Pinkerton had really deserted her, and that he had never even regarded his marriage with her in a serious light at all, but merely as a pleasant interlude made possible by the easy law of Japan, again tried to tell her the real reason for his visit. Having once more dismally failed in this, he next tried to persuade her to accept the wealthy Japanese suitor who desired to make her his bride. But such a suggestion, coming from one she trusted, so deeply wounded her that he did not venture to press the point. As the final strengthening of her argument, and crowning proof of the utter uselessness of trying to persuade her that she was forgotten, Butterfly ran to fetch her bonny baby boy, and holding him up before the eyes of the amazed consul, who had no idea of the child's existence, cried with passionate pride, "Do you think he could forget this proof of our love?" Sharpless, knowing that Pinkerton had no knowledge that a son had been born to him, was now so overcome with deep emotion that he could scarcely control his feelings of pity for the deserted little Japanese wife, and utterly unable to reveal the truth to her just then, he hastily took his leave, inwardly railing at his friend for entrusting him with such an impossible mission. No sooner had the consul departed than the roar of cannon was heard from the harbour, and hurrying to the terrace, Butterfly discovered that this was a salute to an arriving ship, which to her indescribable joy, she saw was flying the American flag, and by the aid of a telescope made out its name to be the Abraham Lincoln, which she knew to be Pinkerton's vessel. Full of delirious joy, and feeling fully convinced that her beloved one would now without doubt be with her in an hour or two's time, she called to Suzuki and bade her to quickly bring in the fairest flowers from the garden, that she might adorn the little home with garlands in honour of the master's return. Though Suzuki still had no belief that the young American would return, she went in haste to gather the flowers in order to humour her beloved mistress. And as quickly as she brought the lovely fragrant blooms into the house, Butterfly placed them in every available space, calling continually for more, until each room was a perfect bower of roses, violets, lilies, and blossoms of every kind the garden could produce. Having even strewed sweet-scented petals lavishly upon the floors, Butterfly next dressed her baby in his finest clothes, and arrayed herself in her wedding garments, and then, calling Suzuki, and making 3 holes in the shoshi, the 3 settled down to watch for Pinkerton's approach. Many hours passed, and still the expected visitor did not appear, and when darkness set in, Suzuki and the child, tired out with watching, fell fast asleep. But Butterfly would not sleep, and all through the long, weary night she kept a constant watch, never losing hope, but still believing that her beloved one would surely come. When daylight dawned, Suzuki awakened, and, shocked at her poor little mistress's tired looks, insisted that she should retire to her chamber to rest. And Butterfly, now overcome with fatigue, and wishing to look well when her eagerly expected husband should arrive, was at last persuaded to retire. When she had departed to the little chamber upstairs, Suzuki, having seen that the little boy was playing happily outside, returned to the flower-decked room, and sank upon her knees before the image of Buddha to pray for her mistress's comfort. Whilst she was thus engaged, there came a gentle tap at the door, and upon opening it, she admitted, to her amazement, not only Sharpless, but Pinkerton also, who, after hearing of the consul's unavailing visit of the day before, had now come with his friend to seek advice thus early in the morning from the faithful handmaid as to a means of acquainting the expectant Butterfly with the true position of affairs. Suzuki, thinking for the moment that Pinkerton had indeed returned to claim his little Japanese wife, received him gladly, telling him of Butterfly's preparations for his arrival, and of her trust in him, and eager longing for his arrival, each word of which was as a knife in the heart of the now remorseful Pinkerton, who at last realised the cruelty of his conduct, and was filled with grief at the pain he was about to inflict upon the gentle heart of one who loved him so truly and deeply. The handmaid, however, was quickly undeceived upon observing a tall and beautiful lady waiting in the garden, and upon learning from Sharpless that this was the real wife of Pinkerton, she fell to the ground, overcome by this realization of her fears. The kindly consul gently raised her, and explaining that Mrs. Pinkerton had come to offer protection and care for the helpless baby boy, that his future welfare might be assured, begged her to assist them in this matter by all the means in her power. Pinkerton, who had been wandering round the flower-decked room, noting with increased emotion the many signs of Butterfly's deep love for him, now declared that he could not bear the anguish of meeting her, and rushed away, leaving the consul to perform his painful task alone. And as he departed, full of remorse and grief, his wife entered from the garden. Kate Pinkerton was a beautiful and kind-hearted woman, and the Japanese girl's sad story had filled her with great pity, and she also added her entreaties that Suzuki would help them to be of service to her poor little mistress. Whilst they were discussing this matter, Butterfly was heard calling from the chamber above, and having heard the sound of voices, she immediately afterwards appeared, full of excitement, and expecting to greet her husband. At the sight of Kate, she stopped short, gazing intently upon her, and though no word was spoken, she knew instinctively that this was the woman for whose sake she herself had been cast aside. Sharpless now expected an outburst of passionate reproach, but to the surprise of all, Butterfly remained quite calm, and bore this sudden shattering of all her cherished hopes with a quiet dignity, so touching that all were moved. When Kate entreated forgiveness for the pain she had so unconsciously been the means of bringing upon her, she answered gently that she only wished that every happiness might be showered upon her. Then, when asked to give up her baby boy to the guardianship of his father, that his future welfare and prosperity might be assured, she promised quietly that Pinkerton should have his child if he would himself come for him in half an hour's time, and having thus succeeded in their mission, Kate and Sharpless departed, unable to bear any longer the heart-rending sight of such resigned suffering. When they had gone, Butterfly dismissed Suzuki, and taking down her father's sword, which she had always carefully cherished, with great reverence kissed the blade. For now that she at last realised the terrible truth that Pinkerton was her husband no longer, and that for his own good she must part with her child also, she had no further desire for life, and as she lifted the sword she murmured broken-heartedly to herself, "If I can no longer live with honour, at least I can die with honour." At that moment the door was opened to admit the baby boy, who was pushed gently within by Suzuki, and dropping the sword, Butterfly rushed forward and clasped the child in her arms in a last passionate embrace. Then, laying him carefully upon the ground, she suddenly seized the sword once more and plunged it into her bosom. When, a little later, Pinkerton entered the room to claim fulfilment of her promise, Butterfly was lying motionless and still, and the faithful heart that had loved him with such true devotion was at rest for ever. End of section 28. Recording by Tom Denham.
Section 29 of Stories from the Operas by Gladys Davidson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Diana Schmidt. The Barber of Seville, I Barbieri di Siviglia. One early morning during the 18th century, just as the rosy dawn appeared, the sound of soft, sweet music arose from one of the streets of Seville. For a group of picked musicians had been stationed in front of a private house to accompany a serenade to a certain fair lady who dwelt within. A little apart from the musicians stood the singer, a tall, handsome cavalier, wrapped in a dark cloak, and as his song proceeded, the serenader kept his gaze riveted upon a window that led out upon the balcony of the house, as though expecting the form of his adored one to appear in that spot. This cavalier was the Count Almaviva, a rich nobleman who, having beheld one day, on a visit to Seville, A lovely maiden upon the balcony of this house had straightway fallen in love with her, and, in consequence of this, he had left his country estate and taken up his abode in Seville, that he might be near the object of his affections, and seek an opportunity to woo her. He learnt that the young lady's name was Rosina, and that she was the ward of a fussy old physician named Dr. Bartolo. And by means of nightly serenades and frequent strolls past her dwelling place, the young Count endeavoured to bring himself to the notice of the maiden. Nor was he unsuccessful, for the lovely Rosina, although kept almost a prisoner by her jealous guardian, who desired to wed her himself, managed to obtain sight of her serenader, and quickly conceived a romantic passion for him. In spite of the mutual understanding between them, the pair had never yet met, nor spoken with each other, and to-night the Count had hoped to attain this object. But Rosina was too closely watched by her guardian and her duenna, and when the dawn at length broke, Almaviva sadly dismissed his musicians, sending them away with a handsome reward. After the delighted musicians had departed, the Count remained dejectedly near the abode of his beloved one, and here he was presently accosted by the popular barber and general factotum of the town, a merry roguish fellow named Figaro, whose quick wit and lively mercurial temperament caused him to be in constant request by his many patrons for their jokes and intrigues. Quickly noticing the dejected looks of the strange cavalier, Figaro entered into conversation with him, offering his services should he need them, and merrily he described his numerous valuable qualities to the Count, declaring that he was the best matchmaker, plotter, and gossip in all Seville, to say nothing of being the most fashionable adept in his more legitimate occupation of chirurgeon, barber. Almaviva quickly succumbed to the charm of the roguish barber, and seeing at once that Figaro might be of great use to him, he confided to him the secret of his love for Rosina, and engaged him to assist in his suit, promising to reward him very handsomely for his services. Figaro readily agreed to devote himself to the interest of this new patron, and very quickly his inventive wit suggested ways and means for bringing the lovers together. He informed the Count that old Dr. Bartolo desired to wed his charming ward himself, regardless of the disparity in their ages and the indifference of the lady, in which ridiculous project he was being aided and abetted by another equally fussy old fellow, one Don Basilio, a music master. However, as the barber was constantly in and out of the house, he assured the Count that he would find means to communicate with Rosina and to hoodwink her guardian, and with this assurance the Count departed greatly cheered. Figaro's artful plans succeeded so well that Rosina soon learnt that her love was returned by the handsome cavalier who haunted the precincts of her home, and whom the barber described as a young student named Lindoro, and now she managed to send him a note, in which she declared that his love was acceptable to her. The Count was thus filled with joy, and with the aid of the inventive barber, an interview between the enamoured pair was now devised. At the suggestion of Figaro, the Count disguised himself one evening as a common soldier, and pretending also to be intoxicated, he forced his way with a rowdy, roystering manner into the house of Dr. Bartolo, from whom he demanded a night's lodging as the rightful due of one who served his country. And during the stormy altercation that ensued between the indigent doctor and himself, Rosina, attracted by the noise, made her appearance. Quickly lurching to her side, the pretended soldier managed to reveal his true identity to her, and though instantly separated by the angry and jealous doctor, the lovers contrived dexterously to exchange letters. The interview was soon brought to an end by the arrival of the guard, drawn thither by the commotion, into whose charge the doctor gladly handed over his unwelcome guest. But as the officers hurried him away, the Count declared to them his real name, and showed them, in proof of his assertion, the high orders and decorations he wore beneath his disguise, upon which they set him free, and respectfully departed, the richer by a substantial gift. Shortly afterwards, the indefatigable Figaro devised another scheme for the meeting of the lovers, and this time Almaviva, disguised as a poor musician, was unsuspectingly admitted into the house of Dr. Bartolo, to whom he explained that his name was Don Alonzo, and that he had been sent by his friend Don Basilio, whom he declared to be ill. Finding himself not very well received by the old guardian, he handed to him the note he had received from Rosina, pretending he had found it in the inn where the Count Almaviva lodged, and offering to show it to the young lady and declare to her that it had been sent by one of the Count's other numerous admirers, that she might thus be estranged from him. Dr. Bartolo, quite unsuspicious of trickery, readily agreed to this ruse, being very anxious to put an end to his ward's infatuation for the Count, who, as he of course knew by this time, was haunting the neighbourhood, and he thus consented to allow the music lesson to proceed, in order that this disturbing communication might be made to his ward. He thereupon brought Rosina into the room, and introduced her to the supposed Don Alonzo, in whom, however, she quickly recognized her lover. And at that moment Figaro most opportunely arrived in his capacity as barber to Dr. Bartolo, in order to keep the old gentleman obligingly occupied with his toilet, so that the lovers might make arrangements for their elopement, which the Count desired to carry out that night. Very cleverly, also, the barber managed to secure the keys of certain doors usually kept locked at night, so that Rosina, at the appointed time, could reach the balcony, from whence, by means of a ladder, she could escape to her lover. In order to disarm the doctor's still evident suspicion, the form of a singing lesson was gone through, but, thanks to Figaro's constant chatter and deft manipulation of his client's beard, the lovers managed to exchange confidences between the snatches of music, and made all the arrangements for their elopement and secret marriage that night. All went well until, quite suddenly, the old music master himself appeared on the scene, very much astonished at finding his place and occupation usurped by a strange young man. Figaro, however, with his usual versatility, saved the situation by pretending that Don Basilio really looked extremely ill, and, feeling his pulse with mock anxiety, declared him to be in a high fever, and entreated him to return home to bed. The Count also, by the judicious offer of a well-filled purse, succeeded in persuading the confused professor to depart for the time being. Dr. Bartolo's suspicions, however, were now fully roused, so that it became necessary for the Count to make a quick escape, and when he had gone, the old guardian fussily produced the letter given him by the pretended musician, and endeavoured on his own account to poison Rosina's mind against her lover in the manner agreed upon. Rosina's jealousy against some unknown rival was thus quickly kindled, and angry and distressed at having been deceived, as she supposed, by the Count, she revealed the secret arrangement for her elopement that night. The wily old doctor quickly followed up the vantage he had scored, and now pressed his own suit. And Rosina, in a fit of pique, giving him her consent, he hurried away to make arrangements with a notary to unite them that day. Meeting with Don Basilio, and now learning from him that the strange musician and Count Almaviva were one and the same, he hurried on his plans with still greater eagerness, feeling that with such a daring rival he could not consider himself safe until his marriage contract with Rosina had been signed. And having arranged with the music master to bring the notary along that same night, he went away to procure the officers of justice to be in readiness to arrest the Count and Figaro should they appear and endeavour to upset his plans. But success was to be with love and youth, for the star of the Count was in the ascendant, and with the aid of the irrepressible Figaro he was able to accomplish his ends. Fortunately, the elopement had been planned for the early part of the night, and as soon as darkness set in, Almaviva and the barber made their appearance in front of the doctor's house, and, by means of a ladder, succeeded in reaching the balcony. Here they were presently joined by Rosina, who, though already repenting of her jealous fit, at first repulsed her eager lover, charging him with unfaithfulness. But upon the cavalier explaining the whole matter of the letter, at the same time revealing his true identity as Count Almaviva, she was quickly reconciled to him. Whilst the now happy lovers were thus engaged in tender converse, the alert Figaro discovered that the ladder by which they were to reach the ground below had been taken away, and at the same moment Don Basilio appeared on the balcony with the notary, who had brought the contract for the marriage of Rosina with Dr. Bartolo. Seeing that no time was to be lost, the three plotters hurried forward, the Count declaring to the notary that Rosina and himself were the parties who were to sign the document, and drawing the amazed Don Basilio aside, he slipped a valuable ring onto his finger, and advised him to be amenable to reason, at the same time judiciously showing him a loaded pistol as an even more persuasive argument. The old music master prudently accepted the forced situation with a good grace, and the Count and Rosina immediately signed the marriage contract in the presence of the notary, with Figaro and Don Basilio as their witnesses. Just as the joyful lovers were thus lawfully united, Dr. Bartolo arrived with the officers of justice, and seeing that the Count and Figaro had indeed appeared, as he had suspected they would, he furiously denounced them as thieves and rogues, and commanded the officers to arrest them. However, Almaviva advanced readily, and with great dignity announced himself as the grandee of Spain and the newly made husband of the fair Rosina. And eventually, after a somewhat stormy scene, enlivened by the witty raillery of the lively Figaro, the old doctor acknowledged his defeat, and reconciled himself to the inevitable with excellent good humour, even magnanimously bestowing a fatherly blessing upon the triumphant pair. Thus did these determined lovers gain their heart's desire, and when Count Almaviva returned home with his charming bride, he took with him as his confidential body servant the man whose fertile wit had helped him to win his happiness, Figaro, the merry barber of Seville. End of section 29.